If you picture the classic superhero archetype, you immediately think of someone fearless, brilliant, and always ready to save the day. It's the standard we're used to seeing in titans like Batman or Superman. But what if Earth's greatest defender was actually a dramatic teenage girl who cries over the slightest stumble, hates math, and just wants to order fast food? For those who grew up watching a lot of TV, this unusual description triggers instant fond memories. Our protagonist defined an entire era with her unforgettable transformations and that famous promise to punish evil in the name of the moon. And that's exactly where the fantastic work we're revisiting today comes in. Sailor Moon. What might seem like just a cute show about magical girls and school romance actually hides a deeply complex narrative. The story delivers an epic plot involving reincarnation, ruthless villains, unbreakable bonds, and brutal sacrifices to protect the ones you love. It's practically a Greek tragedy disguised in sailor suits and talking feline mentors. So get ready, because today on the channel, Sailor Moon, the classic magical teenage journey, but on an absurdly grander scale. Meet Usagi, the poster child for teenage chaos. She's chronically late, incredibly clumsy, and a total crybaby. While rushing to school, she saves a black cat from a group of neighborhood bullies. After removing a bandage from the cat's forehead, she notices a peculiar crescent moon symbol but quickly bolts to avoid missing class. School is the usual routine, a scolding from her teacher, and a terrifying 30% on her English exam. She finds comfort in her friends Naru and Umino as they gossip about the mysterious vigilante, Sailor V. Taking advantage of the hype, Naru invites Usagi to a massive sale at her mother's jewelry shop. Meanwhile, in classic villain fashion, Queen Beryl demands her henchmen find the legendary silver crystal from their subterranean lair. Having failed so far, General Jadeite takes over the mission, shifting the strategy to aggressively drain pure human energy. At the jewelry store, Naru's mother offers discounts that seem too good to be true, triggering a Black Friday-style riot. Usagi stays out of the fray, frustrated by her lack of funds and her failing grade. In a fit of pique, she tosses her exam into the air, hitting a handsome passerby square in the forehead. He mocks her, calling her bunhead, a classic hate-at-first-sight encounter. After being kicked out of the house by her mother for the poor grade, a literal exhausted Usagi collapses onto her bed, only to be startled by the cat from earlier hopping through her window. And here's the kicker. The cat talks. The cat Luna gives Usagi a brooch and tells her to shout magical words. In milliseconds, the crybaby is transformed into the guardian of justice, Sailor Moon. Dragged by Luna to the city center, they find a nightmare. Morga, a hideous monster, has replaced Naru's mother and is draining the energy of everyone at the sale. In tears before the monsters, Usagi accidentally triggers her best move, a supersonic sonic cry that immobilizes the witch, buying time for a noble stranger in a tuxedo to throw a lethal rose. Encouraged, Usagi shatters the threat with a well-aimed throw of her moon tiara. Naturally, she ends the night head over heels for the mysterious tuxedo mask. The desperate search for human energy is in full swing. Jadeite devises a new scheme centered on small fortune-telling booths. Leading a double life as a planetary defender hasn't fixed Usagi's morning habits. She's still being chased out of bed by the frantic yapping of her new feline mentor, Luna. She tries to sneak into class, but Umino loudly announces her flaws to the teacher for all to hear. Secretly, Umino harbors a crush on the new Guardian of Justice. Following Naru's silly advice to consult the stars for romance, both head their separate ways. Usagi passes by an old fortune teller who gives her a cheerful reading claiming love is just a few steps away. 12 crosswalks over, Umino spends every cent at a new, trendy spot, the House of Fortune. The lavish shop hides a monster that subjects the intellectual Umino to total brainwashing via Satan's control card. Lost in a daydream that her crush is actually Motoki from the Game Center Crown, Usagi debates between the old fortune teller or the creepy chic one. Deciding her fate by throwing her shoe into the air, it lands on a familiar target. The arrogant guy with the annoying nicknames is once again the victim of her clumsiness.
Ow!
By the afternoon, the dark magic takes hold. A possessed Umino goes on a rampage in the cafeteria, smashing glass and humiliating Usagi in public. It's the obvious signal Usagi needs to find the source of the chaos. Confronting the disguised fortune teller, Balm, Sailor Moon faces a barrage of deadly tarot cards. Pinched by a crowd of brainwashed boys and facing a near-fatal blow, our punctual hero in the red rose appears once again. Seizing the moment, Usagi turns Balm and her diabolical scheme into stardust with a perfectly aimed moon tiara. As things return to normal, a humiliated Umino offers a cute, awkward apology. The two go back to their usual diplomatic bickering, stumbling through the city streets as always. Naru, Usagi, and their teacher, Miss Haruna, are obsessed with a late-night radio program called Midnight Zero. The premise is simple. Listeners send in love letters, and if theirs is read by the host, Jadeite, they receive a flower brooch in the mail. Like any free gift in a show like this, there's a catch. Miss Haruna gets her brooch and arrives at school the next day looking like a zombie before collapsing. Naru mentions a sleeping sickness sweeping the city. Usagi, with her priorities perfectly aligned, thinks spending her life dreaming doesn't sound like such a bad deal. Usagi tries to write her own letter but hits a technical snag. She doesn't have a boyfriend. To make matters worse, she bumps into Mamoru on the street, apologizes to a lamppost in a fit of nerves, and gets mocked by him for it. Unable to write a single line, she heads to the radio station, FM number 10, to ask Jadeite for tips. There, a security guard informs her that no such program is recorded in the building. That night, the show mysteriously airs, and Naru's letter is read. The next day, Naru wears the brooch and passes out instantly. Usagi tries to wake her friend, but succumbs to the cursed jewelry herself. She is saved from an eternal slumber by Luna, who wakes her with a start. Luna gives Usagi the disguise pen, a wonderfully convenient tool that transforms her into a glamorous news anchor. The disguise works perfectly to infiltrate the studio. Inside, Jadeite is broadcasting the show in a room full of unconscious staff. Usagi grabs the mic, warns the city live on air that the brooches are a death trap, and the fight begins. Jadeite's right hand, a monster, breaks the studio glass and attacks with lasers. Usagi transforms into Sailor Moon, dodges attacks on the roof, and, with a motivational shove from Luna, throws her tiara, disintegrating the creature. She tries the same trick on Jadeite, but he freezes the weapon in midair with telekinesis. As he moves in for the kill, a red rose cuts through the air. It's a brief intervention, but enough to make Jadeite retreat. The next day, life returns to normal. Usagi sits down to write a real love letter, this time to her new heroic crush in a cape, sparking a chase through the halls as Naru and Miss Haruna try to sneak a peek. The scale is the ultimate villain. Usagi gains a few grams and suffers a total meltdown. To make it worse, Luna has the audacity to draw a chubby version of Sailor Moon, resulting in a chase around the house. At school, hunger strikes. She's desperate enough to consider Umino's questionable leftovers. The talk of the school is Miss Haruna, who is losing weight at an impossible rate. Her secret? A newly opened gym called Shapelin, offering free trials. But since nothing is truly free, the handsome instructor Jed is actually Jadeite in disguise. The workout involves placing members in light capsules that, surprise, surprise, drain their life force for Queen Beryl. Usagi, who slacked off and bailed on the workout early, faints from hunger at the arcade. Motoki helps her and casually mentions he prefers girls who aren't too skinny. It's all the excuse she needs to go on a food run.
Personally, I find curvy people to be much more attractive.
So good. Nothing's better than a pork bun.
Mamoru crosses her path, calls her a pig, gets a meat bun thrown at his face, catches it, and eats it. Just another day of aggressive flirting. Luna, being the only one with a sense of urgency, spies on the gym and realizes the clients are being drained. She drags a reluctant Usagi to the basement. Jadeite pits 3 brainwashed bodybuilders against her. Things look grim, but Sailor Moon uses her moon tiara to destroy their control rings, freeing them. Mission accomplished, lives saved, but at the end of the day, Usagi steps on the scale and, defying all logic, has gained even more weight. Dealing with energy-stealing villains is easy. Getting a younger brother to accept a pet cat is the real challenge. Shingo is terrified of Luna and wants her out. While their parents decide the kids need to work it out, the Dark Kingdom innovates. Jadeite's new strategy is to drain energy by fueling obsessions. The delivery method? Chanellis. These are fluffy, rabbit-eared creatures that emit a specific scent, sold at a mysterious new pet shop. Shingo and his friend Mika each buy one. Within 5 minutes, the creatures hypnotize their owners, turning them into obsessed zombies who lose interest in everything else. The craze takes over the city. At school, students go as far as staging a walkout when the teacher tries to confiscate the pets. It's peak Tamagotchi ban energy.
Give it to me, please. No way. Stop. No.
Miss Haru.
Usagi finds the fad bizarre and investigates the shop. Unfortunately, she has the attention span of a goldfish and immediately falls under the spell of a Shinella's gaze. Luna has to bite her to break the trance. Realizing the trap, Usagi goes after her brother. Shingo flees, but she transforms into Sailor Moon and follows him back to the shop. There, the Shinella owners have become a mini army controlled by the Aguara. Refusing to hurt the kids, Usagi uses Moon Tiara Stardust on Luna's suggestion. The move acts as an antidote, breaking the hypnosis. The monster tries to put up a fight and grabs Usagi, but takes a Moon Tiara at point-blank range and vanishes. In the aftermath, Shingo has a close encounter with Sailor Moon. Taking advantage of the boy's fanboy moment, she leaves him with a piece of advice. Be nice to Luna. He obeys, pampering the cat from that day forward. The villains level up with a sinister cassette tape designed to drain the life of anyone who listens. The task of getting the music on the airwaves falls to the Kyorane, who heads straight for Jam Records. The problem is a lack of organization. A musician named Yusuke shows up at the building with a bouquet of roses, trying to work up the courage to confess to Akiko, a studio employee. In a mix-up, Akiko bumps into the evil tape, assumes it's Yusuke's demo, and hands it back to him. In seconds, the love-struck musician becomes the prime target of a soul-sucking monster. Late at night, fleeing a swarm of bats, Yusuke literally runs into Usagi in front of the arcade. After hearing his story, Usagi uses the disguise pen to become a professional singer.
So what do you think? Pretty cool, huh?
She uses the fake ID to get VIP access to the jazz club where Yusuke plays piano, with Luna perched on her shoulders as a very strange plush accessory. The musician's paranoia was justified. In the club's parking garage, Kyorane appears to reclaim the tape and finish Yusuke. Usagi intervenes just in time and the monster retreats. They head to the recording studio, where things escalate. The staff is unconscious, and Kyorane takes Akiko hostage. It's the tape for her life. Usagi agrees and tosses the cassette into the air, creating a distraction for Yusuke to save the girl. Meanwhile, Luna catches and destroys the tape mid-air. With the hostage safe, the fight begins. Kyorane fires supersonic waves from her wings. Sailor Moon improvises, tossing a microphone at the monster. The gear picks up the high-pitched scream and blasts it back through the studio speakers at max volume. The sonic blast stuns Kyorane long enough for the Moon Tiara to finish the job. The adventure has a happy ending, except for Naru. She spent days swooning over Yusuke's photos, only to find out he and Akiko just got married. To top it off, his new hit CD is titled Moonlight Lady, featuring a silhouette of Sailor Moon on the cover, leaving Naru with a nagging feeling she missed out on a very exclusive party. Usagi is late again, but her priorities are clear, stopping to admire a poster of Mikan, the new pop idol. At school, the hype is the same. Everyone is talking about the singer, leading Usagi and Naru to decide that they should be the next superstars. Their career plan begins in Usagi's living room, where they sing at the top of their lungs until Usagi's brother complains his ears are bleeding. To make matters worse, Usagi steps on Naru's foot, turning their duet into a rivalry.
Each other. Ow! You're so clumsy, Usagi!
Naru drags the class nerd, Umino, into her plan, dressing him in drag for a TV talent show audition. Usagi, meanwhile, tries to train Luna to perform dog tricks against a wall. While they play at America's Got Talent, the real Mikan is ambushed by Dorella, an ice monster serving jadeite. The creature steals the idol's identity and uses the contest to hypnotize the audience. Suddenly, the whole city is acting like Hollywood royalty. On the day of the finals, the fake Mikan uses a giant disco ball to drain the energy of the entranced contestants. When Usagi encounters the real monster backstage, her first instinct is to run to the bathroom in terror. Luna corners her and forces the transformation. The hesitation almost costs her. The creature freezes Sailor Moon's body. Tuxedo Mask saves the day, shattering the ice and giving Usagi the opening to pulverize the monster with her tiara. Back in her room, exhausted, Usagi ignores Luna's lecture about real danger. Her punishment? Having to stand against the wall, imitating a very sorry dog. With the spotlights off, the Dark Kingdom exploits another goldmine of negative energy, the terror of the modern education system. While Usagi suffers through a flurry of failing grades, a new student named Ami Mizuno scores the highest marks in the entire country on a national mock exam. Naturally, the other students assume the wealthy genius is an insufferable snob, but Usagi, guided by Luna's instinct, having sensed a dangerous aura around the girl, decides to strike up a conversation. She breaks the stereotype. The prodigy is actually actually a pro at the arcade, smashing the Sailor V high score in front of a mesmerized crowd. The issue lies in the elite cram school Ami attends. Investigating a diskette the girl dropped, Luna discovers the educational material is actually brainwashing software developed by the Dark Forces. Essentially, it's malware selling the illusion of the perfect student. Usagi uses her pen to disguise herself as a doctor. Infiltrates the building and tries to pull everyone away from the monitors before revealing her hero form. The teacher sheds her disguise, revealing herself as the monster Garo Ben. Seeing that her brainwashing failed on Ami's high IQ, she decides to just strangle the girl. The tension breaks when a familiar symbol glows on Ami's forehead. Luna tosses a transformation pen, and in a flash, the quiet girl emerges as Sailor Mercury. With a dense fog attack, bubble spray, she blinds the monster long enough for Sailor Moon's tiara to do the dirty work. The team now has a genius brain, though Usagi swears she's still the star of the show. If school pressure wasn't enough, the villains attack with the ultimate source of panic, being late. Jadeite distributes clocks across the city that sell built-in stress, powered by dark energy. Usagi's mother, tired of her daughter oversleeping, buys her an alarm clock model. The next morning, the spell takes hold, warping everyone's sense of time. Chaos ensues. In class, it's barely 8 a.m. and students are packing up, certain that lunch has already passed. On the streets, drivers speed like maniacs to get to imaginary appointments, turning traffic into a festival of fender benders. It's peak daylight savings anxiety fueled by pure hatred. Ami and Luna calculate the pattern and realize the new clocks are the trigger. Her mind warped by the false sense of urgency, Usagi doesn't wait for an invitation. She kicks in the shop door with a tiara strike and is sucked into a time warp along with Ami. In the temporal vacuum, the monster Ramuwa calls the shots. Manipulating time so effectively, she regresses Sailor Moon into a helpless toddler. Ami, resisting the impulse to rush, uses a mini-computer Luna built to find the monster in the spatial labyrinth. Before the duo is permanently frozen in time, Tuxedo Mask does what he does best. A single rose smashes the central clock panel. With the master clock broken, the magic crumbles. The Guardians unite their tactics, executing Ramuwa and wiping the cursed shop from existence. Queen Beryl's patience has run out. She gives Jadeite an ultimatum: get energy for Queen Metalia or face the consequences. His new plan? A scheme involving a spiritual shrine and buses vanishing off the map. Usagi and Ami run into the police investigating missing vehicles near the Hikawa shrine. Like any normal teen, Usagi decides to buy a lucky charm there. They meet Rei, a girl with a powerful presence, and her grandfather. Unbeknownst to them, the staff selling the charms is Jadeite disguised as Jed, and the items are designed to put buyers into a trance. At the bus stop, the infamous Bus 66, suspected in the disappearances, pulls up. Luna tells Usagi to get on, but Usagi takes one look at the creepy driver and refuses. A solid survival choice. The bus speeds off and just around the corner drives straight into a black hole. Usagi tells Rei about her suspicions. Finding a strange pin with the symbol of Mars on the ground, Rei realizes Jed is up to no good. Later, Usagi summons her courage. She uses her disguise pen to become a bus attendant and boards the bus with Luna. They are swallowed by the portal, leaving Ami behind. Reading the sacred fire at her shrine, Rei confirms Jed's guilt. She confronts him and ends up thrown into the dimensional rift as well. Inside, the driver reveals himself as the monster Kigan. Usagi becomes Sailor Moon, but her tiara fails. That's when the mark of Mars glows on the newcomer's forehead. Luna shouts instructions, and Rei, absolutely furious at being kidnapped, transforms into Sailor Mars, incinerating the monster with her fire attack. The black hole threatens to collapse and bury them, but Ami uses her powers from the outside to keep the portal open. Tuxedo Mask appears at the last second to pull everyone out in a minimum effort rescue. As the dust settles, Usagi immediately claims Rei has fallen for the caped hero. After all, once a crisis is averted, it's time for gossip. The dynamic of the new trio of Guardians is already off to a great start. During a meeting at Hikawa Shrine that was supposed to focus on finding the mysterious princess, Usagi and Rei spend the entire time screaming at each other over a manga. The reality check comes when Ami turns the newspaper page to reveal that 50 people have vanished into thin air at the Dreamland amusement park. Naturally, the employee of the month behind this is Jadeite, who is breaking into a cold sweat because Queen Beryl has threatened his head if the Guardians ruin his plans again. Upon arriving at the park, the team loses focus within 2 minutes. Usagi runs off to ride a carousel, and when Rei goes to scold her, they encounter the local attraction, the Dream Princess, who controls robotic animals.
It's all right. You see, this lion is merely animatronic.
While Usagi's eyes sparkle, Rei senses a heavy aura of evil and tries to pull her friend away. Things get even weirder on a kiddie train. Usagi loses her balance and falls headfirst onto Mamoru's back. What a guy his age is doing riding solo on a train for kids under 7 is a total mystery, but he takes the opportunity to call her Bunhead, a nickname Rei immediately adopts with glee. The group splits up, leaving Luna and Ami to follow the princess to the House of Sweets. Inside, the royalty releases a sleeping gas and drains people's energy using a magical apple. Rei senses the danger from afar and arrives, literally kicking the door down with a fire spell. The princess then drags the girls into a dream world, revealing her true form, a monster with the face of a haunted porcelain doll. To complete the trap, she tries to drain Usagi and Rei's life force by creating a romantic illusion involving Tuxedo Mask. In an ironic twist, the real Tuxedo Mask appears out of nowhere in the real world, knocks away the magic apple, and breaks the spell. With everyone awake, Mercury blinds the monster with her mist. Mars slaps an evil spirit onto the creature's face, and a combination of fire and moon tiara action reduces the villain to ashes. Jadeite is forced to rehearse yet another apology to the boss. While back at the park, Usagi and Rei celebrate their victory by having a massive argument over who has the biggest ice cream. Jadeite barely has time to process his previous defeat before Thetis, a high-ranking monster close to Queen Beryl, arrives with a proposal. He loathes her and thinks she's just in the way, but her plan is efficient, a romantic cruise designed specifically to drain the energy of love-struck fools. In town, getting a spot on this ship becomes a matter of honor. Usagi spends all her chances on a street lottery to win tickets, loses 10 times in a row, and gives up. Then Rei arrives, plays a single time, using her psychic powers to cheat shamelessly, and takes the grand prize. Instead of giving in to Usagi's pleas, Rei turns her back and invites Ami, already fantasizing about finding a dream boyfriend at sea. But Usagi won't accept defeat. She activates her disguise pen, appears at the pier dressed as a professional photographer, and sneaks onto the cruise. The heavy irony is that the whole thing is a glamour created by Thetis to cover a rusty old ship. In the ballroom, Rei and Ami grow frustrated because all the decent guys are already taken. Wandering near the engine room, Usagi bumps into a staff member in a restricted area. It's Jadeite in his civilian disguise. Failing to recognize the man who tries to kill her every week, she turns on the charm, thinking she's found the love of her life, until he escorts her to the door. The trap is sprung on the dance floor. Thetis switches on a cursed disco ball that instantly sucks the life out of anyone in love. The blow is devastating for the passengers, but leaves Ami and Rei completely unscathed. It's the only scenario where not having a match actually saves your life. Jadeite even makes sure to point out his colleague's miscalculation. When the crew reveals themselves as an army of stone golems, the fight begins. Sailor Moon takes a hit from Thetis's lethal water blast and is sent flying out a window. Inside, Sailor Mars decontaminates the dance floor by melting the golems with fire. The chase leads to the deck, where Mercury paralyzes Thetis with mist. Mars stuns her with another fire attack, and Moon finishes the job by slicing through the villain with her tiara. Just as Jadeite prepares to deliver a fatal counterattack, Queen Beryl herself pulls him back to the Dark Kingdom through a portal, demanding an explanation for the death of her favorite subordinate. The mystery ship turns back into a hunk of junk, leaving Ami focused on her studies while Usagi and Rei share the harsh reality of being single. Queen Beryl has finally lost her patience. After so many fiascos, she gives Jadeite an ultimatum. Either he eliminates the Sailor Guardians once and for all, or he will be condemned to eternal sleep. With his back against the wall, he projects a giant illusion in the skies of Tokyo, challenging the girls to a duel at Haneda Airport and threatening to destroy the entire city if they don't show up. While the police mobilize and the media treats it like a prank, Usagi tries to be sensible for once and tells her schoolmates to go study instead of snooping around the airport. Everything seems to be going well until she bumps into Mamoru, or rather, kicks a shoe right into his head out of pure excitement after someone else's compliment. Mamoru, with his usual charm, insults Usagi enough to make her sit in the middle of the street and cry. At the airport, Jadeite's plan is already in motion. He knocks out the police and sends terrifying clay versions of himself herself after Usagi, Ami, and Rei. Our heroines transform, and in quick teamwork, Sailor Mars turns the fake guards to ash. But Jadeite is playing hardball. He activates the turbines of 2 massive jets and taxis them directly toward the girls. And guess who shows up to save the day? Tuxedo Mask and his signature intercepting Rose. The fight between the two moves to the water, and only Jadeite returns, mocking the fact that the girls supposedly need a man for everything. Well, they prove him wrong. Mercury blinds the villain with her bubbles. Mars seals his powers, and when Moon throws her tiara, Jadeite manages to dodge, only to get slammed full force by the oncoming jet he was controlling. He drags his broken body back to the Dark Kingdom, thinking that revealing the girls' secret identities would save his skin. Beryl couldn't care less. She freezes him forever and promotes Nephrite to his position. And for those worried Tuxedo Mask had kicked the bucket, the masked man emerges from the water, alive and well. In the Dark Kingdom, the new management has already shifted strategies. Nephrite thinks his predecessor was an amateur for stealing energy from just anyone. His plan is to use astrology to find a single human target whose energy level is at its absolute peak. Ignoring Zoisite's taunts, he gains Beryl's approval and focuses on his first victim, the talented tennis player Rui. Rui is like a big sister to Naru, who takes Usagi to watch one of her matches. That's when Nephrite steps in with the most arrogant disguise possible, a billionaire masquerading as a coach. He interrupts the game, gives Rui unsolicited advice, and takes the opportunity to place a cursed symbol on her racket. The effect is instantaneous. The kind girl transforms into an implacable hitting machine, steamrolling every opponent and terrifying everyone.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Luna has been making secret contacts through a video game machine, because of course, the Feline Intelligence HQ is located in an arcade, and learns the enemy's name is the Dark Kingdom. As Rui becomes increasingly aggressive, Naru cries for her lost friend. Usagi, being a good friend, goes to investigate the training session. The tension causes Rui's energy to explode. She collapses, and the monster finally awakens. During the fight, things get surreal. The monster literally transforms Sailor Moon into a tennis ball and starts bouncing her across the court. If it weren't for Tuxedo Mask tripping the creature, things would have gotten ugly. Even after being blasted by fireballs and temporarily paralyzed, Tuxedo Mask encourages Moon to fight back. She launches her light-infused tiara and vaporizes the threat instantly. The best part? Sailor Mercury and Sailor Mars show up at the very last second, just in time to watch the victory from the sidelines before Naru and Rui return to playing in peace. Ami decides to take the girls to a beautiful, quiet park, and Usagi's immediate reaction is to scout its romantic potential. The problem is that the park's caretaker pours cold water on her plans. The land has been sold and will soon lose its greenery to become a commercial district. Rei wastes no time and sets a goal to land a date there before the bulldozers destroy everything. On the other side of town, Luna almost becomes a truck's floor mat, but is saved at the last second by Mamoru. Instead of being grateful, Usagi freaks out because he touched her cat. Rei, hearing from Motoki that the guy is a wealthy college student living alone in a luxury apartment, sees him as the perfect candidate for her park date plan. While the caretaker mourns the demolition, Nephrite strikes again. He curses the man's hat, turning it into a vessel for a monster called Peitasos. The old man gains the power to control animals and sends a swarm of butterflies to sabotage the demolition machinery. Rei's flirting tactic is straight out of a rom-com, bumping into Mamoru on purpose to trigger an apology date. In practice, she trips, falls flat on her face, and he accidentally steps on her head. Even so, her silver tongue works, and the two go for a boat ride. Usagi, dying of curiosity, spends the day spying on the couple, haunted the entire time by the annoying presence of Umino. The mood on the boat sinks fast when the cursed caretaker completely loses control. He sends birds to attack the couple, and the boat capsizes. While Rei climbs out of the water sensing an evil presence, Ami and Usagi have already transformed and are taking a beating from Peitasos, who strangles Mercury with vines made of her own hair. Rei arrives on the scene glowing as Sailor Mars and uses fire to free everyone. The girls even drop some catchphrases, which irritates Usagi because she hates sharing the spotlight. Then, the classic happens. A rose hits the monster's face, creating the exact opening Moon needs to finish the job. In the end, Mamoru returns soaked from the lake, and Rei voices a theory that was already obvious to everyone. Mamoru might very well be Tuxedo Mask. Home economics class is a bore, and Miss Akiyama isn't helping, as she seems to be daydreaming. The reason is revealed by the school informant, Umino. she's getting married. Usagi, of course, declares that in her future, she'll only accept high society standards or nothing at all. The problem is that Nephrite's villain radar also pings for Miss Akiyama. Out of nowhere, a handmade wedding dress contest appears, with the prize being an all-expenses-paid wedding reception. Usagi starts daydreaming about Tuxedo Mask and Motoki, but there's one small detail. She has no idea how to hold a needle. Rei isn't far behind. She picks a fight with the organizer, demanding to participate even without a groom, and even pretends to be Usagi's best friend just to get sewing lessons from Usagi's mother. When she discovers that Mistress Ikuko is terrible at it, the fake friendship evaporates instantly. Seeking any creative solution, Usagi decides to tear down her mother's curtains to make the dress, Gone with the Wind style. Mistress Ikuko catches her in the act and threatens to cut her allowance for 3 months. Meanwhile, Nephrite crosses paths with Miss Akiyama at a fabric store, pretends to admire the material, and leaves his evil mark. The spell is intense. The teacher goes mad, kicks her own fiancé out of the house, and begins sewing at a bizarre pace until she collapses. Contest day arrives. Usagi uses her disguise pen to turn into a bride, but the one who steals the show is Miss Akiyama, descending the stairs and hypnotizing the entire room with her gaze. Guido emerges from the evil crest on the dress, ready to attack. The 3 guardians transform. Guido shoots a web that traps Sailor Moon, but Mercury fills the room with mist, and Mars uses her fire to scorch the trap away. Freed, the protagonist settles everything with her moon tiara. In the end, Miss Akiyama finally has her real wedding. When it's time to catch the bouquet, Usagi, Rei, and Miss Haruna almost come to blows over the flowers, but the one who grabs the prize without even trying is Ami. The wedding fever fades quickly, and the focus shifts to pure stardom. The girls are obsessed with Kijin Shinokawa, a young photographer who just won a national contest. Usagi and Naru go after the guy, until Rei appears to give them a reality check, reminding them that they don't give a damn about art, they just want to surf on his fame. But Kijin's days of glory are under threat. He almost falls off a cliff, and the one who comes to the rescue is Nephrite, who uses the good deed to mark the boy's camera with his evil energy. Soon, an ad appears looking for models for Kijin. Usagi ignores the new communicators Luna brought for missions, and focuses entirely on her modeling career. Shingo makes fun of her. Mamoru says the photographer has no standards for choosing people, but the girl persists. The problem is that when the approval arrives, the only swimsuit she has is full of moth holes. The obvious solution? Cover it in bows to hide them. At the hotel for the photo shoot, Kijin is already completely possessed and begins taking photos that literally make the girls vanish. Naru and Haruna are in line. Luna realizes the gravity of the situation, rips one of the bows off Usagi's swimsuit to force her to chase her, and tells her to call the other guardians. Usagi sees her friends disappear in the camera's flash and confronts Kijin. Things get intense when the Cameron emerges and seals Luna inside a photograph. Despair sets in, but Mercury and Mars arrive, firing mist and flames. The monster deflects everything relentlessly and corners Sailor Moon against a mirrored wall. Using the environment to her advantage, the protagonist dodges the camera's beam at the last second. The spell hits the mirror, reflects back at the monster itself, and the moon tiara ends the job. The trapped souls are freed. Far away, Nephrite has to endure Zoisite rubbing his failures in his face. And on TV, the photographer says he learned a valuable lesson. In the Dark Kingdom, Queen Beryl's patience is running thin. She demands results, and Zoisite fans the flames, even suggesting that he and Nephrite work together. The villain's pride won't allow it, and he immediately goes after a new target, Mika, a child prodigy who just won a doll-making tournament. Mika happens to be friends with Shingo, and the mood between the kids soured after the girl tried to give him her prize as a gift, but to avoid being teased by his schoolmates, Shingo pushed the doll away, causing it to fall and break.
Everyone, look at the lovebird. I don't want it.
With a rare sense of brotherly responsibility, Usagi forces her brother to go to her house and apologize, but Nephrite gets there first. He enters the girl's house, praises her talent, and places the evil mark on her latest creation, demanding 10 identical copies. The girl is consumed by obsession, aggressively rejects her own mother, and locks herself in her room. When Shingo finally works up the courage to go there and apologize, she won't even answer the door. It's easy to deduce there's sorcery afoot. The Guardians go to investigate Mika's new doll exhibition, and the event delivers more surprises than expected. Rei and Mamoru are there, walking together on a casual romantic date, and Mamoru even physically bumps into Nephrite's disguise. Usagi pushes her brother to deliver an apology gift just as chaos explodes in the back room. The monster Jumo takes form and begins draining the girl's energy. Shingo tries to play the teenage hero but is knocked out before he even understands what happened. Sailor Moon appears, feels the terror, and simply runs out of the building. The monster gives chase. Mercury and Mars intercept, but Jumo turns brutal and strangles Sailor Moon. The water and fire attacks do nothing against the creature's arms, which simply regenerate. At the breaking point, it's a rose from Tuxedo Mask that pierces the attack and gives the protagonist the opening to fire her moon tiara. With the monster destroyed, sanity returns to normal. Mika and Shingo make up that same day, and she gives the boy a new doll, this time sculpted with the face of the one who truly saved their skins. Nephrite consults the stars and discovers a golden piece of information. Sailor Moon's greatest weakness is Tuxedo Mask, but he doesn't have much time to celebrate, as Zoisite appears with a direct message from Queen Beryl. Either he gets it right this time, or he'll sleep forever. Meanwhile, Usagi receives a love letter in which Tuxedo Mask asks for a date at the mall. Luna, being the only one with a sense of survival, warns that it's a trap and that they don't even know whose side the guy is on. Her intuition was right, but not for the reason expected. The next day, Usagi discovers that absolutely every girl in school received the same letter. The guy went on a full-blown romantic spam spree. The one who falls straight into the trap is Naru. She goes to the mall alone at night, convinced the sender is Sanjui, Nephrite's human alter ego.
Here I am. I'm glad you came.
He, thinking the girl is Sailor Moon in disguise, demands that she transform. Since Naru obviously has no idea what he's talking about, Nephrite loses his patience and drains all her energy, causing the poor girl to faint. Usagi arrives just in time to witness the scene and transforms immediately. At the same time, Mamoru feels a sudden pain in his head and takes the form of Tuxedo Mask. When the real masked man appears to save Sailor Moon from a monster summoned by Nephrite, the villain finally realizes the identity error. To escape the monster, the two heroes run into an elevator, but it's a trap, and the car plunges down the shaft. In the middle of the fall, trying to hold on and save Usagi, Tuxedo Mask takes her hand and confesses that he feels like he's known her from a long time ago. It's a moment charged with tension and romance that nearly ends in tragedy, if not for Sailor Mercury and Sailor Mars appearing at the last second and pulling them both to safety. In the end, besides the scare, all that's left are Mercury's scolding of Usagi for going out alone and Zoisite's sarcastic laughter over yet another spectacular failure by Nephrite. Trying to focus more on their skills, Usagi, Ami, and Rei travel to the beach under the pretext of training. But the truth is, they just want to enjoy their vacation and check if there are any cute boys around. The problem is that Rei was responsible for the lodging and apparently filtered for the lowest price when booking. The result is a bizarre, haunted mansion atop a cliff, led there by a little girl named Sakiko. The place looks like a horror theme park with questionable taste. The waiters are dressed as Frankenstein and the Wolfman, and Sakiko's father is a giant, intimidating man who forbids his daughter from playing with the girls. During dinner, things start moving on their own, terrifying even the costume staff. Rei quickly realizes there is heavy supernatural energy there, but it isn't a monster. The next day, Ami tries to get close to Sakiko, realizing how isolated the girl is from the world, but the father quickly cuts the conversation short, dragging his daughter back inside. We then discover the man's plan. He uses hypnosis to force his own daughter's psychic powers and scare the guests. It's the classic mad scientist's revenge against the society that ridiculed him in the past. However, the hypnosis summons a real ghost that spirals completely out of control and attacks anyone in its path, including the father himself. Sailor Moon tries to fight the apparition, but her attacks simply have no effect. The problem is solved by Sakiko herself, who wakes from her trance in time to obliterate the creature with her own powers. With the lesson learned and nearly costing them their lives, the father gives up on the weirdness, and Sakiko finally gets a normal day playing on the beach with her new friends. Far from any vacation vibes, real life in the big city is all about headaches and missed deadlines. At least that's the case for Hiromi and Kazuko, two animators working on the new Sailor V anime. Hiromi is on the verge of cracking under the producer's pressure and harbors intense jealousy toward her colleague's talent. This goldmine of frustration is exactly what Nephrite is looking for. The villain infiltrates infiltrates the animation studio and infuses his dark energy into a special pencil used by Hiromi. Sailor Mercury tries to stop his escape, leaping onto his car like an action movie star, but Nephrite doesn't blink. He throws her onto the asphalt and speeds off with his signature inflated ego. Under dark influence, Hiromi becomes an exhausted, ruthless drawing machine. She humiliates Kazuko, kicks everyone out of the studio, and shocks the staff by announcing a script change. The lead character will die at the end. It's a creative tragedy so massive that Usagi and Rei, who hours earlier were pretending to be too mature for cartoons, show up at the studio door incensed. Things fall apart completely when Hiromi heads to the roof, hits a dangerous energy peak, and collapses, releasing a dual monster, the twins Castor and Pollux. The fight is a tactical nightmare as the creatures mirror and counter the Guardians' attacks move for move. Victory was practically in their grasp. However, proving that teamwork requires maturity, the two monsters begin to argue violently over who should deliver the finishing blow. Their synchronicity goes down the drain. Sailor Moon seizes this window of pure enemy incompetence. The girls combine their attacks and turn the twins into dust.
We should have valued our friendship a lot more.
The episode ends on a lighter note, with Hiromi and Kazuko making amends and rediscovering the value in each other's talent. Usagi is running late for school, dodging police blockades, while Naru remains down in the dumps over Sanjuin. But the talk of the town is something else. Princess Diamond is bringing a legendary treasure to Japan. Naturally, Queen Beryl is convinced this is the famed silver crystal, and Nephrite wastes no time double-crossing Zoisite to take the lead on the mission. Usagi is desperate to attend the royal gala with her journalist father, but he shuts her down, telling her to stay home. Since taking no for an answer isn't her style, she pulls out her disguise pen, transforms into a princess, and pulls off a ruse at the door that would make any Ocean's 11 character proud.
That's Usagi.
Miss, may I see your invitation?
I'm the Princess of Ivanovich. My presence was personally requested.
What? I've never even heard of such a...
Tuxedo Mask is also undercover at the event, haunted by dreams of a girl pleading for the crystal. In the crowd, Nephrite finds Naru, asks her to dance, and cowardly infects her with a malevolent shadow to take control of her mind. Usagi, meanwhile, bumps into someone and ruins her dress, but wins a consolation waltz with Tuxedo Mask. The chemistry between them is undeniable, as if they've done this exact dance in another life. Chaos soon erupts. The possessed Naru enters Princess Diamond's room. The shadow switches hosts, and the possessed princess herself steals the treasure, bolting for the balcony. Usagi intervenes and ends up dangling over the edge, saved just in time by Tuxedo Mask's reflexes. The other guardians arrive to restore order. Mars exorcises the evil from the royal, Mercury clears the area, and Moon finishes off the shadow. And the great irony? When they open the hyped 2,000-carat treasure that nearly got everyone killed, they find only a giant diamond statue of the princess herself. Pure vanity. Nephrite leaves fuming over the wasted time, and the night ends with Usagi, who indulged a bit too much in the party drinks, being looked after and receiving a breathtaking kiss by Tuxedo Mask. The gala hangover fades, but the heartbreak lingers. By the pool, Naru confesses to Usagi that despite everything, she's still completely in love with Sanjuin. Worried, Usagi seeks advice from the group, and surprisingly, it's Mamoru who gives it to her straight. If she's a true friend, she needs to lay out the hard truths about who the guy really is. In the Dark Kingdom, Nephrite turns to astrology. He creates a black crystal to hunt the real silver crystal, and bingo. The image radiating on the screen is Naru herself. Meanwhile, Zoisite, seething at being sidelined, sends one of his monsters to spy on his rival's every move. Outside, Usagi tries to give her friend that reality check, but she panics, fumbles her words, and runs off before Naru can process a thing. The timing is perfect for Nephrite, who calls Naru for a nighttime meeting at the park. He spins a rehearsed tragic story about fleeing dangerous men and desperately needing to find the silver crystal. Ignoring every possible red flag, Naru wipes her tears, rushes home, and steals a glowing jewel from her mother's safe just to save his life. When she hands the stone to Nephrite, he immediately realizes it's another useless crystal. But then the tables turn. His black crystal reacts violently, not to the stone, but to the girl. The energy comes from her absurdly selfless love. Nephrite realizes the prize and decides to take her with him. Sailor Moon crashes the scene, exposing Nephrite's true identity, but Naru is blind to it. When Sailor Moon lunges for an attack, Naru, without a second thought, uses her small body as a human shield for the villain. The sheer madness of it confuses even Nephrite. When Zoisite's spy monster attacks to steal the moment, Nephrite is the one who flips the script. blasting the monster and protecting Naru before returning the stolen jewel, and retreating with a dark threat that the shadows will prevail in the end. Though the dust has settled, Naru makes it clear at the park. She knows what he is, but she can't help how she feels. Nephrite, focused solely on the mechanics of his mission, plays detective. If the black crystal glowed for her, and Sailor Moon appeared right on time to save her, the girl must know who the hero is behind the mask. In the dead of night, he breaks into Naru's room, scanning for the sacred jewel and finding nothing. When she wakes up startled, he does what any cunning predator would. He preys on her emotions. He lies to her face, claiming love has changed him and that he wants to defect to help Sailor Moon, but he needs the vigilante's location. Vanishing into the darkness, he waits on a nearby roof for the bait to work. Naru, heart in hand, makes a fatal mistake and calls Usagi in the middle of the night, using her real name while Nephrite listens to every syllable from the shadows.
I'm alright now. Just talking to you has calmed me down. Thanks for listening, Usagi.
Nephrite intercepts Usagi on her way to Naru's, warping the reality around her and forcing her into a desperate transformation. It's a perfect trap. He admits he intended to kill her right there. A bloodbath is only avoided by Tuxedo Mask's swift intervention and a distant scream from Naru that hits Nephrite harder than any magic could. Zoiside had kidnapped Naru as retaliation, demanding Nephrite's tracking stone as ransom. In theory, a general of evil wouldn't care, and Nephrite tries to feign apathy by incinerating the ransom note. But the facade is obvious. He storms the dilapidated hideout, tearing through guardian monsters with brute force just to recklessly pull his girl from her chains. They escape, limping to the quiet of the park. Naru tears strips from her own pajama top to bind his wounds, promising a real first date on some random Sunday with plenty of chocolate parfaits. In that heavy silence, he gives his first genuine smile. He loved her too. The relief barely registers in her eyes before a spear of thorns shatters Nephrite's chest, fired by Zoisite's relentless henchman. He gives up the crystals to save Naru instantly. Naru, bleeding as her fingers burn and spark against the massive energy spears, refuses to let his life slip away without a fight. Another cowardly volley is fired, forcing Nephrite to absorb the remaining damage to shield her completely.
Both of you! Now go!
Are you all right?
The Guardians burst in and crush Zoisite's forces in a rage, but the clock has cruelly run out. The general fades into crystalline dust, begging for her forgiveness for breaking the promise of a Sunday parfait. There is no redemptive moral or comic relief, only Naru's gut-wrenching screams and tears soaked into cotton rags in the vast emptiness of a nighttime park. Queen Beryl's patience has run dry. It's time to fully awaken Queen Metalia. To do that, she needs the silver crystal, and the keys to finding it are the 7 great monster and the rainbow crystals. Zoisite is tasked with tracking these ancient monsters, who happen to have been banished and reincarnated on Earth as normal humans with no memory of their past. While the villains plot world domination, Usagi is just trying to make it to school alive. She runs into some thugs, but before things escalate, a tall girl simply plows through the guys for picking on the weak. This is Makoto Kino, a transfer student with a reputation as a delinquent. Usagi approaches her and realizes that behind those heavy fists, Makoto is actually sweet and adorable. At the arcade, Makoto is smitten by Joe, a guy who clears the claw machine like it's nothing and, conveniently, looks exactly like her first crush. The problem is, Joe is at the top of Zoisite's hit list. When the villain attacks, Makoto steps in and literally punches him in the face to defend Joe. They flee, but Joe soon exhibits strange telekinetic abilities and a terrible attitude. Once Zoisite reappears, the boy ditches Makoto with the classic giant girls aren't my type excuse and bolts. Bad move. Zoisite catches the coward, extracts his rainbow crystal, and transforms him into the monster Game-sen. Makoto arrives shortly after, fuming over his words, and hoists the monster over her head with absurd strength. The symbol of Jupiter shines on her forehead, and Luna tosses her a transformation pen. Sailor Jupiter enters the fray, using her supreme thunder attack to fry the monster. Since the creature was once human, killing it isn't an option. Luna gives Usagi the moonstick with a new sacred function, healing. She purifies Joe and discovers her new toy comes with a title. With the 4th Guardian on the team, Usagi is officially named by Luna as the definitive leader of the mission. The pressure of becoming a leader overnight can't be easy, but at least Usagi isn't having recurring nightmares about it. Mamoru, on the other hand, wakes up in a cold sweat after dreaming once again of a princess pleading for the silver crystal, leaving him wondering if he's truly the hero his mind suggests. While Zoisite locates the next rainbow crystal inside a Christian priest, Usagi deals with real-world problems. She goes to check on Naru, who is still locked away at home grieving Nephrite. Umino, being his usual self, swears the girl has been absent all week just because of a cold. Ignoring him, Usagi manages to convince her friend to head out for some fresh air. Elsewhere, Luna calls a meeting at the temple with Ami, Rei, and Makoto to explain the gravity of the situation. The silver crystal is a weapon capable of destroying the planet, and the 7 fragments hidden within people are all that stand between the world and total chaos. It quickly becomes an HR issue when Usagi answers her communicator during her walk and says she's busy. Unaware that she's providing emotional support to a friend, the team assumes their new leader isn't company material. The walk leads Usagi to a cemetery, where Naru breaks down realizing Nephrite will never have a grave. The priest being hunted interrupts the scene to offer comfort, but Zoisite kills the mood. The other heroes, alerted by Usagi's wand, arrive just in time to see the villain extract the crystal, forcing the priest to turn into the monstrosity Boxy. The monster fires at Naru, but in a twist no one expected, the usually clueless Umino throws himself in front of the blast to save her. While Umino secures his moment of glory, Tuxedo Mask steps in to pull Sailor Moon out of the line of fire, dropping his own locket in the process. Sailor Jupiter incapacitates the monster with a well-placed bolt, and Sailor Moon closes the case by healing him. Fulfilling his quota for confusion, Tuxedo Mask grabs the purified crystal and vanishes. With the stone in hand and back in his civilian form, Mamoru faces a reality check. The memories have clicked. He is definitely the heroic figure haunting his own dreams. The day ends with vital closures. Naru uses Nephrite's old bandage to tend to Umino, turning the page on her grief, while Usagi listens to the melancholy tune playing from the found locket. With 1 crystal now in Tuxedo Mask's possession, Queen Beryl sees no reason to celebrate. She corners Zoisite and sends him back to Earth to fetch the remaining 5. The hunt resumes, but today's target collides with a much less mystical threat: Tokyo's dreaded exam season. When the mock exam results come out, Ami is shocked to find herself in 2nd place. The one who aced the whole thing was Ryo Urawa, a recent transfer student who is head over heels for her. But his intelligence doesn't just come from books. He possesses the dangerous gift of premonition, which explains how he saved Ami from a falling metal beam moments earlier, and why he warns Usagi to watch out for water right before she's doused by a surprise bucket. Usagi tries to play the good friend and drags Urawa to a cafe to pry the truth about his feelings. But before the boy can confess to Ami as an equal, the tracker on the moonstick lights up. Zoisite corners the rookie on his way home and delivers an ultimatum. But the boy is terrifyingly aware of his curse. Knowing of the monster inside him since childhood, Urawa prefers death over transformation and refuses to yield. Zoisite hates rebellion and extracts the crystal by force anyway. Ami and Usagi arrive just in time to transform. Under Mercury's protection, the boy warns that fate is already sealed. He knows her secret identity and is lucid enough to describe a vision of himself as the monster Bunbu, attacking her lethally. He begs her not to hesitate to destroy him. As the transformation darkens his mind, his premonition hits a technical glitch. Fighting with a final, insane spark of human willpower, Urawa aims his first strike at Zoisite's throat, forcing him to drop the rainbow crystal, which flies straight into Mercury's hands. Feeling the loss, Zoisite fully hypnotizes the creature. The beast spirals out of control, requiring the full tactical squad. Mars and Jupiter daze it with fire and thunder, and Mercury uses her mist to blind the target until Sailor Moon finishes the job with her tiara and heals him. From the roof, watching like Batman on a Gotham gargoyle, Tuxedo Mask absorbs the fight until the end, vanishing satisfied that the artifact stayed with Ami. With his nature exposed and purified, Urawa announces he's transferring again due to his father's job. He thanks Usagi and returns the old photo of Ami he had borrowed, promising to return someday. Moved by the intensity, Ami doesn't hold back and gives him a much better photo, ensuring he remembers exactly what he's fighting for in the future. Queen Beryl is losing her patience. Zoisite has let 2 out of 3 rainbow crystals slip and lost 2 henchmen in the process. To save his own skin, he promises to get the next crystal at any cost, indicating the target is a girl with glasses. Meanwhile, Usagi is moping in a park full of couples, racking her brain to figure out if Tuxedo Mask is an enemy or not. Luna insists he is, since he's also after the silver crystal. Amidst the teenage drama, Naru drags Usagi away, and the blonde is so spaced out she drops the moonstick. Luna saves the item just in time, sighing at the level of irresponsibility. Their walk leads them to an art gallery featuring the famous illustrator Yumemi Umeno. The place breeds romance. Umino, always the gossip, mentions the artist never appears in public, but Yumemi herself is there, disguised and in the middle of of a creative crisis. Outside, Mamoru sees one of her posters and recognizes the exact image from a recurring dream. Yumemi trips over him, puts on her glasses, and bingo, she's found her muse. Usagi, seeing the scene, rushes to ruin the date, but ends up recruited as a model alongside him. At Yumemi's house, the secret comes out. She hides her face because she feels she doesn't fit the flawless standard of her own drawings. She asks Usagi and Mamoru to pose together. During the sketching, Yumemi shows a drawing of a girl giving a pendant to a young man. Mamoru is visibly shaken by the image, and the artist confesses that drawing it always hurts. At night, Zoisite finds Yumemi. He praises her beauty before doing what villains do, extracts the rainbow crystal and transforms her into a monster that attacks by drawing colossal stones. Usagi transforms, and soon Sailor Moon is running for her life through a construction site in a Looney Tunes-esque chase, dodging boulders falling from the sky. Just as one is about to crush her, Tuxedo Mask appears to save the day. The other Guardians arrive to contain the monster, and Sailor Moon rushes to help Tuxedo Mask, who is struggling against Zoisite. She throws herself in front of him, defending the hero with her tiara, but the villain escapes with the crystal. The masked man sees the pendant Sailor Moon dropped and calls her princess, but he quickly kills the mood, warning her that in the race for the rainbow crystals, they are definitely enemies. Sailor Moon rushes back and heals Yumemi. In the end, the experience transforms the artist, who hangs a realistic self-portrait in the gallery, and thanks Usagi for the dose of confidence. Romantic entanglements are far from over for the protagonists. The weather forecast gets it dead wrong, leaving Makoto caught in a storm without an umbrella. Running down the streets, she bumps into and nearly attacks a stranger, only to realize it's Motoki from the arcade. Her brutality evaporates instantly. They share an umbrella, and Makoto takes the chance to offer to clean his house and cook his favorite meal. Everything would be perfect if Reika, a university student, didn't show up shortly after. Reika is Motoki's girlfriend and has a study trip to Africa pending. Motoki has a bit of a nice guy syndrome and tells Mamoru he doesn't want to hold her back in Japan, all while trying to process the fact that Usagi and Makoto are essentially children crushing on him. The next day, Makoto decides to keep her promise and clean Motoki's place. Her reward for scrubbing the floor is finding a photo of him hugging Reika. Heartbroken, she tells Usagi, who bursts into tears because she wanted the guy too. Ignoring all common sense, the two decide to go head-to-head and try to win him over anyway. In the Dark Kingdom, the target radar pings, and by a twist of fate, the next victim carrying a rainbow crystal is Reika. Zoisite nearly has a competitive breakdown because she's too pretty, but Kunzite calms his envious partner. On Sunday, Makoto and Usagi go to Motoki's apartment ready to cook. Usagi struggles to peel a carrot and doesn't even know how to wash rice, earning a well-deserved smack from Makoto. To make matters worse, Motoki has to rush out because Reika has finally made her decision. Left alone, the girls doze off until the moonstick triggers its danger alert. On the street, Zoisite easily knocks out Motoki and transforms Reika into a monster that attacks by throwing dangerous chemical flasks. Sailor Moon and Sailor Jupiter arrive for the fight, and Tuxedo Mask appears out of nowhere just to knock the crystal away. His presence is enough to make Usagi change her mind, swearing to Makoto that Motoki is now off limits.
My guy, Tuxedo Mask!
Hey, aren't you forgetting about your guy, Motoki?
It's a little complicated.
The fight intensifies when the monster releases a swarm of bizarre insects on Sailor Moon's legs. Mercury and Mars arrive, balancing the battle with water and fire, allowing their leader to use her healing power and bring Reika back. Meanwhile, the worst happens. Zoisite fakes a surrender, catches Tuxedo Mask off guard, launches a cowardly attack, and steals the rainbow crystal. At the airport, Motoki says goodbye to Reika. Makoto and Usagi watch from afar. When Makoto suggests that the traveling girlfriend might find love in Africa, leaving Motoki free and back on the market, Usagi immediately goes back on her word and declares she still wants him. Friendship has its limits. Heartbreaks take a back seat as the bazaar reaches a new level at Rei's house. Her grandfather is peacefully atop the temple roof admiring the moon when Zoisite attempts to seize his rainbow crystal. However, the old man is no easy target. He strikes back, knocking the villain off the roof and straight into an ambush of vengeful crows. Shortly after, Rei stumbles upon a disheveled man sleeping on the temple stairs. stairs. This is Yuichiro, a drifter who falls head over heels the moment he lays eyes on her. He begs to become her grandfather's apprentice just to stay near her. The problem? The training involves swinging from branches like Tarzan. Rei warns her grandfather they'll become the laughingstock of the neighborhood if they don't shape up. Playing Cupid, Usagi spies on the duo from a tree and comes up with a brilliant military-grade plan. She transforms into a fortune teller, approaches them, and commands them to kiss.
All right, this should do the trick. Sticks have spoken to me. If you two choose to kiss right here and now, your love will come true.
The plan crashes and burns. An incensed Rei gives the meddler a piece of her mind and plays the classic "we're not friends anymore" card, leaving Usagi in utter despair. To stop the tears at home, Luna offers Usagi a daifuku, a traditional sweet. After one bite, Usagi decides the best way to mend the friendship is through sugar-coated bribery. Back at the temple, the piece ends when Zoisite returns for round 2. He attacks Grandpa, successfully turning him into a clawed, ferocious monster. Tuxedo Mask fails to hold the line, and the villain escapes into the forest with another crystal in his pocket. Poor Yuichiro crosses paths with the monster and rushes to warn Rei, bursting in right as she's changing clothes. Anime cliches never fail. Cornered, Yuichiro throws himself in harm's way in a noble act, promising to give his life for her, only to be knocked unconscious 2 seconds later. Rei realizes the beast is her grandfather, but words are useless. The creature attacks its own kin. She is saved by Usagi's dramatic arrival, who, with zero situational awareness, tries to stop the fight by offering the monster the daifuku. Luna is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Once Sailor Moon realizes that blasting her friend's grandfather with her tiara isn't a smart move, a frantic chase ensues. Under Luna's direction, Rei uses her sacred scroll to paralyze the creature, providing the perfect opening for Usagi to perform her healing technique. With the threat contained, Ami and Makoto join the group. The night ends as it began, everyone ignoring their problems and munching on daifuku on the temple steps. When Yuichiro wakes up startled, the group pulls some tactical gaslighting, telling him it was all a bad dream. However, he earns a kiss from Rei for his courage, proving that, in the end, jumping in front of monsters pays off.
Like a big blockhead, but inside, you're a guy who's really very kind and brave.
Back to the daily grind, Luna faces a classic alleyway problem, being hunted by a street cat gang. She gets cornered, but is saved in a strangely familiar way. A fat blue cat tosses a fishbone to the ground with the exact dramatic flair of Tuxedo Mask throwing a rose. The feline hero's name is Rhett Butler. Watching from afar, Zoisite deduces that the cat's young owner holds the 7th and final rainbow crystal. Meanwhile, Ami uses her mini-computer to track the crystal. The search leads the girls to the girls' house, but the situation quickly descends into chaos. Rhett Butler flees, his owner chases after him, and Zoisite attacks, only to discover the crystal isn't on the girl. The true target was the cat all along. The Guardians intervene but end up wedged in a narrow alley while chasing Zoisite. The scene becomes a pure comedy of errors. Ami loses her balance and kicks Usagi, while Makoto is mortified as her face ends up pressed against Ami's skirt. With no room to aim a lightning attack without frying the entire team, they are temporarily useless.
Be electrocuted!
The chase leads into the sewers, where Zoisite suffers through a rat infestation while Luna struggles to protect Rhett Butler, who hurt his paw. The villain finally corners the duo. Rei arrives to protect the animals, but Zoisite is faster. He pulls out the black crystal and transforms Rhett into a monster to extract the rainbow crystal. As usual, Tuxedo Mask appears out of nowhere, intercepts the stone from Zoisite's hand, and vanishes before the dust settles. Without the crystal's influence, the kitty monster loses interest in fighting. Usagi heals him, restoring peace to Luna's charmingly questionable boyfriend, even if Luna denies the romance to her grave. With the feline chaos over, the tone shifts. In the dead of night, Luna gathers the group at a secluded temple and drops the biggest bombshell yet. Long ago, a great kingdom existed on the moon. The 5 girls are the reincarnated guardians of that empire, and their true purpose is to find and protect the moon princess hidden on Earth. It's a lot to process at 2 a.m., but the group accepts their fate. Despite the weight of destiny, teenage life remains hilariously chaotic. Umino is on a romantic crusade to impress Naru. Following Usagi's terrible advice, try to be cool like Tuxedo Mask. Taking it literally, he sews a tuxedo and mask, roaming the streets as Tuxedo Umino Mask. The look is so absurd that when Zoisite, planning an ambush at Naru's house, encounters this cosplayer, he immediately retreats out of pure secondhand embarrassment. Unfortunately, the villain doesn't give up. Later, he strikes at a crowded park during a superhero superhero stage show, intending to kidnap Naru. He misses his mark and transforms the lead actor into a moss-shooting monster. Umino dons his cape to save Naru, heroically confronting the beast by throwing fried shrimp. Unsurprisingly, snack bar seafood is not an effective weapon. The real Sailor Moon interrupts, but with the audience at risk, Zoisite corners her morally, demanding her rainbow crystals in exchange for Umino and Naru's lives. In keeping with the daily tradition of disorder, Tuxedo Mask breaks the deal before the trade can happen, and a physical struggle breaks out. After purifying another foe and saving the park, Usagi watches the villain escape with another stone. As a cold parting gift, the masked hero emphasizes that he plans to take on the Dark Kingdom alone, shielding the girls from his accumulated arsenal. His dry refusal sparks paranoia among the girls. Is Tuxedo Mask a misunderstood hero, or just a first-class egoist? Things aren't going well in the Dark Kingdom. Queen Beryl is furious over Nephrite's recent death, making the atmosphere even more tense. Eager to prove himself, Zoisite decides it's time to capture the elusive Tuxedo Mask. Kunzite's genius plan? Identity theft. Suddenly, news reports show a supposed Sailor Moon using firearms to stop a bank robbery. Luna watches, skeptical, knowing her Usagi doesn't have those tactical skills. While the real protagonist spends the day stuffing her face with crepes with Makoto, the fake hero strikes again. Mamoru witnesses the imposter cutting the cables of 2 window washers, only to save one of them to the cheers of a deceived crowd. He sees through the trick instantly. Usagi, however, is more offended by the copyright infringement than the danger, vowing to sue whoever is using her name in vain. The trail of chaos leads the girls to the docks, the official location for villainous traps. They find the fake Sailor Moon tied up and screaming. Kunzite appears and traps the Guardians under an impenetrable energy dome. He absorbs Mars's fire and Jupiter's thunder like they're nothing, while the barrier slowly shrinks, crushing the group.
I guess it's time to end this charade.
This is exactly what Tuxedo Mask was waiting for. He appears, attempting to save the victim, and carries the fake Sailor Moon to safety. As a thank you, she stabs him right in the back. Zoisite sheds the disguise and attacks the wounded hero with his sword. Tuxedo Mask blocks the strike, but his mask falls off. From the shadows, Queen Beryl gasps as she recognizes his familiar face. Zoisite is milliseconds away from executing Tuxedo Mask when a beam of light blasts his hand. As the target flees, Zoisite joins Kunzite near the dome where the girls are running out of air. He demands the hero reappear and hand over the crystals. To Sailor Moon's horror, a wounded Mamoru steps out to sacrifice himself. Before tragedy strikes, a mysterious voice rings out. A masked girl appears, firing precision beams that shatter the villain's hands, instantly breaking the barrier. A white cat, Artemis, enters for the official introductions. She is the legendary guardian of justice from the news, Sailor Venus. Faced with heavy artillery, Beryl orders a retreat. Tuxedo Mask vanishes in the confusion. With the squad finally complete, 5 girls and 2 cats, Usagi asks the question on everyone's mind. Is she the long-lost Moon Princess? Venus simply offers a mysterious smile. The new guardian on the block is Sailor Venus, the alter ego of student Minako. While the hero team grows, insubordination is rife among the villains. Zoisite, flatly ignoring Queen Beryl's order to keep Tuxedo Mask alive, challenges his rival to a duel for the rainbow crystals. On Earth, Usagi bumps into Mamoru on his way to Star Tower. Strangely, he's kind to her, which is so out of character that Usagi immediately gets suspicious and follows him. When they reach the tower, Zoisite teleports them both to the top. Mamoru and Zoisite lay their crystals on the table, but Kunzite suddenly appears and confiscates the prize before a single punch is thrown. Frustrated, Zoisite decides to focus on his true passion, killing Mamoru and Usagi. He traps them in an elevator and sets the whole thing on fire. With no escape and about to be roasted, Usagi has no choice. She reveals her secret and transforms into Sailor Moon right in front of Mamoru.
I guess I've got no other choice. Moon Prism Power!
Once on the roof, the tables turn as he returns the honesty, revealing he is Tuxedo Mask. Zoisite goads Mamoru into continuing their fight. He promises a fair duel and a second later stabs the hero in the back. It's cowardly, but effective. Seeing Mamoru fall sends Usagi into a spiral of despair. In that profound grief, the great twist occurs. Her tear reacts, fusing the rainbow crystals and manifesting the legendary silver crystal. The search is over. The Moon Princess they've been looking for is Usagi herself. With the identity of Princess Serenity revealed, painful memories of past lives flood back. Their story is essentially a space-age Romeo and Juliet. Usagi was the princess of the Silver Millennium, and Mamoru was Prince Endymion of Earth, a love tragically marked by fate. Back in the present, as Mamoru bleeds in her arms, Zoisite makes a desperate grab for the silver crystal. Armed with the moonstick, Usagi blasts the villain across the arena with a single strike before collapsing from exhaustion. Kunzite retrieves Zoisite, captures Tuxedo Mask's body, and returns to base. But the Dark Kingdom is a masterclass in corporate toxicity. Queen Beryl, having zero tolerance for disobedience, executes Zoisite in front of Kunzite for his attempt on Mamoru's life. Before he dies, Zoisite asks for one last favor, a beautiful death. Kunzite obliges, filling the floor with flower petals so Zoisite can die poetically in his arms, while Beryl hands Mamoru's body over to the malevolent entity Metalia for corruption. The Guardians are trapped in a dimensional rift. Luna and Artemis explain that the girls were Princess Serenity's royal guard. The reality check is too much for Usagi. She goes into deep denial, refusing to fight. Fed up with the crying, Rei does the unthinkable and slaps Usagi across the face, reminding her that Mamoru's sacrifice will be for nothing if she gives up. The wake-up call comes just in time as Kunzite attacks, knocking out Jupiter, Venus, Mars, and Mercury in the blink of an eye. Left alone, but hearing the voices of her friends and Mamoru, Usagi takes charge. Using the power of the silver crystal, she obliterates Kunzite's attack, leads the squad out of the rift, and returns to Earth with one purpose: to crush the Dark Kingdom and bring Mamoru back. The weight of her new reality takes its toll. Usagi can't sleep without having nightmares about what the Dark Kingdom is doing to Mamoru. Her despair is so obvious that the group intervenes. To lift the new princess's spirits, Minako suggests a makeover and offers to brush Usagi's hair. Conveniently, an opportunity arises. A new hair salon in town is offering free cuts. Of course, nothing is free. The salon is a Dark Kingdom trap. Kunzite retrieved a strand of Sailor Moon's hair in the previous battle and built a DNA scanner disguised as a wash basin to uncover the hero's civil identity. Their technology fails on a technicality. The scanner reads a strand of Usagi's hair that was stuck to Minako, tagging Venus as the target. The staff fills the air with anesthetic hairspray, knocking out the customers. The salon owner chokes Minako, demanding the silver crystal, and transforms into the monstrous monster Mitsuami. Usagi manages to slip away to transform. Outside, the fight goes poorly. Sailor Moon tries to purify the monster with her classic healing spell, but something cuts through the air and hits her wand, a red rose. Relief floods Usagi's face as she sees Tuxedo Mask sitting calmly in a salon chair. It's the classic, hero arrives at the last second image until he opens his mouth. With a cold stare, he identifies as Endymion, the new commander of the Dark Kingdom, and demands the silver crystal. The brainwashing is complete. Seeing the man who sacrificed himself for her turned into a villain destroys Usagi. She flees, hunted by the monster and Mamoru himself, allowing Minako and the rest of the team to arrive and obliterate the monster through teamwork. Beryl, realizing the Guardians are united, orders her new Deluxe henchmen to retreat. Watching Mamoru obey Beryl's orders makes even Sailor Mars cry, but the shock reinforces Usagi's focus. Staring into the void, she makes a silent vow. She will face the Dark Kingdom head-on and tear Mamoru away from them with the power of her love and a whole lot of fighting. Usagi's classic morning run to avoid being late for school hits a moral obstacle. Naru confronts her with a mile-long list of untouched homework. At that exact moment, a luxury car pulls up and glamorous girls step out for a princess seminar at the Rose Mansion. In English class, Usagi is fast asleep, dreaming that Princess Serenity is scolding the teacher for daring to assign homework to royalty. The problem? Usagi mutters this out loud in real life, earning her a one-way ticket to stand in the hallway as punishment. Meanwhile, in a twist of tech support, Luna discovers that the game machine Joe giving her orders through the computer this whole time was actually Artemis wearing a headset. Usagi and Luna spy on the Rose Mansion from a tree, but fall right at the butler's feet. Usagi begs to join the seminar, and the owner, Lady Rose, accepts her on one traditional condition for nobility: she must know how to throw a frisbee. Usagi nails it on the first try. What she doesn't know is that Lady Rose and Kunzite are watching, noting that her throwing technique is identical to Sailor Moon's combat style. The other girls join the course to force Usagi to act like a princess and awaken the Silver Crystal. The training is a disaster. During the dance test, Usagi, Rei, and Minako step on their partner's feet and fail immediately, while Ami and Makoto pass and are taken to a VIP room. There, Lady Rose reveals herself as a monster and turns the top students into wax statues. The failing trio notices their friends are missing and breaks in. The fight begins, revealing that fire and light attacks do nothing against wax. To make matters worse, Endymion arrives demanding the crystal, followed by Kunzite, who ignores his colleagues' plans and just wants to kill everyone. The monster is so bewildered by its own boss's fighting that Sailor Moon takes the opening. She serves the monster a cup of coffee with zero etiquette, catching the refined creature off guard, and lands a perfect moon-healing escalation. Endymion slips out the back, the girls are unfrozen, and the world returns to normal. Moving from the pavement to the powder, Usagi finds a flyer for a Moon Princess contest and drags the group to the mountains under the guise of intense training. The temple apprentice, Yuichiro, conveniently offers his family's cabin. Luna and Artemis, showing their wisdom, stay home by the heater. On the slopes, Rei and Yuichiro ski like pros. Ami achieves the miracle of skiing while reading a textbook, while Usagi fights a losing battle against gravity. When the group discovers the actual race starts at the peak, Usagi only makes it down because Yuichiro gives her a friendly push. Since nothing is normal for these girls, the event organizer reveals herself as the monster Blizzard, sent by Kunzite. She creates ice ramps that eliminate almost all contestants, leaving only Rei in the lead and Usagi, who was only moving at terminal velocity because she forgot how to brake. Seeing the two still standing, the monster raises ice walls to form a suffocating corridor and summons a giant Indiana Jones-style snowball. In a desperate attempt to protect everyone, Yuichiro faces the ice block and gets run over instantly. Seconds before the walls crush them, Rei dives over Usagi, knocking them both into a hidden crevice. Thinking it's the end, Rei drops her guard. She tells Usagi she's giving up on Tuxedo Mask and tells Usagi to make him happy in the future. Fortunately, Yuichiro digs a tunnel and ruins the dramatic scene. The monster reappears and, analyzing Rei's athleticism, reaches the obvious but wrong conclusion that she is Sailor Moon, blasting them with a blizzard. Yuichiro jumps in front, becoming a human popsicle and giving the girls a chance to transform.
I will protect Rei!
The monster launches an ice stake for a final blow, but the intruder Endymion appears, catching the projectile mid-air and demanding the silver crystal. The monster gets annoyed, tries to hit everyone, and Endymion shatters the ice by throwing a rose. With the threat gone and Endymion walking away, Sailor Moon melts the beast with her wand. Behind the scenes, Rei wakes Yuichiro with a kiss. The others arrive for the rescue, and the journey ends the only way it could. Rei blaming Usagi for absolutely everything. Still on the winter sports kick, Usagi and Minako are glued to the TV, swooning over Misha and Janelin, the superstars of figure skating. When the cats mention that the former Moon Princess mastered the rink in the last millennium, Usagi gains enough confidence to bet that the talent is in her DNA, dragging the whole squad to the local rink. Meanwhile, Kunzite intercepts the famous duo mid-argument, molding the skaters for the Dark Kingdom's next scheme. The girls arrive at the rink believing in the magic, but the hereditary talent theory sinks with Usagi's first step. She wobbles and falls like a newborn deer, burying the cat's hopes. In contrast, Makoto glides through the ice with Olympic-level skill and, as is tradition, sighs that the champion Misha looks exactly like her old boyfriend. Impressed by Makoto's talent, Misha tries a lift but lacks the strength. Makoto doesn't hesitate. She grabs him and hoists him into the air with ease. Janelin watches, hits the ceiling with jealousy, and kicks all the students out, locking the doors. Usagi, hidden in the corners, stumbles upon Kunzite's monitors and realizes it's an ambush. Losing control, Janelin transforms into a monster, throws Makoto against the boards, and pulls Misha into his demonic ice form. Hearing the crash, Usagi shouts her transformation, appears in the stands, projects stylish blades onto her red boots, and takes a heroic leap to save her friend, only to faceplant on the ice just as tragically as before. The ancient gift hasn't awakened yet. Just as the twin monsters are about to slice her up, Endymion lands to save the day, simply for the pleasure of defying an unfair monster. In the heat of the fight, he tosses Sailor Moon 5 meters into the air. The panic of breaking her back triggers her royal instinct. She spins in midair and sticks the landing like a pro, gliding across the ice with veteran grace. The rest of the Guardians finally burst through the back, firing at the enchanted couple. Kunzite tries a checkmate, cranking the AC to its maximum to turn the rink into a permanent ice morgue. Endymion retaliates by piercing the machine with his staff. Area clear, Sailor Moon resets the famous couple. Back on the street, apparently over her brief flirtation, Makoto heals instantly. She points to a random guy turning the corner and dreamily comments that he looks just like her ex, while the team takes a long, collective, deep breath. The Usagi's family decides to take a break at an onsen, a classic Japanese hot spring. The location is steeped in a romantic legend about a monster dwelling in the lake, and as per usual, the story is more than just folklore. Down in the Dark Kingdom, Queen Beryl and Kunzite sense the area's spiritual energy. Beryl dispatches Prince Endymion to investigate, despite Kunzite's lingering doubts regarding his loyalty. At the lakeside, Usagi stands before a shrine when her star locket reacts, beginning to play its signature melody. Suddenly, Endymion appears by her side. However, he is completely under Beryl's mind control, having no memory of Usagi or his true identity as Mamoru.
That melody, why is it resonating inside my soul?
Please, Mamoru.
Usagi's mother interrupts to tell her daughter the legend of the legendary lovers. They depart, unaware that Endymion was eavesdropping from the shadows. He weaponizes this lore in the worst way, summoning the lake monster and turning it against Usagi's family. The beast attacks her father. In a moment of desperation, Usagi attempts to transform, but Endymion thwarts her by throwing a rose and commanding the family to flee. As chaos erupts, the other Sailor Guardians descend from the sky to provide backup, giving Usagi the opening she needs to become Sailor Moon. The creature is relentless, requiring the combined might and tactical prowess of the entire Sailor Guardians team to weaken it. Only after this display of teamwork is Sailor Moon able to land her moon healing escalation, finally purifying the creature. In Africa, Endymion ambushes Reika, sealing her within the Black Crystal. His current objective is to recapture the former hosts of the 7 Rainbow Crystals, the 7 Great Monster, with only Ryo Urawa and Rei's grandfather left on his hit list. Sensing the danger through his precognitive powers, Urawa calls Ami in a panic. He warns her of the abductions and implores her to protect Rei's grandfather before abruptly hanging up, attempting to play the role of the lone hero. Meanwhile, Beryl reveals her endgame, using the Black Crystal to fuse the 7 shadows into a single invincible monster. Naturally, Kunzite remains visibly resentful that Endymion was entrusted with such a high-stakes mission. Ami and Makoto search the city for Ryo. Ami tries to hide her feelings for the boy, but Makoto cuts to the chase, reminding her that even a Sailor Guardian is allowed to fall in love. When they finally find him, Endymion appears. Jupiter commands Mercury to flee with Ryo while she engages the villain, but her supreme thunder barely leaves a scratch. Endymion pins her against a wall but stops short of a finishing blow, claiming it would be too easy, before vanishing in a classic display of villainous arrogance. Urawa flees with Ami to an amusement park, wanting to enjoy what he believes might be his final day. Ami gives him a reality check, asserting that they both need to stop running from their lives. Their romantic moment is interrupted by Endymion, casually perched atop the Ferris wheel. He captures Ryo and challenges Mercury. In a clever tactical move, she feigns an attack, snatches the Black Crystal, and shatters it against the ground, liberating all the hostages. Sailor Moon and Jupiter arrive shortly after, immobilizing the villain with a combined strike, allowing Sailor Moon to attempt a purification. Against all odds, it works. He reverts to Mamoru, but the joy is short-lived. A pillar of dark light consumes him, dragging him back to Beryl, who places him in a stasis pod to be permanently corrupted. In the aftermath, Ami and Ryo finally get their Ferris wheel ride. The other girls spy on them from afar, Usagi green with envy, while Makoto suggests they just leave the two in peace. The girls' search for the enemy's stronghold is yielding no results. Exhaustion is setting in, and the mood sours further when the Sailor V arcade cabinet activates on its own, warning of an increase in sunspots. Artemis notes that this same phenomenon occurred during the tragic fall of the Moon Kingdom. On the opposing side, Kunzite focuses on tracing Sailor V's past in hopes of locating the silver crystal. In the dead of night, Usagi wakes from a nightmare and goes to the window. Suddenly, Artemis crashes through the glass, nearly startling her her to death to report that Minako has vanished after receiving a call from someone named Katarina. Minako has gone to meet the woman at a hotel. Katarina is an old ally from Minako's time in England who believed she was dead and wants her to return to the fight. The tension becomes palpable when Minako asks about a man named Alan and flees the scene. As soon as she leaves, the Dark Kingdom strikes. Kunzite transforms Katarina into a hunter monster. The monster ambushes Minako on the beach. She tries to fight back, but her attacks are ineffective. Then she realizes the monster's true identity. Usagi and the cats arrive just in time, and the group escapes on a borrowed speedboat. To lose their pursuer, Usagi uses her powers to disguise herself as a sailor, leading everyone to hide on an empty cruise ship, a total Mission Impossible vibe. Inside, Minako finally reveals her trauma. In London, she was in love with Alan and was best friends with Katarina. After surviving an explosion where she was presumed dead, Minako caught the two of them in a romantic embrace. Rather than intervening, she chose to stay dead so as not to disrupt their happiness. Hearing this leaves Usagi so indignant that when the monster invades the ship, she nearly obliterates it. The attack knocks a locket to the floor, confirming the creature is indeed Katarina. But then comes the twist. Usagi crosses her arms and flatly refuses to heal the monster. In Usagi's mind, the woman deserves to pay for hurting her friend. Minako is the one who has to talk sense into her, explaining that Katarina isn't to blame and is being manipulated. With great reluctance, Sailor Moon purifies the monster. In the end, Katarina departs peacefully on the ship while Minako, in a rare moment of pure maturity, lets a photo of Alan fly into the wind, finally closing that chapter of her life.
That's what matters.
Night falls, and the Sailor Guardians are in the middle of a massive fallout. Sailor Mars hurls a fire soul at the group, and things look dire. In the Dark Kingdom, Queen Beryl and Kunzite monitor the scanners. Sensing something is off, they dispatch a spy monster, Oniwa Bandana, to investigate. The monster disguises herself as a photographer and begins documenting the girls' bickering. They even give short, Mean Girls-style interviews, acting as if they can't stand each other. The next day, the gossip is all over the magazines. Usagi plays dumb when Naru asks about the fight, claiming Sailor Moon is too pretty and nice for such drama. In reality, it's all a coordinated ruse led by Usagi herself. She wants to pretend she's defecting so she can be taken to the Dark Kingdom and save Mamoru from the inside. However, the performance is a bit too realistic. Sailor Mars actually kicks Usagi too hard, leading to a real argument behind the scenes.
Take that!
The trap is set. Usagi sends a message to the photographer saying she wants to quit being a hero. That night, the woman returns, revealing her true monster form, with Kunzite right behind her. He offers to take Sailor Moon to Endymion in exchange for the silver crystal, opening an ominous black hole. Hiding in the brush, the other Sailor Guardians realize this is a test of resolve. The monster begins to strangle Sailor Moon. The plan was for no one to interfere under any circumstances, but seeing her friend being choked is too much for Sailor Mars. Tossing the script aside, she grabs her wand and leads the group in a direct assault. Kunzite realizes it was all an act, retreats, and mockingly tells the girls to work on their acting skills. Together, the Sailor Guardians finish off the monster. In the end, Mars and Moon go right back to bickering about who was almost crying in despair, like two sisters who can't go 5 minutes without a jab. Peace is short-lived. Amidst more harrowing nightmares of Tuxedo Mask, Usagi is woken by Luna with urgent news. Artemis and Minako have found the entrance to the Dark Kingdom right beneath the arcade. Led by the cats, the girls descend through a dark tunnel until they come face to face with Kunzite. The villain isn't interested in talking. He demands the silver crystal and summons a massive vortex to hurl them into a dimension of pure chaos. His plan nearly succeeds as the Sailor Guardians are swept away, and Sailor Moon loses her grip on the moonstick. Kunzite tries to seize it, but the magical item gains a life of its own, striking the villain's hand before flying after the girls. They crash land amidst the ruins of the ancient Moon Kingdom. There, the spirit of Queen Serenity appears and unlocks their past. We see the Silver Millennium in all its glory and peace, right up until the princess crosses paths with Prince Endymion at a ball. He warns her of an impending war because a human woman, Beryl, has been corrupted by a malevolent energy known as Metalia. Tragedy follows. The enemy army invades, annihilating the lunar defenses. Beryl, blinded by jealousy over the romance, attempts to kill the princess. Endymion moves to protect her, but Metalia incinerates them both in a single strike. Devastated by the death of her daughter and her kingdom, Queen Serenity uses the last of the Silver Crystal's power to seal the evil away and reincarnate everyone on Earth, hoping to give them a chance at a normal life. Back in the present, the shock hits hard. With their memories restored and the weight of their burden fully understood, grief washes over the girls. However, the Moonstick teleports them back to the Arctic Tunnel just in time to save Luna and Artemis from Kunzite. The villain is stunned to see them alive and unleashes a barrage of energy blades. Without hesitation, the Sailor Guardians use their own bodies as human shields to protect Sailor Moon, falling wounded. With a newfound look of cold fury, Usagi activates the Moon Healing Escalation. The power is overwhelming, yet Kunzite refuses salvation. He attempts one last desperate strike, but Sailor Moon deflects the blades with her wand, impaling the villain with his own weapon. He murmurs to the void that he is going to join Zoisite and fades away.
I'm coming, my love!
The path is clear. It's time for the final invasion. A day of reckoning atmosphere grips the entire city, with news reports looping stories of natural disasters. Knowing time is running out, Usagi tries to create one last normal memory, cooking a far too spicy curry for her family. That night at the shrine, the girls talk with a mix of hope and fear about their future plans. But Artemis cuts through the sentiment. The hour has come. Holding hands under the moonlight, they teleport to the lethal D point in the Arctic Circle. Queen Beryl has pulled out all the stops. She unleashes her elite unit, the brutal DD Girls, to ensure the Sailor Guardians never reach the portal. The landscape becomes a blurred nightmare and the attacks begin to test their mental fortitude, using cruel illusions of their loved ones. The first victim of the onslaught is Sailor Jupiter, hypnotized by a mirage of Motoki. Dragged into the air by the monster's invisible tentacles, she is ruthlessly electrocuted while pleading for her friends to go on without her. Gathering her final spark of rage, Makoto summons a supreme thunder so dense it annihilates two monsters and freezes the very ground, before she falls lifeless onto the ice shards. The grief hits Sailor Moon like a sledgehammer. She breaks down completely, screaming that she'll hand over the crystal just to have her friend back. Mercury is forced to slap her leader to wake her up. It's a necessary shock. If the group gives up now, Makoto's sacrifice turns to dust. But the bloodbath continues. To ensure the group advances, Mercury takes on the role of the decoy. Left to fight an illusion of Rio, she coldly throws herself into the monster's magma just to create a tiny opening, detonating the gem on the enemy leader's forehead. She pays the ultimate price, dying shortly after her mini-computer is fried. In the next tunnel of ice and hopelessness, Sailor Venus shoves Usagi out of the path of a bomb, falling directly into a subterranean trap of torturous fire. With her final, agonizing breath, Minako blasts a third monster at point-blank range with her crescent beam as the ice floor collapses. Only two remain. Sailor Mars tries to stabilize Usagi's collapsing mind, declaring with ironic confidence that she won't die. It's a lie that lasts mere seconds. Sucked into a massive ice monolith, Mars is torn apart by the final combatants. Using the crushed remnants of her remaining energy, her fighting spirit refuses to let her close her eyes. She incinerates the penultimate attacker with a fireball from beyond to protect Usagi, and vaporizes the last monster along with herself in a fire soul, murmuring a deep regret that she never kissed Yuichiro before she left. Alone and surrounded by a grave of ice, Sailor Moon drifts from reality in a sea of trauma. It is then that the environment darkens, and the ghost-like touch of her four best friends rests upon her shoulders. In a burst of purely spiritual, devastating energy, they lift her up. With eyes now empty of tears, but forged in the coldest determination to end this, Usagi marches alone toward the Dark Kingdom. Meanwhile, the worst has happened. Endymion finally opens his eyes in the enemy lair, his mind 100% corrupted by evil. Trapped in the enemy realm, Usagi is thrown directly into Queen Barrow's throne room. The reception is anything but friendly. Endymion, the man she loves, is fully corrupted and acting as the villain's primary enforcer. He doesn't hesitate to attack. Usagi tries to use her healing powers to restore his memory, but the spell fails miserably. Endymion not only electrocutes her, but lifts her by the throat, ready to end it all. Seeing her dream guy in sadist mode destroys her from within. With no other choice, Usagi finally fights back and knocks him down. In an act of desperation, she holds out the old musical pocket watch toward him. The melody acts as a shock to Endymion's brain, shattering the mind control and flooding him with their memories. The relief lasts exactly 3 seconds. Enraged, Beryl hurls a massive stone spear at the pair. Mamoru throws himself in front of Usagi, taking a mortal wound. Their love is so potent that the mere presence of his sacrifice causes Beryl's body to crack and wither. Mamoru dies in Usagi's arms, setting a stage of pure anguish for the final showdown. Beryl, however, refuses to accept defeat. She absorbs the essence of the malevolent entity, Metalia, transforming into a gargantuan monstrosity, giving off classic Godzilla-style final boss vibes. Usagi takes the form of Princess Serenity and summons the spirits of her fallen friends. With the combined strength of all the Guardians, she unleashes a massive energy wave that disintegrates the villain once and for all. The impact of the magic is so vast it consumes everything. Exhausted and on the verge of death, Usagi's final wish is simple. She just wants to be a normal teenager again. The universe listens. The power rewrites reality, turning back time to before the madness began. The world is saved, memories are erased, and everyone is given a bittersweet fresh start. 2 months after the world almost ended, Usagi's biggest problem is getting scolded for being late to school. The Guardians are living quiet lives with no idea they once saved the universe. But peace has an expiration date. A meteor crashes into the city, bringing 2 aliens named Isle and An. They need life energy to feed a space tree and decide to disguise themselves as transfer students. Apparently, public high school is always the best hiding spot on Earth. It doesn't take long for the duo to jump into action. They summon a bizarre monster to drain the energy of girls across the city. The victim this time is Naru, Usagi's friend. Even Luna the cat observes the obvious with a certain weariness. This girl is a magnet for trouble. Usagi rushes to help, thinking she's just having an incredibly realistic nightmare where trying to punch a monster would actually work. She ends up with her own energy drained in seconds. With no other way to avoid catastrophe, Luna makes the difficult choice to restore the former Guardian's memories. The weight of reality hits hard. Usagi cries, desperately pleading to remain just an ordinary girl, but duty calls. She transforms into Sailor Moon, obliterates the invader, and with tears in her eyes, looks up at the stars. Her life as a normal teenager is officially over. The hero routine is back, but Usagi's love life remains a disaster. She tries to flirt with Mamoru, who still has total amnesia and sees her only as an annoying acquaintance. To make matters worse, the alien An has also crossed paths with him and decided he should be her new boyfriend. Observing the daily chaos, Luna suggests awakening the rest of the team to deal with the new extraterrestrial threat. However, in a fit of selfishness and jealousy, Usagi claims she can protect the planet alone. She figures if the other girls don't remember anything, the path is wide open for her to win Mamoru back in peace. It's a brilliant plan destined to fail. Meanwhile, the villains set a trap at a TV casting call. The perfect scenario to drain the energy of aspiring starlets all at once. As fate would have it, all the former battle comrades end up drawn to the same building. They lock eyes, feeling their intuition suggests they already know one another, but they brush it off.
But it is sort of odd. I feel like we're not strangers.
The audition reveals itself as a violent trap, with the monster Minotauron terrorizing the room. Usagi, who was investigating outside, hears the screams and enters ready for action. She pompously announces she's going to purify the creature, strikes her classic pose, and reaches for her magic wand, only to realize the weapon was lost back in the fight against Beryl. It's the heroic equivalent of reaching into your pocket for your phone in a moment of crisis and feeling nothing but air. With the protagonist cornered, Luna finally gives up on waiting for the worst. She fires a beam directly at the Force students trapped in the studio, unlocking their minds almost instantly. The initial shock is brief before instinct takes over, and the true squad resurfaces, ready for whatever comes. With perfectly synchronized combined attacks, the monster is turned to dust. The girls are finally united again. The only thing left on the to-do list is finding a way to restore poor Mamoru's senses. Usagi is begging Ami for exam answers, a level of academic desperation that Makoto decides to capitalize on as well. Their school survival plan is shattered by the screams of a boy being attacked by a monster. When Makoto rushes into the fray, she realizes the victim is Kenji, a longtime friend. In an attempt to protect Makoto from the attack, the boy takes the brunt of it and falls off a cliff, ending up critically injured. At the hospital, the tension reaches Grey's Anatomy levels. He needs a typo blood transfusion, and Makoto immediately volunteers her own to save him. Meanwhile, Isle and An are reaping the rewards of the attack. The creature, actually the Cardian Falion, transfers the stolen energy directly to their doom tree, which finally shows signs of life. In the hospital corridors, Makoto explains Kenji's importance. A flashback reveals why. When her ex-boyfriend dumped her in the rain at a park, it was Kenji who appeared with an umbrella to comfort her, the loyal, immortal soldier of the friend zone. Elsewhere, Usagi tries a risky tactic, drawing a crude, doodled version of the Silver Millennium story to force Mamoru to regain his memory. The strategy is a failure. Mamoru walks away mid-explanation, with the alien An following close behind. To make matters worse, Isle decides to play the heartthrob, crossing Usagi's path and confessing his deep love for her. Terrified, she drops her drawings and flees in a panic. When Falion resurfaces to attack a couple, the Sailor Guardians engage. Despite being exhausted from the blood donation, Makoto refuses to sit out. The problem is that the Cardian is a heavy hitter. It knocks down almost the entire team before they can strike, leaving Usagi vulnerable. That's when the Moonlight Knight enters the scene. The mysterious figure throws his signature white rose, destroys the monster's energy wheel, and vanishes. Seeing Usagi beaten on the ground is the final trigger. Furious over what they did to her friend and Kenji, Makoto stands up and obliterates the beast with a supreme thunder. Kenji is discharged, and Makoto decides to keep looking after him from a distance, just as it's always been. As for Usagi, she ends the night with a grand realization. Math is far more difficult than relationship problems. Math might be Usagi's biggest nightmare, but Isle and An are facing a much more literal crisis. Their doom tree is on the verge of withering away, threatening their very existence. Their brilliant solution? Unleashing a monster inside a newly opened high-tech VR theater. Usagi hits the fancy arcade under the pretext of honing her guardian reflexes. But the mission takes a back seat when Mamoru shows up with his signature snark before entering the game. The place is Tokyo's latest social magnet. Even Usagi's father and younger brother are there, with the kid decked out in VR gear, mowing down aliens like he's in a high-stakes round of Call of Duty. In the heat of the game, a fierce rivalry sparks between Mamoru and Isle to see who's the better player, leaving Usagi lost in the shuffle. It's the perfect opening for Isle and An to unleash the Cardian. Hellant, the monster attacks, draining the energy of everyone in the room. Usagi's dad tries his luck wielding a fire extinguisher like a budget action hero, but he doesn't stand a chance. He, his son, and Mamoru end up ensnared by the creature's vines. Usagi transforms and launches her iconic Moon Tiara action. However, the attack fizzles out, and the monster barely flinches. As the beast advances, the Moonlight Knight leaps into the fray, slicing through its tentacles. The realization hits Usagi like a ton of bricks. Mamoru was on the ground the whole time. The two of them are definitely not the same person. The tide turns when the other Sailor Guardians burst onto the scene with a flurry of fire and bubbles. Sailor Venus gets real, telling Usagi to get her act together, and leads a choreographed final assault with Jupiter to wipe out the monster. Mamoru tries to process who on earth those uniformed girls were, but finds himself talking to thin air. The nightmare ends back in the comfort of home, where Ikuko applies ointment to her family while facing two cold hard facts. Her magical weapon is now a useless trinket, and the masked hero of her dreams isn't who she thought he was. To heal these emotional wounds, there's nothing better than a school outing. Cherry Blossom season has turned the park into the city's premier outdoor event. In one of his desperate attempts to impress her, Umino slept on the grass just to snag the best picnic spot for Naru. It's a classic chaotic picnic vibe, with Usagi devouring everyone's food and accidentally loading Rei's sandwich with so much wasabi that the poor girl literally spits fire. In the shadows, Isle and An observe. When Isle comments on how beautiful Usagi looks, it triggers An's jealousy. This intergalactic teen drama ends as usual. They summon Leshy, the Cardian of the day, to squeeze the energy out of the happy parkgoers. Umino tries to use the picturesque setting to confess his feelings, but the romantic moment is shattered when the couple is trapped by a ring of light around a tree, instantly draining their life force. The chaos spreads like a plague, catching Usagi's allies off guard as they scout the area. Seeing the carnage, Usagi bets everything on her trusty moon tiara. The result is the same disastrous failure. The monster strikes back with overwhelming force, shattering Usagi's transformation brooch and cracking a bizarre crater into the ground, swallowing the protagonist and Luna into a dark abyss. At rock bottom, a heavy moment of self-reflection takes place. Luna drops a truth bomb. The weapons failed because, deep down, Usagi's pride is wounded and she no longer has the will to carry the burden of being a guardian. This admission of failure summons a high-level visitor. Queen Serenity breaks through the darkness like a magical rescue team. The matriarch fixes the chaos by fusing the powerful silver crystal into the shattered brooch, throwing in a new catchphrase for good measure. Usagi ascends back to the sunlight under new management, forcing the beast back. In a true RPG-style power-up, the Queen grants her a glorious weapon upgrade, the brilliant Cutie Moon Rod. A single test run obliterates the wood spirit for good and restores the victims. Everyone is saved, except for the minor detail that the parasitic Doom Tree managed to suck up quite a bit of extra vigor before the final showdown. Minako is in that classic, I'm late for school panic. In the middle of her sprint, she runs into two bullies picking on a little girl named Mie. The Sailor Guardian chases the punks off, only to discover a comedic detail. The girl was faking her tears just to get help. A pint-sized manipulation genius. The two start chatting, and it turns out Mie is a die-hard Sailor Moon fan, but she commits the ultimate crime of having no idea who Sailor V is. Minako takes it as a personal insult. Meanwhile, Isle and On decide that children are today's targets, and send the Cardian Giga Rose to hijack a school bus. Tracking the news, the group sends Usagi to investigate. She pulls out her disguise pen, transforms into a substitute kindergarten teacher, and boards Mie's bus. Minako is already there, acting as a volunteer. When Giga Rose appears, panic ensues. Usagi has to transform out of sight of the kids before making her move, but her initial offensive goes south. Sailor Venus's attack doesn't even tickle the monster. That's when the Moonlight Knight makes his entrance. He throws his signature white rose and delivers a motivational speech worthy of Captain America. The pep talk works perfectly. Venus paralyzes the beast with her attack, and Sailor Moon finishes the job. The day's final tally, the monster is dust, and little Mie has finally added Sailor Venus to her list of idols. The alien strategy hits a new low when they decide to target baby energy. The Cardian Amaterasu attacks a daycare center just as Ami and Usagi are passing by, draining everyone's energy in the blink of an eye. One of the mothers is left in critical condition. Mamoru, who was nearby, steps up to the plate and takes responsibility for her baby, Manami, for 3 days while she recovers.
This guy is pretty funny.
Usagi decides to help, creating what is essentially a real-life The Sims parenting simulator. But while Mamoru is a natural, Usagi struggles with the constant crying. She eventually leaves, frustrated by her own performance. The next day, the chaos escalates. An spies on Usagi and Mamoru shopping for supplies, dies of jealousy, and decides to invade the house to play nanny. The result is exactly what you'd expect. The baby hates her, pees on the alien twice, and she gives up on motherhood immediately. Shortly after, the Cardian attacks another daycare. The other guardians try to stop it, but get beaten down. Amaterasu traps the babies in floating bubbles and knocks out Venus, Mars, and Jupiter without breaking a sweat. Once again, the Moonlight Knight has to save the day with a well-timed rose. This time, Mercury seizes the opening to launch an upgrade. She freezes the monster using her new Shaban spray freezing technique, clearing the path for Moon's finishing blow. In the end, the mother recovers earlier than expected, and the baby's first words are Mamoru and Usagi. Mission accomplished. The vibe shifts completely as the focus moves to the TA Academy Cultural Festival. Rei is in full control, operating in a perfectionist boss mode. She composed her own music and accepts nothing less than excellence from her stage crew. On the other side, Isle and An show up at the event just waiting for the right moment to steal energy, but the plan hits a snag in a purely ironic twist. The fashion club bumps into them and drags them off to model some outfits themed aliens. Hilariously, they love the applause and decide to suck the energy right out of the room. Right in the middle of Rei's song, Isle summons the Cardian Seiren. She enters the auditorium spraying a golden powder that knocks out the entire audience. The Guardians who are in the crowd have to hide under their seats to avoid the gas before transforming. The fight is brutal. Seirin uses her own hair to strangle Mercury and Jupiter, then captures Moon and Venus. Rei finally wakes up from the gas and transforms, absolutely livid that they ruined her show. She tries to attack with fire but gets doused by the monster's water. The Moonlight Knight tries to intervene, but during the scuffle, Rei's sheet music is completely torn to shreds. Bad move. Messing with an artist's work is like signing your own death warrant. Rei enters a state of absolute fury. She uses the evil spirit and awakens her true power, the Fire Soul Bird, tearing through the water and shattering the monster's defense in one go. Sailor Moon mops up what's left. Once the air is clear, the crowd wakes up from their collective faint, and the show goes on, as if nothing happened. Makoto has her head in the clouds, completely smitten by the Moonlight Knight. The hot topic among the girls is the Crush Bento, a classic foolproof tactic to win a guy's heart. Meanwhile, Usagi is stuck in her usual routine, rushing to school late, getting scolded by her teacher, and to top it off, Luna trips and spills Usagi's lunch all over the pavement. Starving and desperate, Usagi decides that stealing a bite from Makoto's lunchbox is her only hope. However, Makoto and Ami are busy playing detective, spying on the mysterious Seijuro. The guy is playing his flute, swarmed by a fan club offering him food, which he ruthlessly rejects. Since his arrival in town perfectly lines up with the appearance of the Moonlight Knight, the girls are suspicious. Ami, in her typical analytical fashion, calculates the odds of them being the same person and arrives at a staggering 0.2%. Makoto ignores the math and decides on a hands-on investigation, offering him her own home-cooked lunch later that day. Seijuro agrees to try the food, which triggers absolute fury in Natsumi, who watches from the shadows, fuming with jealousy.
Ew.
The conversation between Makoto and Seijuro turns into a clash of philosophies. To Makoto, loving someone means giving of yourself and caring for them. To Seijuro, love is something you take by force. Truly wholesome stuff. The tension boils over when An, reverting to her alien form, attacks Makoto without mercy, destroying the lunchbox in the process. Big mistake. Makoto doesn't play around and transforms into Sailor Jupiter. Isle enters the fray, summoning the Guardian Utonberry no, and the fight descends into chaos as the Guardians are ensnared in magical vines. Jupiter manages to break free with a little help and unleashes a supreme thunder dragon that weakens the threat. With the rest of the team arriving, Sailor Moon finishes the job. The real Moonlight Knight makes a brief appearance just to offer his congratulations, leaving Makoto with one absolute certainty. He has nothing to do with Seijuro. The alien's flirtation with human culture continues, but now the focus shifts to fairy tales. Both Usagi and An are obsessed with Snow White. The alien girl completely ignores Isle's warnings to go hunt for energy, as the only thing on her mind is reenacting true love's kiss. Her target, obviously, is Mamoru. The perfect opportunity falls into their laps. Mamoru is organizing a play at Juban Hall, but the cast quits after a massive argument. The girls quickly volunteer to save the day by performing Snow White. The competition for the lead role is fierce, but Natsumi cheats during the drawing of straws to secure the crown, leaving Usagi stuck with the role of the evil queen. During rehearsals, Natsumi's true priority becomes obvious. She makes Mamoru repeat the final scene over and over, trying to force a real kiss out of a guy who's supposed to be kissing a girl in a deep sleep. Mamoru shuts her down immediately. Opening night arrives, and the theater is packed. Usagi is green with envy over Natsumi's stunning dress while she's stuck in a ridiculous witch costume rented by Umino. Right at the climax, the theater is attacked. Isle, who secretly wanted to kiss Usagi on stage himself, has summoned the Guardian Bipiro to drain the audience's energy. The monster invades on a unicycle, causing total panic, and crashes into Natsumi, sending her flying onto Mamoru. Just as the alien thinks she's finally going to get her kiss during the fall, she gets smacked by the Guardian and knocked out.
Natsumi! Mamoru!
Usagi untangles herself from the chaos, transforms into Sailor Moon, and takes the stage to fight, but is quickly tied up. Right on cue, the Moonlight Knight's Rose cuts the ropes. Mars, Mercury, and Moon dispatch the monster with a classic combo, turning the attack into the play's finale, which ends in a standing ovation. School remains a battlefield, but this time the trouble starts with Miss Haruna's stressful life. After getting stood up by her boyfriend, her nerves are shot and she takes it out on Usagi and Natsumi by throwing them both into detention. Usagi Usagi's crime? Eating during class. Natsumi's? Translating a text into her native alien language. Trapped in the classroom with a mountain of English grammar drills to solve, the rivals turn the punishment into a direct competition. The stakes: whoever finishes the homework first wins the absolute right to be with Mamoru. There's nothing like defining a relationship through verb conjugation. While the two rack their brains over the language barrier, Isles sees a perfect window of opportunity. With An locked in detention, he summons the Guardian Amanju with a selfish plan: steal Mamoru's energy and eliminate the competition to have An all to himself. The problem is that the Guardian completely ignores his orders and goes hopping down the street without attacking the target. Back at school, Natsumi's alien side starts taking its toll. Weakened by the lack of stolen energy, she takes advantage of a distraction and tries to drain Usagi's vitality right then and there. Luna arrives to warn them about the monster in the city, and Usagi transforms, but the damage to her energy has already been done. Sailor Moon takes a beating in the initial fight, barely able to stand. When defeat seems inevitable, the Moonlight Knight appears with one of his trademark motivational speeches, telling her to believe in her own power. The confidence boost works. Sailor Moon regains control and destroys Amanju with ease. Back in the classroom and in their normal forms, the two girls hand in their assignments at the exact same second. The technical tie postpones their duel, leaving the ball in Mamoru's court, but the high school love triangle is the least of their worries. In another dimension, the lights of the Hell Tree begin to flicker and fade at an extremely alarming rate. Usagi is enjoying her day off, daydreaming about a romantic date, unaware that Seijuro is trailing her every move. Elsewhere, Mamoru is relaxing in a bookstore when Natsumi shows up to lay on the charm. The universe has a twisted sense of humor, and both couples end up at the exact same cafe. Isle and An spend the whole time glaring daggers at each other, eventually ditching their dates to head back to the apartment. Their bickering ends abruptly when they find the Doom Tree losing its leaves. The alien tree is dying, and the new priority is securing life energy fast. They target an easy mark, a live Sailor Moon stage play. The monster Yamandaka drains the energy from the entire audience, knocking everyone out, including our protagonist's friends. But by the time Usagi arrives, the villain is gone.
What is this? What happened?
The real problem is that the Doom Tree has simply stopped absorbing the stolen energy. The next day, Usagi, Ami, and Makoto pay a surprise visit to the Ginga siblings since they've been missing school. The atmosphere is heavy. Natsumi makes it clear she hates the intrusion, but Seijuro tries to play the host. Everything almost goes south when Usagi discovers and tries to open the door to the Doom Tree's dimension, forcing the group to retreat. Stubborn as ever, Usagi returns the next day to spy and actually manages to open the secret door. She nearly becomes tree fertilizer, but is saved at the last second by Seijuro. Meanwhile, the tree sprouts a new bud, giving An a terrible idea: drain every drop of Usagi's energy. The Ginga's secret begins to crumble when a branch of the Doom Tree that stuck to Usagi attacks Artemis, revealing to the Guardians that the siblings might be Isle and An. Usagi tries to investigate again, just as Mamoru arrives to give Natsumi flowers. In a move straight out of Regina George's playbook, the alien girl brushes Mamoru aside, shoves Usagi into the tree's chamber, and locks the door. The entire building begins to shake as the Doom Tree rebels, completely ensnaring Usagi and covering the structure in monstrous roots.
Work.
From the outside, the building looks like a scene out of Stranger Things, with massive roots swallowing the concrete. The other Guardians try to break in, but the Doom Tree isn't playing around. It corners the group, spits acid at Luna, and forces everyone to flee up a broken elevator shaft. At the top of the building, the drama is peaking. Usagi and Mamoru are pinned by roots, while Isle and An finally lay their cards on the table, shouting that they are in love with the humans, not each other. But the plan backfires. When they order the tree to spare only their targets of interest, the Doom Tree disobeyed, firing a blast of energy at the two aliens instead. The Guardians reach the roof, but Isle and An fight back, easily overpowering the girls and the cats. With no other choice, Usagi transforms into Sailor Moon right in front of them, leaving the duo in shock. She appeals reveals to Mamoru's forgotten memories. Seeing the strength of their connection, the aliens realize they will never have the love they craved. On snaps, and a hurt Isle orders the Doom Tree to annihilate the entire planet. As Mamoru begins to remember his past, the Moonlight Knight appears. On, consumed by rage, throws him violently against the Doom Tree. Then the unthinkable happens. The furious tree attacks its own masters. In a reflex, On throws herself in front of a blow meant for Isle and is mortally wounded. In his arms, she finally declares her love before passing away. Sailor Moon pleads for peace, and the tree complies, sharing its tragic history. Long ago, its race depended on it but destroyed itself in wars for power. It reveals that its body was withering from a lack of love, not a lack of energy. Realizing his error, Isle accepts defeat, and Sailor Moon purifies the entity. As the dust settles, the Moonlight Knight reveals his big secret. He was merely a manifestation of Mamoru's subconscious desire to protect the heroine.
Now is the time I will reveal my true identity to you. That's right. You see, I am another Mamoru.
I don't understand.
With his mission complete, he merges back into Mamoru's body, who fully recovers his memories and recognizes Usagi for who she truly is. Isle and a newly resurrected On take a sapling of the tree to start over on a new planet. Finally, a well-deserved romantic moment, at least until the other girls arrive to ruin the mood by complaining about their showy kiss. The piece barely lasted a heartbeat before a UFO appeared over Tokyo. An intimidating guy named Rubius and 4 sinister women are on a hunt to destroy both the silver crystal and a target they call the rabbit. And speaking of rabbits, things are literally falling from the sky. Usagi and Mamoru are on a classic park date. The perfect kiss is about to happen when, out of nowhere, a ball shaped like Luna hits Mamoru in the head, followed immediately by a pink-haired little girl falling right onto our protagonist's head. As if that weren't absurd enough, the girl gets up, claims her name is also Usagi, threatens the heroine with a gun, which turns out to be a toy, and demands the silver crystal. If the date was ruined, the trip home is even more bizarre. The mysterious little girl has infiltrated Usagi's life, and worst of all, Usagi's family has been victims of some heavy brainwashing. They swear up and down that the brat is a distant cousin, complete with framed photos to prove the lie. Luna realizes they've been hypnotized, but advises caution to figure out the child's motives. The next day, the little invader continues her antics. Focused on finding the crystal, she corners Rei's grandfather in the temple corridors. Using her magic toy, she disguises an alien sleeping potion in a milk bottle and drugs him on the spot. Unknowingly, the old man serves the tainted tea to all the girls in the room. The plan works perfectly. Everyone passes out instantly. Everyone, that is, except Usagi, who, as usual, was more focused on stuffing her face with snacks than actually drinking the tea. When the girl sneaks in to find the artifact, Usagi catches the little thief red-handed and decides to settle things with some old-fashioned discipline. Immediately, an identical crescent moon mark glows on the child's forehead. The chaos draws a major threat. Koan, one of the hunters from the UFO, teleports into the room, declaring she's there to kill the rabbit. Usagi takes the chance to transform and delivers a direct kick, saving the child. Tuxedo Mask swoops in to cover their escape, sending Koan retreating in a fury. With the unconscious brat in his arms, Mamoru has a sudden vision of a massive crystal tower, and hears the little girl associate him with a father figure. A new mystery has officially arrived. Usagi and Mamoru are out for their classic morning jog when Luna interrupts with terrible news. Chibiusa has vanished. They find the girl at a local playground looking dejected and missing her parents. The moment Mamoru reaches out to comfort her, his touch triggers a vivid, bizarre vision of a city made of crystal. Usagi, being her usual understanding self, flies into a jealous rage, deducing that he prefers the child over her and sarcastically suggesting they get married in the future. Things only get worse when they head back to Usagi's house. Her family is in an uproar over Chibiusa's disappearance, but suddenly they notice the elephant in the room. They've never seen Mamoru in their lives. Usagi's brother makes the mistake of calling him her boyfriend, causing her father to lose his mind completely. Mamoru makes his exit as fast as humanly possible. Moments later, the family realizes they don't actually know who Chibiusa is either. Without missing a beat, the little girl uses her Luna P, creates a hypnotic umbrella, and performs a collective brainwashing. Luna literally has to bite Usagi to snap her out of the trance. Meanwhile, the villains Berthier and Rubius plot to corrupt the crystal points to prevent the future city from ever existing. As Mamoru walks down the street, he is pulled into another vision, this time showing Princess Serenity in the midst of total destruction. The impact is so jarring he can barely stand. When Usagi appears out of nowhere to hug him, he pushes her away. Without mincing words, he tells her he doesn't love her anymore and that they are finished. Usagi tries to salvage the relationship, showing up at his apartment and promising to study harder, assuming her bad grades were the reason for the breakup. But Mamoru remains cold as ice. He shouts that he isn't obligated to love her just because of a past life destiny. The shock is real, and Usagi flees, breaking down in tears in a roadside phone booth. In her moment of total vulnerability, a makeup flyer falls near her. It's a trap set by Berthier. Believing the promise that these products would make Mamoru fall in love with her again, Usagi heads to the shop. She ends up bickering with the clerk, who quickly loses patience and reveals herself as the droid Atsugesho. The fight turns into a chaotic mess of shattering glass and melting acid. Tuxedo Mask appears at the final second, blocking a lethal strike and wiping the monster's face off with his cane, creating the perfect opening for Sailor Moon to obliterate the creature with Moon Princess halation. After the rescue, Tuxedo Mask turns his back on a still hopeful Usagi. His justification is ruthless. He cannot love a weak girl. He walks away secretly crushed inside, leaving Sailor Moon with a clear choice: keep crying or become strong enough to win him back. While Usagi deals with her heartbreak, the universe throws more drama into the mix. Ami, the group's resident genius, has been awarded a full medical scholarship in Germany. While Usagi struggles with the idea of a goodbye, the rest of the girls understand this is the chance of a lifetime and decide to support her. As a mix of encouragement and a global emergency kit, the cats deliver new transformation pens and communicators to the entire team. Meanwhile, a suspicious Chibiusa tries to infiltrate Ami's life by asking to sleep over. Her secret goal is to scavenge through Ami's things for the silver crystal. However, after listening to Ami's level-headed heart-to-hearts and her internal dilemma, the brat concludes that such a high IQ definitely doesn't house the mystical stone. The villains, who never take a day off, target a new ice cream parlor called Bob Floy to be their next freezing point. Berthier drops off the droid Nipasu, turning the stockroom into an Arctic trap. Artemis tries to play undercover detective by investigating the warehouse, but all he gets for his trouble is being turned into a feline-sized ice cube. The day of the flight arrives. Ami hates melodramatic goodbyes and asked for no grand gestures, so the group plans a low-key surprise at the airport. The plan is going smoothly until Minako stumbles onto the crisis at the ice cream parlor, hitting the panic button for the rest of the team, who now need a ride urgently. Since Usagi had a special gift to deliver, Mamoru, in yet another convenient appearance, takes the wheel and drives Chibiusa and the farewell package to the airport. There, Chibiusa plays the Discord card, arguing that the others didn't even bother to show up because they weren't real friends. But Ami isn't the brains of the group for nothing. When she opens Usagi's box and sees the new transformation pen, she connects the dots instantly. Knowing her friends are getting beaten by villains across town, she ditches the flight, hops back into Mamoru's car, and tells him to floor it. When Ami bursts into the parlor, the situation is literally frozen. The Sailor Guardians are unable to move due to the extreme cold. She doesn't hesitate, transforming into Sailor Mercury and launching Shine Aqua Illusion, paralyzing the droid and serving it up on a silver platter for Usagi's Moon Princess halation. With the sun shining again, Ami announces her decision. She will stay and build her future in Tokyo, because saving the world alongside her friends is an extracurricular activity no German university can offer. With the team reunited and avoiding international travel, the spotlight shifts to Hikawa Shrine. Rei's grandfather is visibly depressed because the girls have stopped visiting. It's not much of a mystery why. A magazine just exposed his rather creepy and persistent behavior toward female visitors to the entire city. In an attempt to win back the female demographic in a respectable way, he and Yuichiro convert one of the shrine's outbuildings to host an intensive course mixing aerobics and self-defense. On the other side of town, Chibiusa is seething with frustration. After trying to steal the silver crystal from a sleeping Usagi and getting a good scolding and a few slaps for it, the girl concludes she has no choice but to train. She enrolls in the exact same exercise class at the shrine. Naturally, as bad luck follows this group, the villain Koan has targeted that very building to spread dark energy. During the stretches and lunges, a heavy aura takes over. What was a simple fitness project turns into a classic scenario of rage, with the students becoming hyper-aggressive and spreading chaos under the influence of the droid Dumble. Rei's grandfather realizes his colossal mistake but is quickly cornered. Rei doesn't think twice before jumping into the fray to defend him, but a blow from the droid hits the old man head-on, knocking him out cold. Usagi, who by some miracle was nearby selling charms, witnesses the whole thing. Like clockwork, Tuxedo Mask enters through a window with all the dramatic flair of a mysterious hero, throws a rose, kicks the monster back, and clears the floor for the Sailor Guardians to finish the droid off. That leaves the villain Koan, who resorts to her brutal fire powers. Rei, fuming with rage at the sight of her injured grandfather, triggers her shiny new transformation. Initially, she almost loses ground trying to fight back with Fire Soul, but she soon realizes she needs to escalate. Ramping up the brutality of the fight, Sailor Mars unleashes the powerful Burning Mandala, engulfing Koan in an explosion so violent the villain panics and retreats. Once the fire is out and the gym apocalypse has settled, Usagi tries her standard charm to strike up a conversation with Tuxedo Mask. But, punctual as ever, he has another agonizing premonition of the future city in ruins and ignores her brutally before walking away alone. To end the day on a slightly lighter note, the grandfather regains consciousness just in time to join Chibiusa and Yuichiro in a bizarre victory dance over the rubble of the destroyed gym. The Spectre sisters are in the middle of a very important argument about makeup and fashion when Rubius interrupts with a golden lead. Their target, the rabbit, is deathly afraid of thunder. Pets knows exactly what to do and sends the droid Furaki to conjure up a massive storm out of nowhere. Meanwhile, Usagi rushes home to escape the rain, only to find her mother is out and Luna has a mission for her: pick up Chibiusa from swimming lessons. The problem is that the girl is at the pool watching other children's parents arrive. The weight of her loneliness and the panic from the storm hit hard, and she runs off into the downpour. Usagi enters search mode. She calls her younger brother Shingo, but he's useless, being far too busy with video games. Classic little brother priorities. During her search, she bumps into Mamoru. He gives her the cold shoulder as usual, but agrees to join the search for the girl. While the other girls are relaxing at a restaurant, oblivious to the chaos outside, Chibiusa hides in a rainy alley, talking to Luna P. A mysterious voice, Pooh, warns her that she needs the silver crystal and a lot of patience to see her parents again.
You miss your parents, but in order to save your mother, you need the silver crystal.
But her patience snaps at the next clap of thunder. In a panic, Chibiusa activates the space-time key, creating a bizarre gravitational anomaly that pulls the other girls toward her. The key fails, Chibiusa breaks down in tears, and the energy she releases pinpoints her location for Pets and her droid, who move in for the kill. Usagi finally arrives, transforms, and delivers her classic speech. Tuxedo Mask shows up sharp as ever, using lethal roses to destroy the droid's drum, clearing the way for Sailor Moon to finish the job. In the aftermath, the girls try to get answers out of Chibiusa, but Tuxedo Mask shuts down the interrogation. The little girl runs into his arms, and the two walk away together as the storm clears. The mood at the park is grim. Minako has lost her patience seeing so many happy couples, and when Makoto finally arrives late, they catch Chibiusa coldly dismissing two boys. The conversation naturally shifts to the girls' own romantic failures until Usagi shows up only to become a target too. Chibiusa doesn't miss the chance to mock all three of them for being single and pining over guys who dump them. Harsh, but accurate. Meanwhile, Rubius identifies the city's next crystal point for Calaveras. She tries to decline at first, but Pets takes the lead. Fearing she'll be left behind, Calaveras summons the droid Jamanin and follows her sister. Trying to ignore the truth bombs dropped by a child, Makoto, Minako, and Usagi enter a mysterious shop focused on wish-granting stones. The catch? The shopkeepers are Pets and Calaveras in disguise. Their crystals do the exact opposite of what you wish for, channeling dark energy instead. When the villains try to push stones meant to bring back lost loves, Makoto and Minako decide they don't need magic for that, and make up right then and there. The peace is short-lived. Mamoru enters the shop with Chibiusa, and Usagi immediately tries to approach him. He displays his usual 0% interest and leaves. Chibiusa blames Usagi for his departure, and the two start a public shouting match. Seeing such an intense argument about love deeply irritates the fake shopkeepers. They lose their cool, ditch their disguises, and summon the droid. In the chaos, Minako grabs a fire extinguisher, filling the shop with smoke so she and Makoto can transform. The fight gets dicey when Sailor Venus and Jupiter are captured, but Mars and Mercury arrive just in time with reinforcements. Facing all four, the sisters realize they are outmatched and retreat. Usagi, who had locked Chibiusa in a cabinet for safety, transforms, enters the scene, and vaporizes what's left of the droid. After so much emotional and magical turmoil, the group decides the only logical next step is to go out for dinner. School events are always stressful, especially when they revolve around food. Usagi's parents can't make it to the curry party at Chibiusa's school, so our protagonist offers to cook in their place. As expected, the little girl refuses the help immediately. Missing her real parents, she tries to prepare everything herself, but ruins the rice and ends up in tears. Trying to clean up the mess, Usagi suggests they ask Mamoru for advice. The problem is, once they get there, it becomes clear that no one in the group has the slightest clue how to make edible curry. Regardless, Usagi decides to take charge of the pot. While the group organizes, Rubius marks the next crystal point, a supermarket. Pets and Calaveras are sent to do the dirty work. On their way to that exact market to buy ingredients, Chibiusa watches Usagi and Mamoru walking together and, in a moment of melancholy, sees her own parents reflected in them. But the illusion of a calm shopping day dies quickly. The market is giving out free fruit samples under the control of the droid Avocadora. Anyone who eats them becomes a zombie-like thrall spreading dark energy. Plus, almost everything on the shelves is rotten. Luna notices that even the metal in the building is melting and tells Usagi to stay on high alert. Outside, Mamoru and Chibiusa run into Rei, who also senses the heavy energy coming from inside and follows them. When the droid begins draining the life force of the shoppers, all hell breaks loose. Usagi transforms to save Luna from an attack. The fight shifts gears when Tuxedo Mask appears, blocking peeled lychee grenades as if it were a perfectly normal Tuesday occurrence. Mars joins the fray, followed by Jupiter, Mercury, and Venus. The villain sisters try to trade a few blows, but realize the plan has tanked when Sailor Moon finishes the droid, breaking the curse and restoring the market and the civilians. With the ingredients safe and sound, Usagi finally prepares the curry. By some culinary miracle or sheer force of will, the dish turns out incredibly good, saving everyone's reputation for the next day's party. At Hikawa Shrine, Usagi and the girls look for Rei, only to find out she went to a deserted island to train. Upon arriving, the truth comes out. Rei tries to keep up her focused persona, but the Mooncats made sure to pack a swimsuit in her bag. The training retreat turns into a standard beach day in seconds. While the group plays volleyball and fishes, Rei and Chibiusa build a sandcastle in peace. They seem to be getting along great until the pink-haired girl throws a tantrum over fish and Rei's criticism. Chibiusa grabs an inner tube and heads straight for the open sea, the worst possible idea. Within minutes, she is lost and surrounded by sharks. In a panic, she falls off the tube and clings to the last thing you'd expect to find in the ocean, a plesiosaur hatchling, basically a stray aquatic dinosaur. Fleeing the sharks with the help of Luna P, Chibiusa, and her new pet, whom she nicknames Giraffe, end up on a volcanic island. Inside a cave, she heals the injured creature and even roasts some fish. The dinosaur's mother appears to fetch her baby, but the island's volcano erupts, causing a massive landslide that traps both creatures inside. Miles away, thanks to her fire training, Rei has a vision of the girl's face in the flames. The girls realize she's missing, transform, and go to the rescue. In the cave, the Sailor Guardians try to use their elemental magic attacks against a literal river of lava. Obviously, nature wins that round. The solution comes from Chibiusa, moving Sailor Moon to action. She uses the power of Moon Princess Halation to blast the rocks and free the creatures seconds before the lava hits. Safe and sound on the boat, the little girl wakes up without a clue that her friends are the Sailor Guardians. The dinosaurs swim alongside to give one last goodbye, and Chibiusa surprises everyone by saying she is now willing to eat fish. All it took was nearly being eaten by sharks on a volcanic island. The calm doesn't last long. In the future, the Black Moon Clan situation is getting complicated. Wiseman warns Rubius that the attempt to invade the Crystal Palace with a fleet of spaceships failed miserably because 4 warriors repelled the attack on their own. Rubius's military tactic: send the Spectre sisters directly to the past to eliminate the current versions of the Sailor Guardians and Chibiusa, fixing the future, a pure Terminator strategy. In the present, Usagi makes some insensitive comments, and Chibiusa runs off upset. Desperate, the girl tries to return to her own time, but temporal passage is denied. This emotional outburst emits a massive signal, immediately drawing the attention of Koan and Berthier. The confrontation starts tense. Luna P tries to defend the girl but is batted away like nothing. That's when Luna the cat steps into the line of fire.
You won't get away, rabbit!
taking the attack head-on so Chibiusa can escape. She survives, but with brutal injuries. Even wounded and limping, she crawls to the shrine to warn the group. The Sailor Guardians head out to fight while Artemis stays behind to tend to Luna's wounds. Usagi tracks Chibiusa to a construction site and overhears the girl using Luna P to communicate with none other than Sailor Pluto. The moment is cut short as the full squad of Spectre Sisters arrives for the execution. Usagi transforms, the cavalry arrives, and we get a classic one-on-one showdown, the right guardian against the right villain. In the crossfire, Rubius himself decides to get his hands dirty, attacking Chibiusa and Sailor Moon at once. Fortunately, Tuxedo Mask arrives on cue to distract the villain, giving Moon just enough time to fire a halation directly at him. Rubius seemingly shrugs off the damage but retreats, deciding not to push his luck. The silver lining of the whole mess is that Chibiusa finally understands that the Sailor Guardians and Tuxedo Mask would literally give their lives for her. While Chibiusa's relationship with the Sailor Guardians finally settles into a rhythm, Usagi's personal life is a total wreck. She tries to find a moment of peace by reading Sleeping Beauty, but the little girl just finds the story a bore. The real trouble, however, hits Mamoru. He can't catch a break without being haunted by horrific nightmares about his wedding, accompanied by a prophetic voice claiming the world will be destroyed if he stays with Usagi. Taking these night terrors to heart, he begins to actively avoid her on the street. The breaking point comes when Usagi spots him giving a ride on his motorcycle to an unknown girl. With the sharp, clouded judgment of the heartbroken, she assumes he has a new girlfriend.
It's none of your business who she is, and stop being so nosy about my personal life.
That same night, Luna finds Usagi at her lowest, dejected, hunched over in front of an open fridge, stress-eating. Honestly, it's her most human moment yet. Trying to help, Chibiusa rushes to Mamoru's place to give him a piece of her mind but nearly gets into a serious accident on the way. The fright causes her to release a massive burst of power, instantly alerting the Black Moon Clan. Pets and Calaveras ambush the girl in the dead of night. Usagi arrives and transforms, prompting Pets to summon a bizarre droid that unleashes a mystical mist. The magic sends Sailor Moon into a deep coma, designed to drain her life force until death. The rest of the team arrives, driving the sisters away and blocking the monster's secondary spell with spiritual charms, but their leader remains trapped in the dark enchantment. The solution arrives thanks to Luna's quick thinking, leading to a rescue that mirrors the beginning of the story. Tuxedo Mask appears at the last second and uses a classic kiss to break the sleeping curse. She wakes up, moves her boyfriend out of harm's way, unceremoniously blasts the droid, and immediately assumes the couple is back together. But Tuxedo Mask delivers a cold dose of reality. He tells her the romance is over and that the kiss was strictly a matter of life and death. Maintaining his callous facade, he lowers his visor, revs his bike, and only allows himself to weep once he's hidden away on the road. High-level melodrama. In the end, the melancholy softens. Usagi finds out at the cafe that the girl on the bike already has a boyfriend and the ride was just a courtesy. Immediately restored, our warrior vows she won't give up on winning him back. The pressure is starting to suffocate Rubius. Wiseman warns him that Prince Demand is furious over the constant failures and that his time is running out. The solution provided is the Hikawa Shrine, an ancient crystal point, perfect for fleshing out the rabbit. Wiseman even warns that sending Koan will end in tragedy for her, but Rubius simply shrugs it off. To him, subordinates are completely expendable. Meanwhile, during a quiet shopping trip, Yuichiro bumps into Koan. She loses her temper but panics and flees as soon as he recognizes her from previous attacks. Back at the base, Rubius plays the part of the loving boss. He embraces her, demands she go to the shrine to eliminate the target, and smiles. Completely blinded by love, she gives him a bottle of perfume as a gift, which Rubius casually crushes. A classic manipulator.
Gratefully accept your gift.
Arriving at the shrine, Koen disguises herself as a cosmetic saleswoman, leading to a moment where she hands out passive-aggressive relationship advice to Usagi before proceeding with her mission. As soon as Chibiusa appears, Koen attacks mercilessly. Yuichiro tries to play the hero by swinging a broom at her, but ends up taking a blast of dark fire straight to the chest. Rei hears the commotion, and seeing Yuichiro wounded while trying to save her, transforms into Sailor Mars. The battle intensifies, and Mars is injured while protecting Yuichiro, but she strikes back psychologically. Mars's words plant a seed of doubt in Koan's mind regarding Rubius's supposed love. Desperately trying to ignore the feeling, she focuses on the child, but Tuxedo Mask saves Chibiusa just in time for Mars to counterattack. That's when the House of Cards collapses. Rubius appears only to vocalize what was obvious to everyone else. He never loved her. Instead of comfort, he hands her a space-time bomb to commit suicide and takes Sailor Mars with her. With her mind shattered and feeling like she's lost everything, Koan snaps and attacks the girls chaotically. The painful irony is that the person who ends up pitying her is Sailor Mars herself, who blocks an attack from Jupiter with her own body to protect the villainess. At the request of Mars and the cats, Sailor Moon uses the light of the silver crystal, healing Koan and giving her a second chance. Now human, the former villain returns to the shrine as a real cosmetics saleswoman, finally at peace. Koan's human transformation sends the Black Moon clan into an uproar. Berthier, unable to understand how her sister could abandon the mission, volunteers to attack the chess tower. Rubius sends Pets and Calaveras for support while secretly thinking that the Spectre sisters are nothing more than pawns on his board. At the tower, Ami is set to compete in a chess tournament in a calm atmosphere until she runs into Berthier, who is corrupting the area with dark water. Transformed as Sailor Mercury, Ami clears the floor, and with a well-placed, sparkling wide pressure from Jupiter, the heroines send the villain packing. Humiliated and mocked by Pets and Calaveras, Berthier refuses help. She brainwashes the receptionist of the World Chess Tournament to rig a direct final against Ami. It's an aggressive strategy, very the Queen's Gambit, but fueled by dark magic. While the other Guardians cheer in awe, Ami shows no mercy on the board, delivering a surgical checkmate to the villain. This is the breaking point. Berthier freezes the security cameras, traps Ami's friends in a time snare, and plays her final card. She alters the rules to nullify her own checkmate and demands Ami throw the match or she'll kill the hostages. As extra psychological torture, she begins to slowly freeze Ami. Ami viscerally refuses to abandon the girls. At that exact moment, Pets and Calaveras burst in just to steal the credit for the attack. Their advantage is short-lived as Tuxedo Mask appears out of nowhere and shatters Berthier's queen, breaking the magic holding the Guardians prisoner.
Someone who doesn't know what it's like to be a pawn has no right to try to move the queen.
Watching her plan crumble, Berthier swallows her pride and asks her sisters for backup, but they simply turn their backs and leave her to die. Completely devastated, Berthier has a terrifying breakdown. She laughs compulsively at the concept of friendship while activating her maximum water power, ready to drown her failures in a double suicide with the heroines in the room. Tragedy is only averted because Koan appears, proving to Berthier that she isn't alone and calming her younger sister down. Seizing the emotional opening, Sailor Moon invokes the silver crystal to replicate the miracle. The transition is complete, and now the two sisters share a simple game of chess in the human world, watched over by Ami, Usagi, and Luna. Wiseman's pressure is relentless, and Rubius's patience is non-existent. He makes it very clear that he is more than willing to send his own soldiers to the guillotine in exchange for the heads of the Rabbit and the Guardians. At the Hikawa Shrine, the atmosphere couldn't be more comforting. The now human Koan and Berthier help everyone sweep leaves with the promise of roasted potatoes, though they feel a slight weight on their conscience for not knowing how to help the Guardians in the war against their former clan. On the other side of the looking glass, Pets and Calaveras watch their former sisters with pure disgust. Rubius wastes no time, handing an incredibly powerful mystical staff to Pets and sending the duo to clean house. Soon, a brutal light rips through the skies above the shrine, violently capturing Koan and Berthier.
What is that?
Usagi and the girls rush out and quickly transform, which would have been fine if they hadn't left Chibiusa standing at the window, watching the revelation of their identities in total shock. The chase ends at the Rainbow Bridge. Pets is holding the leash, using the sisters as bait to lure the heroines. Calaveras suggests testing the raw power of the magic staff, but Pets absorbs all the power for herself, and it's terrifying. The new Dark Thunder crushes Jupiter's attack, completely ignores the speed of Venus's chain, and with one swift strike, knocks out all 5 Guardians at once. While Koan and Berthier scream desperately, warning about Rubius's true colors, Calaveras grows bored and tells her sister to execute the hostages. The problem is that the staff has completely consumed Pets' sanity. In a fit of mindless aggression, she tries to slaughter the Guardians and all 3 of her sisters at once. The Guardians stand back up just in time to shield the injured former villains, and this small show of empathy breaks Calaveras' resolve on the spot. Acting in total sync, Mercury blinds Pets with her bubbles. Venus rips the lethal weapon from her hand, and Jupiter finishes her off by slamming her to the ground. But Pets' fury doesn't subside, even as her 3 sisters try to calm her. Then, Rubius finally steps onto the battlefield with a slow clap. He ironically praises their impeccable work of gathering everyone in one spot, right before sending them all to hell by remotely activating the staff. The artifact tears through the dimension, creating a hungry black hole. Pets tries to redeem herself by blocking the collapse with her bare hands, but she starts being sucked in until her sisters grab her arms in a frantic chain of survival. With a tactical push from Tuxedo Mask, the heroines dive headfirst into the rift, destroying the stellar threat from the inside out with Sailor Planet power. Sailor Moon then extends the magic of the silver crystal to the remaining two, humanizing Pets and Calaveras. However, both Rubius, through his screen, and Chibiusa from the street, see exactly whose hands are holding the most coveted jewel in the universe. With the mess resolved, the four Spectre sisters unite once again, this time to run a modest makeup stall, bickering like a typical normal family, while the Guardians watch them in peace. Rubius is on the ropes, as Marode appears on his ship with a clear warning. Either he fixes this mess in 24 hours, or Prince Demand will literally launch him into space. He needs to deliver Chibiusa, defeat the Sailor Scouts, and take a crystal point, and he needs it done yesterday. Meanwhile, Chibiusa's mind short-circuits upon discovering that Usagi is Sailor Moon. In an act of desperation, the girl steals the silver crystal and tries to use it to flee to the future. But, as usual, the plan glitches. The time travel fails. A glowing crescent moon appears on her forehead, and guess who spots the beacon? Rubius. Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Venus arrive just in time to stop the attack and save the girl, but the rescue is tense. Chibiusa drops the bombshell that she knows all their identities, and despite the group's attempts to calm her, she refuses to listen. She bolts straight to Mamoru's apartment for protection, and when Usagi walks through the door looking for her brooch, the girl runs away again.
Oh, where's Chibiusa?
Sorry, bad news. You just missed her.
It's basically a game of hide and seek where everyone's life is on the line. Avoiding the sailors at all costs, Chibiusa finally manages to open the time portal. The problem is that Rubius returns with his massive UFO, which he uses to simply shut the passage. The four sailors charge in a team attack, but their strategy hits a wall of reality. Rubius is protected by the ship's structure, and without Sailor Moon's power to balance the scales, he dominates the fight and sucks all four inside as prisoners. Usagi runs as fast as she can, but she only arrives in time to see the villain laughing in total triumph. The situation collapses into total chaos. Rubius realizes he has the upper hand and sends an ultimatum. Either Usagi hands over the silver crystal and Chibiusa peacefully, or her friends don't make it out alive. Hiding in an alley, Usagi is crushed by a sense of loss and powerlessness. Up there, in the vacuum of space, Esmeralda appears just to rub it in that Rubius messed up by not eliminating the girl earlier. But Rubius thinks he's won the game and reveals his horrific trump card. The Guardians, hanging from crosses, motionless and completely paralyzed. Back on Earth, guilt consumes Chibiusa, who has already returned the brooch to Usagi. On TV, a panicked news report details a UFO sighting over Tokyo. In a mix of desperation and courage, Usagi decides to risk everything and goes to the site alone. Luna and Artemis try to cook up a plan with illusions to trick the villain, but it fails. By the time Mamoru realizes the gravity of the situation, Usagi and Chibiusa are already gone, sucked directly into Rubius's ship. The sight of her crucified friends inside is stomach-turning. Usagi tries to pull off a disastrous bluff, claiming Chibiusa is just her cousin, which Rubius successfully ignores before launching his attack. It's a gravitational nightmare. The villain inverts the room's gravity, tossing Sailor Moon from ceiling to floor like a rag doll. Chibiusa tries to free the girls by force, but hits a lethal force field. Enduring the shift in physics through sheer stubbornness, Usagi turns the tide. Chibiusa figures out the villain's trick, runs to the control panel, and yanks out the dark crystal powering the ship. Without his massive evil battery, Rubius instantly weakens, causing the ship to start tearing apart and breaking the Guardian's prison. With the structure about to become cosmic debris in an imminent explosion, Rubius realizes his mistake and begs Esmeralda for help. Her response? A slap to his hand and her back turned. A termination with cause.
Load in 2 minutes.
Oh, tough luck.
Esmeralda! Esmeralda, no! Don't leave me!
The ship bursts into flames and explodes with him in the middle, while the Guardians and Chibiusa manage to teleport away at the very last second. Back in Tokyo and safe, the trauma of the near-death experience passes surprisingly fast. Chibiusa's main focus now is asking Usagi to make pancakes. Peace is short-lived. Chibiusa's mind is now a minefield of intense nightmares, where she is hunted by a terrifying droid. The creature opens its cloak like a B-movie villain, revealing a dark crystal and showing the entirety of Crystal Tokyo being reduced to ash and rubble. At the Black Moon base, the bureaucracy of evil continues. Esmeralda promises Prince Demand she will clean up the mess Rubius left behind. Saphir, the group's pessimist, questions why they are wasting time in the 20th century, believing the Dark Crystal could handle things on its own. But Wiseman shuts him down, warning that as long as the Silver Crystal exists, nothing is guaranteed. In the real world, the situation hits rock bottom. Chibiusa is unconscious in Usagi's bed, burning with fever and delirious. The doctor has no idea what's wrong with her. Amidst the chaos, Luna P's eyes suddenly light up. The robot floats and projects a hologram of a towering figure, Sailor Pluto. She gets straight to the point, explaining that the Dark Crystal's energy has invaded the little girl's mind and will erase her for good if no one intervenes. It's an Inception-style mission. The Guardians must invade the girl's subconscious and enter the dream. Waking up inside the child's mind, the group finds themselves wandering the virtual ruins of Crystal Tokyo. They find Chibiusa, but her mental panic is so great she doesn't recognize them. Thinking they are Black Moon henchmen, the girl runs and falls right into the crosshairs of the droid that haunted her nightmare. Venus and Mars waste no time launching their attacks, but it's useless. Usagi goes after the girl, who repeatedly accuses her of being a traitor. After much persistence and Usagi promising she would save Chibiusa's mother, who was asleep in a nearby palace surrounded by an impenetrable barrier, a spark of trust emerges. But the other girls are taking a beating from the droid. The villain drives his scythe into the ground, opening a colossal crater, and Chibiusa slips toward the darkness. Usagi throws herself to the ground and catches her by one hand, coming inches away from falling in herself. With the monster closing in, Usagi refuses to let go of the child. Recalling the legends she heard about Sailor Moon being invincible, Chibiusa finally lets go of her fear and believes. This is the necessary emotional trigger. A massive pink aura explodes around Usagi, isolating the droid and bringing the girl to safety. With the path clear, Sailor Moon pulverizes the Spectre with her attack, cleansing the nightmare. In the real world, the shadow dissipates, and Chibiusa wakes up next to Pluto's projection. Her instinct is to run back to the future, but the Guardian of Time warns her that the enemy will attack the present again. Hugging the child, Usagi makes a silent promise that she will do everything in her power to protect the future. Usagi is walking with Chibiusa and promises to buy her anything to celebrate the girl's recovery. It's a nice gesture until she remembers she's completely broke. Chibiusa, frustrated by Usagi's lack of funds, demands she keep her promise just as Mamoru appears and offers to pay for a more affordable outing. With a forced smile, Usagi makes a lame excuse and runs off. Once she's away, she admits to Luna that she couldn't stand seeing the two of them together because of her intense jealousy. In the 30th century, the Committee of Evil is re-evaluating their consecutive defeats. Esmeralda takes charge with a new plan. Use the dark henges created by Saphir at points of negative energy in the 20th century to open a dark gate and swallow the Earth in shadows. A classic Monday morning global domination plot. The action returns to our time at a newly opened bakery with an all-you-can-eat cake special. Rei, Ami, Makoto, and Minako are there enjoying themselves. But guess who also shows up? Esmeralda, who identifies the shop as the perfect target, and Usagi, determined to drown her romantic sorrows in sugar. Soon, both of them are in the back, stuffing cake into their mouths at a frightening pace. When Esmeralda notices the judgmental stares of the customers regarding her lack of manners, a wave of social anxiety hits her. Mortified, she flees and vows revenge on everyone. In the back of the shop, Esmeralda dispatches her team, plants the magic spike, and summons the droid Marzipan disguised as a waitress. Mamoru and Chibiusa arrive shortly after, only to find the customers paralyzed. Mamoru throws a tray at the suspicious waitress, forcing the droid to reveal its true form and fire shots of icing that turn the environment into candy. He tells the girls to fall back with Chibiusa. Transformed, the Guardians try to fight, but the droid is lethally fast, and its attack leaves them as fragile as sponge sugar. As usual, Tuxedo Mask throws his rose and gives a speech about how sweets melt. Mercury catches the hint and uses Shine Aqua illusion to neutralize the attack, clearing the way for Sailor Moon to shatter the monster and the Dark Henge with Moon Princess Halation, as Marode appears just to let out a shrill laugh, nearly bursting everyone's eardrums, before disappearing and leaving a warning that the game has changed. Usagi's streak of being late remains intact. She arrives at school bumping into everything and discovers the new craze among her classmates. Promise rings, handmade bracelets that supposedly grant wishes. It's that classic high school Lucky Charm energy. The mood turns heavy when she runs into Mamoru on the street. He tries to ignore her, but the girl trips and falls, forcing him to help. She begs to know why he's pushing her away, but he only replies that it's all his fault and turns his back, leaving Usagi crying on the asphalt. Meanwhile, that pest Esmeralda marks another target at a handicraft class upstairs, leaving the droid Ootering disguised as the course instructor. The plan is to infect everyone who wears the bracelets with dark energy. At home, Usagi spends the night trying to make her own bracelet, passes out at her desk, and has a disturbing nightmare. Her wedding to Mamoru being swept away by an explosion, and a shadowy voice commanding him to stay away from the princess. The shock of waking up gets worse when the glass in their photo frame simply cracks on its own. Desperate, she rushes to Mamoru's apartment. He tries to bar the door at all costs, but yields when she mentions the nightmare. Usagi says she doesn't care about any dream as long as they're together, but Mamoru confesses that this vision has haunted him for a long time, and he's certain it's a premonition. Focused on protecting her no matter what, he kicks her out. Hearing Usagi sobbing and pounding on the hallway door is honestly heartbreaking. When she goes down to find Luna and Chibiusa, the ring the girl is wearing begins to glow dangerously. Luna quickly rips the bracelet off with her teeth, and Ami warns over the communicator that the rest of the school is also falling ill. They locate the source of the problem on the building's roof. Sailor Moon attacks, but the droid strikes back with rings of concentrated light, even trapping Tuxedo Mask, who had arrived to help. The day is only saved because Mercury freezes the ring attack in mid-air, giving Sailor Moon the opening to destroy the monster for good. After the battle, Tuxedo Mask ensures they will fight on the same side for the future, and disappears. Usagi, encouraged by her friends, runs after him. When the two finally stop running from each other in the middle of the street, they embrace and kiss, tacitly agreeing that worrying about tomorrow isn't worth the price of losing today. The chaos is relentless, but this time the attack doesn't come from deep space. It comes through the air. A terrible flu wipes out half of Tokyo, dragging the Guardians to their beds. The only one who miraculously escapes unscathed is Minako, who puts on an imaginary lab coat and decides to be the group's nurse. The problem is that her care is practically a biological weapon. At Rei's house, Minako manages to blow up the patient's radio and serves a bowl of rice porridge loaded with salt. The friends try to send a warning to Usagi about the impending danger knocking at her door, but the communication network fails. Usagi, bedridden and delirious, ends up fainting from dizziness. When she regains consciousness, she finds Minako genuinely looking after her and Chibiusa. A vulnerable and sincere moment unfolds where Minako confesses that she works so hard not because of Usagi's title as princess, but because they are true friends. It's her classic, fierce loyalty shining through. The sweet atmosphere evaporates when they discover that the global flu isn't a change in weather, but another of Esmeralda's dirty plots. The villain and her droid appear, wanting to force a needle into Chibiusa, but Minako steps in to face them both, bluffing hard that she had already decoded the entire scheme from the start. Minako's bravado nearly costs her, but the time she gains is exactly enough for the other Guardians, magically cured by her questionable nursing techniques, to arrive and save her skin. The threat is neutralized, but nature collects its due. At the end of the storm, Minako and Artemis end up catching the flu themselves. The karmic irony hits its peak when Usagi, thinking she's helping, shoves the same salty mush into Minako's mouth, who ends the day crying in total despair. Artemis is running for his life from a furious chef. When he finally makes it home, breathless, Luna and Usagi can barely contain their laughter. Luna doesn't miss the chance to rub it in, claiming he's only good for causing trouble. To make matters worse, Chibiusa flings a door open, accidentally knocking the cat out cold in the hallway. She apologizes, but everyone breaks into fits of laughter. With his pride wounded, Artemis decides he needs to prove his worth. After a minor accident where Usagi literally steps on his head in the street, he disappears for good. Eventually, Artemis uncovers an animal animal trafficking ring that leads him straight to a local petting zoo called Animal Kingdom. Esmeralda is also there, scouting for the next Dark Henge point. She finds it right after a stray dog decides to christen her designer boot. Esmeralda installs a droid disguised as a veterinarian, and all the animals in the park fall under the power of darkness. This is when Artemis tries to play the hero. He charges at the droid only to get thrashed by 4 kittens, whipped, kicked by a dog, and finally pinned down by a monkey. Basically, the entire Animal Kingdom decides to take turns beating him up. The other Guardians arrive just in time. Jupiter and Mars use brute force to pin the animals against a tree, while Mercury creates a wall of ice. The droid retaliates by strangling the girls, but Artemis, who has made getting beaten up his profession this episode, manages to scratch the monster's face. This gives Sailor Moon the perfect opening to finish the fight. Esmeralda vows revenge, but the universe has other plans. Another dog pees on her.
Quite mistaken if you think you've won. Huh?
With things back to normal, the girls pet the animals while Artemis tries to finally get some rest. But peace is short-lived. Chibiusa comes charging in, her backpack flies off, and she knocks the cat out for the 3rd time today. Esmeralda is enjoying a soak in the tub, admiring her own beauty, until Saphir appears out of nowhere to demand results. She doesn't even bother to cover up. She just dismisses him and focuses on her next target, a specialized academy for gifted students. There, Ami has just aced another exam. But instead of congratulations, 3 students accuse her of cheating. Even Umino joins in with a fake petition. Makoto is ready to settle things with her fists, but Ami asks for calm. Despite pretending it doesn't bother her, the malicious rumors, spread through Esmeralda's dark energy, leave her devastated. Still, Ami is practical. She swallows her tears, investigates the school, and finds Giwak, the new botanical droid. She transforms into Sailor Mercury but is quickly hit by a heavy hallucinogenic attack that makes her see her own friends insulting her with pure hatred. The other Guardians arrive, and Sailor Moon is hit by the exact same hallucination. The illusion tries to throw Usagi's flaws in her face, calling her a crybaby, clumsy, and a terrible student. The problem? Usagi agrees with all of it. The attack has zero effect because, let's face it, she already knows she's all those things. It's a rare case where having zero self-esteem actually saves the day. With Tuxedo Mask handling the monster's clones, Sailor Moon brings Mercury back to reality by reminding her how much her friends believe in her. Together, they destroy the droid. With the spell broken, the students return to normal. Umino even gets overexcited and invites Usagi to study, sending her screaming across the schoolyard. Deep in Chibiusa's subconscious, we see a memory of her first day of school, where she was teased for her size. That was until a girl named Momo intervened, silenced a bully with a well-placed magazine whack, and befriended her. In the present, Chibiusa is in bed with a fever while Artemis plays nurse. Usagi brings the girls to visit, but the big surprise is that Momo came along too. It's a genuine moment of joy to see the girl finally having a normal childhood connection. The mood only shifts when Ami wonders aloud why the villains keep hunting a child. Meanwhile, at the park, Esmeralda has decided she's done with elaborate schemes. She sends 2 new elite subordinates, Chiral and Achiral, straight to the local elementary school to wipe out the Guardians once and for all and deliver victory to Prince Demand. The next morning, a recovered Chibiusa is running late for class, bickering with Luna on the way, but when she arrives, the school has turned into a chaotic version of Lord of the Flies. Students are brutally brawling in the hallways. Chibiusa sees Momo cornered by a much larger boy and runs to return the favor from before, but her help isn't welcome. Momo turns around, her eyes glowing an eerie pink. She tells Chibiusa she can't stand her and shoves her down ruthlessly. The child can only watch in confusion as her best friend, a group of students, and even her teacher surround her, all completely consumed by the power of the Dark Crystal. Chibiusa finally activates the space-time key and opens a portal to the future. The full squad, the Guardians, Tuxedo Mask, Luna, and Artemis, jump in, but the reception is far from friendly. They are attacked in a thick fog by Sailor Pluto, the official guardian of the space-time door, until Chibiusa screams for her to stop. Recognizing the group, Pluto grants them passage through the gate. On the other side of the story, Prince Demand is making plans. He wants to convert Chibiusa to his side, and he wants Sailor Moon simply because he's obsessed with her. Esmeralda is sent to intercept the group, and in a classic villain move, separates them in the rift. The Guardians fall into a dark void. Tuxedo Mask and the cats land in a kaleidoscope of lights, and Chibiusa ends up under a blood-red sky. Esmeralda sends a droid to annihilate the Guardians and capture the girl. One important detail, she crosses her arms and accidentally forgets to mention that Sailor Moon needs to be taken alive. Jealousy is a powerful thing. While Tuxedo Mask follows the same sinister voice from his nightmares, and the Guardians chase a familiar pink light, Chibiusa tries to fight the droid with a slingshot. When the Guardians arrive, they launch an all-out attack, but the droid reverses time, hurling their spells back at them. However, this trick has an Achilles heel. The robot is left completely vulnerable for 1 full minute immediately after. Chibiusa creates the perfect distraction with a shot powered by the crescent moon on her forehead. The opening is exactly what the Guardians need to trigger a Sailor Planet attack and disintegrate the droid for good. With the path clear, they finally reach the future. But what they find isn't a sci-fi utopia. It's Crystal Tokyo, reduced to complete ruins. Standing before the rubble of Crystal Tokyo, the group barely has time to process the shock before Chibiusa runs off and disappears into the devastated landscape. In their frantic search, they bump into none other than King Endymion. Here, the first bombshell drops. Sailor Moon instantly recognizes his voice as the one from her and Mamoru's nightmares, the man who claimed the world would end if they stayed together. He reveals himself as the Tuxedo Mask of the future and leads the team to safety inside the Crystal Palace. Far away, the Black Moon Clan watches their every move. Saphir blames Esmeralda for letting the intruders reach the city, but Demand takes charge, deciding to handle it himself. Consumed by jealousy after seeing Usagi's face on a screen, Esmeralda throws her fan in a fit of rage. At the palace, the team gets a grim history lesson. Earth had frozen over until it was saved by Neo Queen Serenity and the power of the Silver Crystal.
As a result, the Earth fell into a state of cold sleep, thanks to Neo Queen Serenity and the power of her Silver Crystal.
Shortly after, the Black Moon Clan attacked without mercy, wiping out the citizens and lulling the Queen into an eternal sleep. Only the future Guardians remain, standing watch. As if that wasn't enough, this is when Tuxedo Mask and Usagi learn a truth worthy of Star Wars. Chibiusa is actually their future daughter. Before the couple can digest this, Prince Demand invades and kidnaps Usagi by force. When she wakes up in a strange room, she's wearing a new dress and her transformation brooch is out of reach. Due to local interference, her magic is jammed. Demand then delivers his imperial monologue. He wants the crystal's energy to control time and space, and he demands Usagi be his eternal queen. He moves in to kiss her against her will, but Tuxedo Mask lands just in time for the rescue. The escape only works because Esmeralda, poisoned by jealousy, secretly sabotages her own boss with a stealth spell, clearing a path for the couple. Saphir catches the dirty play immediately and leaves a warning in the air. Once Demand finds out about this betrayal, the punishment won't be light. Back at the Crystal Palace with Usagi safe and sound, tensions are high. Luna and Artemis investigate why the future Silver Crystal failed to activate its defenses. To explain the catastrophe, King Endymion leads them to Neo Queen Serenity, encased in a protective quartz coffin. The reason for the kingdom's collapse was simple. The Queen's divine defense vanished moments before the Black Moon Clan attacked. Usagi tries to use her present-day crystal to wake her, but the healing energy reflects back at her. What no one in the room knows is that the mystery of the missing jewel is already solved. Chibiusa stole her mother's crystal in the recent past. Worse still, Wiseman finds the girl wandering nearby and with a few masterful manipulations, turns her against her allies. At the enemy base, the Black Crystal's vital signs are spiking, nearing uncontrollable levels. Saphir coldly questions Demand's priorities, making it clear to Esmeralda that their leader's platonic obsession has completely undermined their global conquest. Feeling her pride wounded and the pressure mounting, she seeks Wiseman's dark guidance for more power. She gets it, or so she thinks. Wiseman convinces her to wear a crown that promises impossible wonders, but the spell transfigures Esmeralda into a rampaging winged dragon. The creature attacks the palace immediately. Sailor Jupiter strikes back fast, wounding the beast, leading Usagi to think the threat is over. In a rookie mistake, she lets her guard down and is nearly blindsided, saved only by Tuxedo Mask, who lodges a rose into the crown, knocking out the creature's sensors. Without wasting a second, Sailor Moon unleashes a Moon Princess halation, reducing the anomaly to dust. In her final moments before vanishing into the void, Esmeralda reverts to human form, realizing her total defeat. Meanwhile, Wiseman watches the scene, celebrating silently. With the first pawn off the board for free, it won't be long before he clears the way for Demand and Sapphire as well. In the Crystal Palace, the Guardians and Tuxedo Mask are scouring every corner for Chibiusa. The problem is, Wiseman found her first and is subjecting her to some classic psychological warfare. His tactic? Distorting the past. He plants false memories in the girl's head, showing a rainy day where her parents ignored her after a fall and a birthday everyone forgot. It's all to validate the idea that no one loves you. With her emotions in tatters, Wiseman's job is easy. He uses his powers to magically age the girl, transforming her into Black Lady. Instant adolescent rebellion. Once the dirty work is done, Wiseman introduces his new ally to Prince Demand. Sapphire warns that trusting this man is a terrible mistake, but Demand, hypnotized by the promise of ruling Earth with the evil black crystal's power, ignores the warning and orders Sapphire to watch the energy reactor. Meanwhile, Sailor Pluto tracks the girl's location and drops a bombshell. She's returned to the past, and the energy emanating from her is no longer the same. When the Sailor Guardians and Tuxedo Mask arrive in Tokyo to investigate, Black Lady and Demand are already spreading terror. They drive a massive shard of crystal into the ground, creating a dark aura that swallows the sky. The squad moves in for a confrontation and is, of course, blocked by Black Lady herself. The truth only sinks in when the Luna P ball flies over, happily hugging the villain. It's Chibiusa. Wasting no time, Black Lady uses Luna P as a weapon against her former team. Sailor Moon despairs and pulls out the silver crystal in an attempt to heal her. However, Wiseman appears, whispering her family's failures directly into her head, blocking the rescue and reigniting her hatred. The irony of all this brainwashing is that, in the present, Ikuko has forgotten the girl's existence, the girl she knew as Rini, yet, by pure instinct, she keeps making tea for her. Far away, Wiseman commits the #1 antagonist mistake. He says his real plans out loud. He confesses he's only using Prince Demand, and that he actually serves a greater entity, the Death Phantom. Sapphire casts aside his doubts, hears everything, and decides to act. In a desperate move, he rips a control chip from the Black Crystal reactor to prevent Wiseman from detonating it in the future. The escape, unsurprisingly, goes wrong. He is brutally attacked but manages to flee to Earth, wounded. There he collapses in a park and has the incredible luck of being rescued by his former enemies, the Spectre Sisters, who now live normal lives. They tend to him, and Berthier mentions that Pets and Sapphire once had a history. Feeling the peace and calm of Earth, Sapphire realizes that Demand's plan to conquer the planet is a massive mistake. He decides he must tell his brother the truth. On the other side, the sisters decide to alert Usagi and ask for help. Sapphire's attempt to return is cut short by an ambush from Black Lady. The Sailor Guardians arrive, demanding the tension end, but the girl traps the entire squad in impenetrable dark domes. All seemed lost until Tuxedo Mask breaks the barrier just as Demand appears. Trying to save what's left of his family, Sapphire tells the truth. Demand refuses to listen. To ensure his silence, Wiseman appears and hits Sapphire with a fatal blast right in front of his brother. The crescent moon mark fades from his forehead.
Wiseman! Sapphire!
The assassin takes the chip back and vanishes, leaving a devastated Demand cradling his brother's lifeless body, while Pets feels the loss from a distance. It's heavy. The war has lost all limits and become strictly personal. Tuxedo Mask refuses to wait any longer and decides to invade the Black Crystal to end the problem at the source. Before they dive into this madness, Naru, Molly, wishes Usagi luck, sensing her friend is in way over her head. Inside, the atmosphere between Demand and Wiseman has soured past the point of no return. The prince confronts the sorcerer for the execution of Sapphire. Wiseman drops the diplomatic facade and tells it like it is. His brother was a traitor, and absolutely nothing will stop the vengeance orchestrated by the Death Phantom. During the invasion, a trapdoor drops Sailor Moon right into Demand's throne room. He tries the same cheap trick of forcing mental control to make her love him, but her feelings for Mamoru are stronger, and the hypnosis fails miserably. Instead of becoming a hostage, Sailor Moon uses the opportunity to speak the truth, finally convincing Demand demand that Saphir was right. Wiseman tries to intervene, but the prince's patience is gone. He officially rebels, swearing to avenge Saphir and Esmeralda. The two engage in a brutal collision of energy blasts. Enraged, Wiseman declares he will destroy everything and fires a volley of lethal spears at Sailor Moon. Without a second thought, Demand steps into the line of fire, taking the hit for her. Even as he's dying, he gathers the rest of his energy and obliterates Wiseman's physical form, leaving nothing but scraps behind.
Demand!
Demand dies in Sailor Moon's arms, admitting he wished he had the chance to start over on Earth. But grief must be brief. Wiseman reforms from the shadows, trying to trick the heroes with illusions. But the ruse breaks when the real Tuxedo Mask arrives. Realizing their chance, they run toward the Dark Gate at the top of the structure to stop the apocalypse. And who was waiting at the top, at the edge of the world's end? None other than Black Lady. The power of the Dark Gate is out of control, and Death Phantom prepares his final move, channeling all his dark energy into Black Lady. The girl has renounced all feelings of love, and Tuxedo Mask pays the price first, taking a direct hit while trying to protect everyone, losing his hat and mask in the process. The girls try to appeal to their friendship, but the villain senses their weakness and fills her head with lies. That's when Usagi decides diplomacy isn't enough. She draws the silver crystal, glowing in an unmistakable pink hue, and takes the form of Neo Queen Serenity. Seeing Sailor Moon transform into Chibiusa's own mother leaves everyone stunned. Serenity tries to cleanse her daughter's negative energy with love, reminding her that strict boundaries in childhood aren't a lack of affection, but a parent's job to ensure their children grow up well. Wiseman tries the classic tragic speech about how humans are born and die alone, but the flood of happy memories the queen projects is stronger. Black Lady accepts that she was always loved. The black crescent moon vanishes from her forehead, and she returns to being Chibiusa.
Memories of love! Please, try to remember.
The family moment is interrupted by the Dark Gate, which continues to open to destroy the world. Serenity prepares for the ultimate sacrifice, using all the power of her crystal. Seeing her mother about to die because of her, Chibiusa breaks down in tears. In a massive plot twist, her tears reveal that the missing silver crystal was hidden inside her body all along. Upon awakening the crystal, she transforms into Princess Small Lady Serenity. What follows is mother and daughter combining their supreme powers, wiping Death Phantom and the Black Crystal from existence. The world is saved. No one has to sacrifice themselves, and Chibiusa says a tearful goodbye before returning to her peaceful future. Rei's warning about the end of the world was no joke. She has another disturbing vision. The planet swallowed by darkness, the people of Tokyo and the other Sailor Guardians turned to stone, and a bright light that splits into three before floating away. Back in reality, the terror is a bit more mundane. The girls are at the shrine helping Usagi study for an exam, as her grades are so bad that even Mamoru canceled their next date to force her to focus on the books. Meanwhile, we meet the new big players, Professor Tomoe and his assistant Kaolinite. The man radiates mad scientist energy, and the duo's goal is specific. They need to find 3 talismans hidden inside pure heart crystals to summon the Holy Grail, which promises them unimaginable power.
The world will be ours!
They release a daemon egg that possesses a tree at Rei's shrine, transforming into a bizarre monster called Mikuji. The creature wastes no time. It pins Rei to the wall and fires dark energy that begins to extract the heart crystal from her chest. Usagi transforms and attacks, but quickly realizes this isn't just another monster of the week. Her attack fails. Mikuji knocks out Tuxedo Mask, traps the rest of the team, and in a move of pure disrespect, bites and breaks Sailor Moon's transformation brooch, deactivating her power and forcing her back into being Usagi. The monster rips the crystal from Rei, and the situation looks hopeless until 2 energy beams tear through the scene and hit Mikuji, turning it back into a normal tree.
Human beings are so pathetic.
2 mysterious figures dressed as Sailor Guardians emerge. They analyze the floating crystal, decide it's not the talisman they're looking for, return the energy to Rei, and vanish into the shadows. The girls, now free and exhausted, embrace their friend while trying to process the magnitude of the problem that just landed in their laps. In the dead of night, Usagi has a total nightmare. She dreams that she's lost her powers, and the other Guardians are mocking her for being forced into retirement. The desperation is so intense that she wakes up accidentally attacking saving poor Luna, but the problem is real. The silver crystal has lost its luster, and without it, she can't transform. Trying to de-escalate the situation, Luna suggests Usagi go see Mamoru. In a rather questionable move for a romantic date, he takes her to an abandoned house. Usagi closes her eyes, expecting a cinematic kiss, but what does she get? A kitten shoved in her face. It turns out the place is crawling with strays, and a little girl is looking after them. Since the building is scheduled for demolition, Usagi promises to fix everything. Later at the temple, Usagi tries to pawn the cats off on her friends. No one is biting, everyone makes a lame excuse, and Usagi refuses to adopt another one herself, arguing that Luna already eats too much as it is. While the bickering continues, the mad scientist, Dr. Tomoe, releases a daemon egg into the city. The aberration enters a puzzle in the little girl's room and transforms into Neko Nell, a monster that starts attacking immediately. The girl flees to the abandoned house, but the creature follows. The other guardians arrive and transform, all except Usagi, who tries and fails miserably. The team attacks, but Neko Nell reflects everything with its tail and manages to steal the girl's pure heart crystal. Then, two mysterious figures appear. They make quick work of the monster, analyze the crystal, realize it's not what they're looking for, and simply return it. In true Batman fashion, they refuse any teamwork and vanish into the fog. Neko Nell returns with a vengeance and nearly strangles Usagi until Tuxedo Mask leaps onto the scene. He tells Usagi to run, but she stands her ground. Their love shines brighter than a rom-com script, revealing their past forms and forging a new scepter. With the inventory upgrade, Usagi screams the magic words and obliterates the monster. In the end, the big solution for the cats, taking them all to an animal shelter, simple as that. With her powers back, Usagi focuses on what she does best, avoiding her studies. She runs into Minako at the arcade, who is getting crushed in a racing game by a student from Mugen Academy. When the winner's face is revealed, both girls are floored. The race car driver is absolutely stunning and goes by the name Haruka. Michiru, the elegant friend accompanying Haruka, apologizes for the aggressive gaming, and the two depart. Minako and Usagi flip into love-struck detective mode and tail the duo to an auto shop. Brimming with curiosity, they pepper Haruka with questions, while Haruka and Michiru try to play off the nature of their relationship. The flirting is brutally interrupted when a new daemon egg, attached to a car's steering wheel, attacks the shop owner and rips out his pure heart crystal. Noticing that Haruka and Michiru have disappeared, Usagi and Minako transform, but the ones who truly steal the show are the runaways from the shop. Haruka and Michiru chase the monster on a motorcycle and promptly transform into the guardians from the previous episode, Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune. They arrive unleashing heavy earth and water attacks that leave the daemon vulnerable. Purely as a formality, they let Sailor Moon deliver the finishing blow. Sailor Uranus then hands the crystal back to Usagi, warning her that the man's heart wasn't what they were seeking. The next day, the whole gang gathers at the arcade, trying to wrap their heads over Minako's obsession with the mystery boy. When Michiru points toward Haruka, now without a jacket and with her shirt slightly unbuttoned, the penny drops. Haruka is actually a girl, and a very blunt one at that, calmly stating she never said she was a boy. Minako collapses. Rei and Makoto are in shock, and Ami just sighs. To save face, Usagi spins a massive lie, claiming she knew the truth all along. A classic reaction from someone who didn't have a clue. To shake off the recent shocks, Usagi decides to bank on her culinary skills and brings cookies to Mamoru. The only catch? Most of them are burnt to a crisp. Finding his apartment empty, frustration sets in, and she bursts into tears. Mamoru appears and, in an act of pure compassion and a stomach of steel, eats one of the carbonized cookies to cheer her up, telling her she's perfect just the way she is. When the other girls hear the story at the park, Ami's main concern isn't the romance, but whether Mamoru's risk of food poisoning is high enough to be fatal. The group breaks into laughter, and Usagi, ignoring the teasing, starts begging her friends to teach her genetics, cooking, English, and even how to wear a kimono. The group's response? A strategic retreat. Luna reminds her that Usagi has never stuck to any project for more than 3 days. Feeling betrayed, our protagonist storms off again. During her dramatic exit, she stumbles upon Michiru practicing the violin under Haruka's watchful eye. In a completely casual tone, they are discussing how the owners of the 3 talismans they seek will likely have to die. Usagi, tone deaf to the murder plot, is hypnotized by Michiru's musical talent. To prove a point, Haruka tosses a lemon at the girl. Without missing missing a single note, Michiru uses her violin bow to juggle the fruit. It's the kind of useless but impressive talent that defies the laws of physics. After Haruka leaves on her bike, Usagi accompanies Michiru to an art gallery and then to a restaurant, where she devours 7 ice creams in a row. As a reward for the peculiar company, Michiru hands her tickets to her next violin recital. On the day of the event, the whole squad shows up, but predictably, Usagi spends the whole time drooling over Mamoru instead of watching the performance, leaving him sweating with nerves. The secondhand embarrassment gets too much, and Rei gives her friend a sharp smack to the back of the head to wake her up. To top off the cultural outing, a monster spawns out of nowhere, only to get a quick beatdown from the Guardian so everyone can go home early. Business as usual, Usagi catches Mamoru giving Unazuki a ride on his motorcycle, and jealousy flares up instantly. The girl spends the whole time talking about the first kiss she wants to have with a guy named Michael. Naturally, Haruka and Michiru's radar pings. A pure heart is in sight, the perfect target for the hunters. Dr. Tomoe's plan focuses exactly on those seeking their first kiss, and Kaolinite implants a daemon inside a vacuum cleaner. Yes, a vacuum cleaner. The creature, named Osoji, snatches Unazuki's pure heart and bolts. To prove things can always get worse, during a confrontation with Sailor Uranus and Sailor Neptune, the heart falls directly into the back of a garbage truck. The rest of the team finds Unazuki in a trance without her heart. She's so disoriented she tries to forcibly kiss Mako, forcing Rei to neutralize the girl with a paralysis scroll to buy time. The chase ends in a junkyard. Sailor Moon's fight against Osoji starts at a disadvantage, but Tuxedo Mask makes his classic last-minute save, breaking the monster's guard so she can destroy it. Uranus and Neptune examine the captured heart. Since it's not one of the 3 crystals they're hunting, they simply return it to save Unazuki's life. The dust settles. The girl is saved, but the real drama happens on the balcony that night. Usagi gives Mamoru a massive scolding because he had the audacity to not remember their own first kiss. The romantic tension continues to cause headaches, but this time, it's Umino swearing that Naru is hiding something from him, while she's equally paranoid about him. Usagi tries to play Cupid and asks Rei for help, who suggests entering them in the affection contest at Lover's Park. The plan seemed solid until Usagi discovered registration was closed. The big twist? The couple's dark secret was that they had both already bought tickets behind each other's backs. Meanwhile, Kaolinite doesn't take a day off and plants a daemon directly into the monument that serves as the contest prize. Haruka and Michiru sense the enemy presence and decide to enter the contest just for the fun of it. The result is obvious. They dominate the trials without breaking a sweat, outperforming the actual couples. But in the final round, seeing how much Umino and Naru genuinely love each other, the two drop out of the competition, revealing it was all a joke. Umino and Naru win, but the victory lasts exactly 1 second because the monument transforms into the daemon Dieheart and rips out Umino's heart in the middle of the celebration. The monster summons smaller creatures to immobilize the heroes, which works until Sailor Uranus fires a heavy world shaking into the fray. Sailor Moon steps in with her moon spiral heart attack to finish the monster for good. Uranus and Neptune evaluate the situation, realize Umino's heart is useless for their plans, and return it. On the streets, Haruka tears through the speed limit on her motorcycle, while Makoto vents to Usagi about wanting to be more feminine, feeling she's too tall and clumsy. The conversation is cut short when Haruka nearly runs them over. Makoto pushes Usagi out of the way to avoid disaster, but ends up mesmerized by the biker's aggressive stance. Haruka uses her own scarf to bandage Makoto's injured wrist, instantly achieving idol status in the girl's mind. From a distance, Haruka and Michiru discuss their suspicions that the owners of the Pure Hearts must be found before the world is destroyed, and they put Makoto in their crosshairs. The problem is that Kaolinite is also watching and transforms Haruka's lost scarf into the daemon Scar. The creature attacks, and after a clash where Sailor Mercury freezes its ribbons to save Makoto, the villain retreats. Watching it all unfold, Uranus and Neptune make a brutal call. They decide to use Makoto as bait, cold-blooded. The next day, the duo offers the girl a ride. When Scar ambushes the group, Haruka and Michiru pretend to pass out just to watch from the sidelines as the monster rips out their friend's pure heart. When Sailor Moon arrives, true chaos breaks out in the brush. In the middle of the confusion, Makoto regains consciousness. Realizing she's been manipulated, rage takes over. She transforms into Sailor Jupiter, warning them that the story isn't over yet. In a fit of pure fury, she attacks with sparkling wide pressure, clearing the way for Sailor Moon to blow up the daemon. The real showdown happens after the fight. Jupiter corners Uranus and Neptune, throwing it in their faces that using people as bait makes them no better than the villains. The argument turns into a full-on fist fight. Uranus resorts to a low blow to escape, but Jupiter is stronger and injures her rival's wrist in the impact. Later, in a moment of irony and respect, Makoto ties the scarf around Haruka's injured wrist, the same wrist she just struck. Moving on, Makoto appears wearing a new pink scarf, keeping her essence but clearly inspired by her complicated new rival. Ami is going through a heavy existential crisis. The school's vice principal tells her she's wasting her potential by helping others study, and the girl takes it the worst way possible, believing her only value in the world is her grades. It's the classic weight of being the star student. To make things worse, Usagi overhears the conversation and is hit hard by guilt. Trying to clear her head, Ami goes for a quiet swim at the pool but runs into Haruka and Michiru. Competitive instincts kick in, and Michiru challenges Ami to a race. But our star student makes the biggest mistake possible for someone with sportsmanship. She lets her opponent win. Michiru notices immediately, feels deeply offended, and Ami flees in shame. Things aren't any better at home. When Ami tries to join her usual study group, Usagi blocks the door. The intention is good, forcing her friend to focus on herself, but the timing just drags Ami further down. What really changes the game is a rematch. After bumping into Haruka, Ami goes back to the pool and this time gives it her all against Michiru. The result is a hard-fought tie, but what matters is the respect earned. Michiru is finally satisfied with her attitude. Of course, the peace is short-lived. As soon as the two leave, a daemon appears out of nowhere, traps Ami in a ridiculous pool floaty, and steals her pure heart crystal. The monster quickly discovers the girl's soul isn't the talisman they're after. Tuxedo Mask appears with his classic rose just to break the tension, and while the chaos unfolds, Haruka and Michiru watch from the shadows, relieved for the girl. In the end, the soul theft was almost a footnote. Ami ends the day feeling much lighter than she started. The mood shifts completely as the adrenaline spikes. Haruka has just won a motocross race, and the whole group is there to cheer. But the celebration doesn't last 5 minutes. Some bitter competitors show up to give the old women don't belong on the track speech. Yamada, the runner-up, has to step in to calm things down. Michiru, with her sharp intuition, immediately senses that the young man's passion for the sport radiates a pure heart. In the post-race confusion, Usagi gets distracted by a street vendor because, obviously, it's Usagi, and misses the bus. Luckily for her, Haruka pulls up on her bike and offers a ride. But the trip turns into a Fast and Furious style chase when the salty racers start tailing them in a school bus with zero regard for road safety. Haruka doesn't waste time. She veers the bike into the woods, ambushes the guys, and settles everything with 2 perfectly executed kicks.
Watch out!
Meanwhile, Kaola Knight makes her move and attacks Yamada. Sailor Neptune tries to intervene with a violent dive and returns the heart to the pilot when she sees it's not a talisman, but the real trap was for her. A tire daemon multiplies and pins Neptune directly to a tree. The situation spirals out of control, resulting in the worst team dynamic possible. Kaola Knight knocks Neptune off a cliff into a waterfall and manages to handcuff Sailor Uranus and Sailor Moon together, forcing them to hide in a cave. Inside, the reality check hits hard. Uranus apathetically explains that her mission involves saving the world, even if it costs lives. It's pure pragmatism, clashing directly with Usagi's constant idealism. Despite their polar opposite views, Moon tends to Uranus's wound. The gesture works. When they leave the cave, they manage to break the chains using the monster's own attack, defeat the daemons, and force Kaola Knight to retreat. In the end, Sailor Moon achieves the impossible, earning a shred of respect from Uranus. Romantic tension is in the air, or at least that's what Yuichiro is trying to force. The guy is super worried because Rei spends her nights meditating in front of the fire. In a sweet gesture, he gives her a hair tie so she doesn't accidentally burn her hair. The problem is that Usagi opens her mouth and plants the idea in his head that all this meditation is actually repressed passion for him. Just like that, the guy's ego hits the roof, but the illusion crumbles faster than it rose. When Rei accepts a ride on Haruka's motorcycle, Yuichiro has a jealousy fit worthy of a soap opera. The worst part? He is absolutely certain Haruka is a guy. The confusion peaks when he catches the biker in a very sensitive, comforting moment holding hands with Michiru. In Yoichiro's head, he just discovered the biggest two-timing player in the city. He tries to handle it by confronting Haruka in a fight. The result is nothing short of humiliating. Yoichiro misses every punch, falls in the mud repeatedly, and leaves offering fake wishes of happiness, leaving Rei extremely confused and annoyed by the whole theater. He packs his bags to leave the temple with the poise of a martyr until Usagi finally tells Rei the truth about the poor guy's misunderstood feelings. Rei chases after him just in time to prevent a disaster. Yoichiro tries to board a train that, courtesy of Kaolinite, is a daemon in disguise. The battle turns into immediate chaos, and Rei is trapped and neutralized in the blink of an eye. The other girls arrive to help, but soon they all end up flattened under the tracks by the monster's high-speed attack. Using everything she has, Mars manages to paralyze the creature with a spell, clearing the way for Sailor Moon to finish the job. From above, Uranus and Neptune watch, forced to admit for the first time that the girls can actually hold their own. When the dust settles and Yoichiro wakes up, Rei uses the same hair tie he gave her to tend to his wound and bluntly drops the truth. Haruka is actually a girl, and there's no reason for jealousy. The ending delivers exactly what they both wanted. Walking back, the injured young man leans on her while Rei gently rests her head on his shoulder. Being a hero is taking its toll, and Minako is starting to feel the weight. Watching happy couples pass her by, she begins to wonder if saving the world is killing her own love life. And because the universe has impeccable timing, a chance encounter sends a volleyball straight to her feet. It's Asai, an old teammate. He wants to know why she quit the sport after returning from England. Minako gives the classic "I have other duties" excuse, and he heads back to practice. Meanwhile, Professor Tomoe is losing his patience with Kaolinite's string of failures. Since his own health is suffering from the stress, he decides to target an athlete for the next strike, following the old logic that a sound body houses a healthy heart. The next day, Asai bumps into Minako again. He tests the waters by asking if she's single and confesses he used to have a crush on her. Later, at the temple, Minako is so distracted she disrupts the group's study session, offering sodas and even blurting out that maybe she should quit being a guardian. She brushes off the tension as a joke and makes a quick exit. On the walk home after the arcade, a deep conversation unfolds. Minako asks if Haruka misses that ordinary happiness. The response is cold and direct. Haruka loves what she does, accepts her responsibilities, and makes it clear that her duties are far more important than trying to force a normal life. Determined to talk to Asai again, Minako goes to the school gym, but arrives just in time to see another girl kissing him on the cheek.
Don't forget, we have a date this Sunday.
I'll be there.
To make matters worse, Asai touches an infected volleyball, and a daemon appears. Minako transforms quickly, but the creature traps her in a volleyball net and rips out the boy's heart. Kaolinite realizes it's not the talisman they're looking for, and strategically retreats, leaving the monster behind. The battle turns into an insane game. The daemon uses Asai's heart as a volleyball for lethal serves. Things only calm down when Sailor Moon and the others arrive to help with the defense. Seeing her friend hurt, Venus taps into her old court skills for a perfect pass, setting Sailor Moon up to finish the creature with the Moon Spiral heart attack. In the end, Minako plays dumb when Asai asks her to thank the Guardian on his behalf. Tension rises in the lab as Kaolinite guarantees Tomoe that the next target holds a talisman. In response, the professor unleashes the strongest daemon in his arsenal. Across town, Usagi is at the park trying to drum up some excitement for her own birthday. Her friends act like it's no big deal and remind her that their 4 p.m. study session is still on. Frustrated, Usagi spots a pair of glass slippers in a shop window. What she doesn't know is that Kaolinite is watching from afar. Usagi's plan is simple. Get her Cinderella moment by having Mamoru buy the gift. She finds her boyfriend and drops a hint, but he, proving that even great heroes forget dates, says Christmas is still a long way off. Realizing he forgot her birthday, Usagi slaps him and runs off in tears. In the middle of her crisis by a city fountain, Haruka and Michiru appear to comfort her. Michiru, with her sharp intuition, whispers that such a pure heart has a high chance of carrying what the villain is looking for. When Usagi finally arrives at the temple, the mood shifts. There was no study session. It was all a ruse for a surprise party. Overcome with guilt for hitting her clueless boyfriend, she rushes off to apologize. But Kaolinite has already hit the shop and infected the glass slippers $100 just before Mamoru could buy them to make amends. The couple's reunion seems perfect until Usagi puts on the shoe. The daemon emerges, throws Mamoru aside, and attacks before Usagi can transform. The impact knocks the girl's heart out, releasing a light so intense there's no doubt. It is indeed a talisman. From the shadows, Uranus and Neptune accept that they'll have to confiscate the prize, even if it costs Usagi her life. But like any good last-minute savior, Tuxedo Mask throws a red rose to paralyze the attack, pulling Usagi away. In the chaos, Kaolinite finds the protagonist's dropped brooch and blows Sailor Moon's cover instantly. The escape ends in an underground garage. Cornered, Kaolinite holds the brooch hostage and gives an ultimatum: the pure heart or the destruction of the magical gear. Tuxedo Mask moves in to sacrifice himself and ends up frozen inside a glass prism by the daemon, leaving Usagi alone to face the villain's laughter. Kaolinite warns that the final reckoning will take place at Tokyo Tower, which will serve as the Guardian's tomb, and leaves with both of the knight's trophies. With few options left, Usagi hitches a ride with Haruka and Michiru, already accepting her role as a martyr. Reaching the top of the tower, she doesn't even try to fight. She simply lets the monster rip out her heart again to try and buy Tuxedo Mask's life. However, Uranus and Neptune storm the scene. They analyze the floating crystal and feel the crushing disappointment. The heart is incredibly pure, but it's definitely not a talisman. Uranus restores Usagi's heart, much to the lab's frustration. With the secret now useless, Kaolinite decides to just eliminate Sailor Moon. That's when the other Guardians crash the party, accompanied by a Sailor Venus disguised as the protagonist to mess with the villain's head.
What do you mean? You've got a problem with my perfect...
Yeah, she's the real deal!
The tactic is absurd, but it works as a distraction. Kaolinite tosses the real brooch aside and focuses all her rage on crushing Uranus and Neptune, leaving the daemon to handle the rest of the group. While the decoy Moon buys time by breaking the creature's glass hand, Luna rushes the original brooch to Usagi, who seizes the chance to pulverize the daemon with the Moon Spiral Heart Attack, finally thawing Tuxedo Mask. The main problem remains: the lead villain. Kaolinite absorbs all the skills of the destroyed monster and traps everyone in an invisible arena. Mars and Jupiter's attacks fail miserably. The team joins forces for a massive Sailor Planet attack. Guess what? It doesn't work either. As Kaolinite prepares a final crystal beam to finish them off, Uranus hesitates. Touched by Usagi's insane sacrifice earlier, she responds by launching a world-shaking with perfect timing, reflecting the villain's own glass power back at her and ending the fight in a hit-and-return style. With the tower still standing and the whole group safe, everyone heads back to the temple to finish the cake from the surprise party. Far away, Professor Tomoe ignores the failure and summons Udiel, promoting the next underworld envoy to fill the gap Kaolinite left in management. He's so inspired that he builds a literal heart extractor oven to bake his new monster, Soya. Immediately after, Udiel tosses the creature into her trunk and speeds her car straight out of an underground subway station, pure Fast and Furious style, nearly running over pedestrians as she reaches the surface. Meanwhile, the Guardians are dealing with a real horror: volunteer work. Usagi and the others were so nosy during Rei's festival preparations that they got forcefully recruited to help, but peace is short-lived. Udiel finds her target and fires her weapon to rip out the victim's pure heart crystal. Usagi and Rei hear the screams, transform and pick a fight. Sailor Uranus and Neptune even show up, check the crystal, and realizing it's not what they're looking for, simply turn their backs and leave. Udiel does the same. That leaves the two of them to handle the monster Soya, who starts getting the upper hand. And that's when backup arrives from the most unexpected place. Sailor Chibi Moon appears out of nowhere, stunning the monster long enough for Sailor Moon to finish the job with her spiral attack, reducing the creature to cosmic dust. Watching the fireworks, Chibiusa drops the truth. She's back from the future to complete her training with the 20th Century Guardians. Of course, the peaceful family reunion lasts exactly 2 minutes before she and Usagi go back to bickering like children. Living with the new time traveler starts with red tape. Chibiusa delivers a letter from Neo Queen Serenity, basically a permission slip asking the Guardians to look after the girl. It even includes a side note from the Queen telling Usagi to go study. Following her mother's advice about seeking a destined encounter in the 20th century, the little one goes out to explore the city. After trying her luck at the park and running into a narcissistic kid, which leads to a pretty bizarre interaction, she spots a young man in a kimono holding a gift box. Before she can talk to him, he vanishes into the crowd. She eventually finds Mamoru, which instantly attracts a furious Usagi and sparks their classic battle for attention. In the middle of the fight over who gets to have lunch with him, Haruka and Michiru show up, also wearing kimonos, and invite everyone for tea. At the tea house, guess who the master is? Tamasaburo, the same young man in the kimono from earlier. Usagi doesn't understand the traditional customs at all, but Chibiusa is already convinced this is destiny at work. Back at the Deathbusters lab, Dr. Tomoe faces his greatest enemy yet, a sip of boiling tea that burns his tongue. The logical reaction for an evil genius? He immediately calls Udiel, orders her to attack Tamasaburo at the tea house, and prepares a new monster based, obviously, on a teapot. While some deal with dangerous tea, Makoto is busy breaking a sweat. Frustrated after being humiliated by one of Udiel's monsters recently, she runs off to the mountains to train hard, convinced she needs to get stronger. At the same time, Tomoe reveals the grand prize to Udiel. If they gather the 3 talismans, which take the form of a mirror, a sword, and an orb, the legendary Holy Grail will appear. The next target on the witch's list is Kakusui, a Buddhist monk with a hyper-pure heart. Upon discovering that the monk's temple is conveniently close to the hotel where Mamoru works, Usagi wastes no time. She ditches Chibiusa and drags the girls to the mountains, claiming it's to support their friend, but she's really focusing on a romantic rendezvous. The plan falls apart when Luna snitches on her true intentions, and the irritated girls end up sleeping at the temple instead of the resort. There, they discover that Kakusui is a young and incredibly dedicated monk. Makoto goes to train with him under a freezing waterfall, but the water is so cold he can't even move his mouth to answer her questions. Between sneezes, he admits that even he doubts his path sometimes. They form a genuine connection there. The next day, after a pillow fight the night before, a stubborn Usagi finally manages to drag everyone to the resort pools. Mamoru is swamped with work as a waiter, but at least they run into Haruka and Michiru sunbathing. The break ends when the sky suddenly darkens. Udiel attacks the monk in the forest. Kakusui pushes Makoto aside to save her, has his pure heart crystal stolen, and before passing out warns that no one can live alone. Sailor Jupiter takes it personally and decides to face the creature entirely on her own. Her attack is easily reflected, knocking out the whole team. Uranus and Neptune show up for their usual routine. They take the crystal, see there's no talisman, and return it. They try to offer some advice, but Jupiter refuses help again. The monster then binds all the guardians with electric ropes. Seeing the monk's fallen body and her friend's efforts, she finally swallows her pride, relaxes, and focuses her energy. A massive electrical surge spirals out of control and pulverizes the threat. On the train ride home, Makoto smiles and gives the monk one last wave through the window. The trip was definitely worth it. Udiel has a new target in her sights, Elsa Gray, an elite runner. Meanwhile, Dr. Tomoe does what he does best, creating a daemon called Hurdler from a racetrack starting block in the Deathbusters' bizarre oven. The girls cross paths with Elsa, who has an interesting history on the track. She once lost a race to Haruka. The reunion makes Haruka relive old memories, not just of her athlete days, but those heavy, apocalyptic visions of the silence destroying the world. It doesn't take long for Udiel to show up and attack the runner. The girls transform to try and stop her, but Hurdler enters the fray, trapping the heroes with wires and ripping out Elsa's pure heart without a second thought. The situation plunges Haruka into an even deeper memory, the day she became a hero. One day, Haruka stumbled upon a child trapped inside a hideous monster. That was when a transformation lip rod appeared floating in front of her. Michiru, already transformed as Sailor Neptune, gave her the hard truth. If she touched it, her life would never be the same.
You must not touch that. If you do, your life will be changed forever.
Neptune didn't think twice and charged at the monster with full force. Haruka was shocked by the aggression, knowing there was a child inside, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The monster counterattacked, and Neptune ended up seriously injured protecting Haruka. In the end, she managed to destroy the creature and freed the victim intact. Seeing the weight and sacrifice involved, Haruka made her choice. She grabbed the rod and accepted her destiny as Sailor Uranus. Back in the present, the duo arrives to resolve the chaos. Uranus and Neptune take the pure heart from Udial, free the main squad, and fire their attacks at Hurdler. Sailor Moon handles the finishing blow. Since Elsa's heart shows no sign of being a talisman, they simply return the crystal to its owner and move on. Peace never lasts long when food is involved. Usagi finds an apple pie lying around and decides to share it with her friends. The problem is, the pie was made by Chibiusa, specifically for her boyfriend, Masanori. But the girl's love life isn't exactly a fairy tale. In art class, Chibiusa discovers that Masanori is head over heels for the teacher, who happens to be Michiru.
I'm looking forward to seeing your finished projects.
I haven't lost to you yet, and I won't! Aha!
To make matters worse, he gives her flowers and gets a kiss on the cheek. The boy barely has time to process this rush of feelings before becoming Uriel's newest target. Dr. Tomoe uses sculpting tools to create the Daemon Choco car. While Usagi tries to play love counselor by fixing things between Chibiusa and Masanori, Uriel invades the school and rips out the boy's pure heart. Haruka and Michiru transform and give chase, forcing the villain to throw the daemon into combat. Chibiusa, however, doesn't take it lying down. In an extremely visceral move for a child, she simply bites Udial and steals the heart back by force. Uranus and Neptune check the crystal, see it's not the relic they seek, and leave it with Chibiusa to return to Masanori. While Udial makes a brazen escape, Chococar plays architect and creates several sand monsters. Usagi and Chibiusa transform, but end up trapped in an enemy gravity barrier. It's up to the veterans to clean up the mess. Uranus and Neptune throw the sand monsters into the water, a brilliant move, as the daemon is weak against it. Neptune provides a tactical weakening using her water attacks, setting the perfect stage for Sailor Moon to finish the job with her spiral attack. In the end, Chibiusa comes out on top. Masanori makes a sculpture of her in class and hands over the gift, proving that young romance can survive even interdimensional alien attacks. A study session at Mamoru's apartment is interrupted by an unusual guest, an Englishman named Edwards. Usagi tries to strike up a conversation in her limited English, but embarrasses herself until Mamoru takes over to greet his friend. The man surprises everyone by speaking perfect Japanese and invites the group to an international student party at his mansion. The only catch? Usagi is dying at the mere thought of having to try and speak English all night.
With my English skills, which aren't impressive.
On the other side of town, Dr. Tomoe receives a very specific request from Udial. The next victim must love the waltz and have a passion for the future. The profile matches Edwards. The scientist converts a gramophone into a new daemon and dispatches Udial, who makes a dramatic entrance by driving her car right out of a park lake. At the party, Usagi's desperation is palpable. She views every social interaction as an insurmountable oral exam, hides behind a curtain with a phrase book, and in her nervousness, grabs a glass from a table to calm her nerves. Of course, the drink was spiked. A slightly tipsy Usagi wastes no time interrupting Mamoru's intellectual conversation, but ends up winning over the international friends at the party. After they take Usagi to the balcony for some fresh air, the reception continues with the night's musical attractions, Haruka and Michiru. The atmosphere becomes sophisticated. There's dancing, partner swapping, and a bit of flirting when Edwards invites the girls to see the city view from the other side of the balcony. The calm shatters when the host goes to the smoke-filled kitchen for drinks and runs into Udial. Thinking she was just a guest asking for help, he tries to intervene and ends up with his pure heart ripped out. Haruka and Michiru transform quickly, attack the intruder, and recover the crystal instantly. Udial's car backs into the ballroom and spits out the daemon Chikuan, whose thick dress is so heavy it makes her tumble to the floor before she can attack. This gives the rest of the girls plenty of time to transform and deliver a synchronized, long-winded speech that feels like a Disney attraction. Uninterested in the non-talisman crystal, Uranus knocks out the daemon and lets Sailor Moon finish the monster in its second phase. The night ends luxuriously once more, with a sober Usagi dancing the waltz while Haruka and Michiru watch from a distance in a tree, keeping an eye on the next target. In the villain's lab, the professor and Udial have a theory. If the dreaded Holy Grail falls into the hands of someone on their side, darkness wins. If it falls into the wrong hands, the plan sinks for good. Meanwhile, the girls have a very different concern. Usagi cries just thinking about the pain of having her her pure heart crystal ripped out. The problem is, this triggers Minako, who notices an annoying detail. She has never been attacked. Minako enters a bizarre existential crisis, thinking she was ignored by the monsters because she's not pure enough, and decides to force the issue. She goes to the volleyball court, wins every stuffed animal in a claw machine, and even volunteers to donate blood in an aggressive attempt to prove her purity. The tactic absurdly works. Uriel finds her chugging an energy drink and shoots her right in the back. Minako's pure heart crystal is expelled from her body, but instead of fainting like any normal victim, Minako is radiant. She simply grabs her own glowing soul with her hands and takes off running like a maniac. Everyone gives chase, but the other Sailor Guardians end up slipping on the energy drink bottles in a cartoon-level tumble, allowing Uriel to corner Minako with a new daemon. Usagi even considers revealing her identity to Haruka and Michiru to save her friend, but the duo beats her to it. They transform into Uranus and Neptune right then and there. Neptune analyzes Minako's crystal, sees it's not the talisman they're looking for, and returns it. With the help of Usagi's moon spiral heart attack, the daemon is wiped off the map. Minako finally transforms into Venus and breaks Uriel's weapon, forcing the villain to flee by car. Uranus and Neptune leave shortly after, offering no explanation as to why they are hunting pure hearts. After suffering corporate bullying from her colleague Mimet, Uriel boils with rage and decides she needs results. Using a new program, she finally pinpoints who the real talisman holders are. She calls Haruka and Michiru directly, throwing down a challenge to meet at the Marine Cathedral. Knowing full well it's a trap, the duo takes a basic precaution. They steal Usagi's transformation brooch to ensure she doesn't get caught in the crossfire. Reaching the cathedral, Uriel's trap closes around Neptune, and then comes the big revelation that changes everything. Neptune herself is one of the talisman bearers. Uranus charges in to save her, but is also caught and seriously wounded by the room's mechanisms. Seeing Uranus fall, Neptune forces her way out of the trap, injuring herself in the process. In the chaos to grab the extraction weapon, Neptune's pure heart is ripped out and right before everyone's eyes, transforms into a mystical mirror, the Deep Aqua Mirror. At this moment of maximum tension, Usagi finally catches up to them. She doesn't even try to use magic, she just gives Uriel an honest shove, knocking the villain off the walkway before she can steal Uranus's talisman. Usagi desperately tries to return Neptune's heart, but it's locked in its relic form. Seeing Usagi's desperation and purity, Uranus realizes she might be the hope the world needs. With her mind made up, Uranus hands the brooch back to Usagi and turns the extraction weapon against her own chest. In a complete sacrifice, her pure heart is ripped out, revealing the second talisman in the form of a sword, the Space Sword. The scene is one of total defeat. With Uranus and Neptune down and their pure hearts exposed as the talismans, Uriel returns to snatch the relics, locking the other Sailor Guardians in a room engulfed in flames. Tuxedo Mask and Chibi Moon must intervene, using Luna P to extinguish the fire and clear a path for the chase. Uriel isn't taking any chances. She sprays glue on the floor, trapping almost everyone except Usagi. The villain seems to have the upper hand until Setsuna finally arrives. She transforms into Sailor Pluto and reveals that the orb atop her staff is the third talisman. Using the relic's power, she retrieves the stolen items and resurrects Uranus and Neptune, returning their hearts. With the three talismans gathered and glowing at full power, the legendary Holy Grail is summoned in the center of the hall. Uriel sets the entire room ablaze to block the group, entering a literal foot race with Usagi to see who reaches the cup first. Usagi wins, seizes the Grail, and ascends to her Super Sailor Moon form. When Uriel tries to fry her, Usagi effortlessly repels the attack and blasts the witch out of the cathedral. Defeated yet again, Uriel flees in her beat-up station wagon, only to receive a radio call from Mimet. Her colleague pulls no punches. She informs Uriel she's fired, the brakes have been cut, and the car is filled with snails. Unable to stop, Uriel plunges off a cliff to her death. Back at the cathedral, Usagi's power wanes, and she collapses from exhaustion. Seeing this weakness, the Outer Guardians conclude that Usagi lacks the strength to be the true Messiah and depart to continue their search. Little do they know that back in the lab, Professor Tomoe already has a clear target for that role. A new dark force enters the fray. The Mistress of Silence demands pure hearts to feed upon, and Dr. Tomoe, ever the dedicated villain, puts a new plan into motion. He literally shoves a weapon into an oven to bake a daemon, handing the creature over in a briefcase to Mimet, who is now in charge of the dirty work. The target this time is movie star Yosaku Ada. While Mimet tries to flirt with him by offering sweets that end up crushed on the floor, Trista drops a truth bomb on the girls. The lunar chalice Force is the key to the apocalypse. If the Mistress of Silence gets her hands on it, Rey's catastrophic vision will come true. Trista's job, coming from the future, is to prevent exactly that. At a film set, Rini's hat blows away and lands in the hands of a mysterious girl named Hotaru. Upon returning the hat, Hotaru suffers a spasm of pain but brushes it off as mere fatigue. Elsewhere, Mimette discovers her beloved heartthrob, Yosaku, is already taken. The mature response? Unleashing a monster named Western to hunt him down. The creature laughs in Sailor Moon's face, absorbs her attack like it's nothing, and swallows Yosaku's pure heart. For good measure, it lassos Rini, threatening the heroes. That's when Sailor Pluto jumps into action, using her dead scream to attack. With the opening created, Sailor Moon invokes the power of the chalice, goes super, and vaporizes the monster, returning the heart intact. In the aftermath, Hotaru uses a strange power to heal a scrape on Rini's leg. A new friendship is born, and Rini walks the girl home, even meeting her father. Everything seems normal and safe, until the man says his goodbyes, heads to the basement, and enters a secret lab. The atmosphere remains domestic as Usagi and Chibiusa bicker in the bathtub because the younger girl won't give up any details about her new friendship. Meanwhile, Mamoru bumps into Michiru, Haruka, and Setsuna. The group immediately recognizes each other from the Silver Millennium. The three instantly assume their identities as Outer Guardians, while Mamoru decides to become Tuxedo Mask, which he does by hiding behind a single falling leaf. Just accept the physics of anime transformations. Their conversation, however, is hostile. The Outers confirm they are the protectors of the outer solar system, admit they failed by letting the Deathbusters in, and warn Mamoru and the others to stay away. Unaware of the tension, Usagi and Chibiusa go to visit the new friend after getting snacks and advice from the rest of the group. Upon arriving at the house, the awkward meter hits its peak. The friend is Hotaru, and the one answering the door is Dr. Tomo Wei with Kaolinite in tow, introduced simply as his assistant. Usagi thinks the woman looks sinister but sits in the living room and calmly drinks coffee in the middle of the enemy's lair, completely oblivious. Upstairs, things get heavy. Hotaru hates Kaolinite's presence and suddenly collapses into a seizure in front of the girls. Usagi's brooch triggers a massive dark force within Hotaru, which feeds on the object's power to revitalize the girl. The chaos worsens when they go after a manga author whose pure heart was just stolen by Mimette. The battle becomes a mess of flying paper. The Outers arrive kicking down doors. Tuxedo Mask tries to sell the idea of teamwork and friendship, and the daemon starts arguing with Mimette mid-fight because it lost its weapon. Usagi takes advantage of the villain's communication breakdown, turns super, and cleans up the mess. Later, back in the bath, Chibiusa's focus remains unchanged. She likes Hotaru and wants to fix that broken family. The crisis within the villain's organization reaches a pathetic level. An 18-year-old idol named Araki holds auditions to find a co-star for his upcoming summer movie. Minako and Mimette are both obsessed with the guy and decide to compete for the role. Mimette's focus is so disastrously off that she literally promises herself she'll quit the Deathbusters if she gets the part. Dr. Tomo Wei's HR department must be an absolute nightmare, but her acting career doesn't take off and she loses the audition. Consumed by jealousy, Mimette tosses the script out the window, unleashes her daemon, and attacks Araki right then and there. However, the monster perfectly mirrors its owner's competence. It simply forgets how to use its powers and stands uselessly on stage. With the target defenseless, Super Sailor Moon enters the scene and purifies the creature without breaking a sweat. Desperate not to leave empty-handed, Mimette rushes Araki to snatch his pure heart by force. Sailor Venus isn't having it. She strikes the villain's hand with a whip of energy, forcing Mimette to flee. Back at the lab, Tomo Wei listens to his henchwoman's laments, but by now, even he has noticed her amateur pattern. Mimette only targets young, handsome celebrities. On the other hand, observing this mess from afar with crossed arms, the Outer Guardians connect the dots and reach a heavy conclusion. If the Deathbusters are collecting heart crystals with such haste, their messiah might already be among them, just waiting to wake up. Setsuna and Chibiusa are catching up. Setsuna fondly remembers taking care of Small Lady in the future, but for now, she focuses on enjoying their time in the present. In parallel, Haruka and Michiru remain laser-focused on their mission, find the Messiah of Silence before it is revived. Chibiusa decides to visit Hotaru, but is blocked at the door by Kaolinite. However, Hotaru hears her from upstairs, defies the assistant, and runs after her friend. The effort is too much for her fragile body, and she has a seizure in the street. Usagi and Ami appear just in time and take the girl to Ami's mother's hospital.
Chibiusa! Huh? Chibiusa! Chibiusa! What's the matter?
Here, we get a glimpse of Hotaru's dark past. During her seizures, a malevolent force takes control of her, hurting anyone nearby, to the point where even the school's goldfish bought the farm. This is why she is so lonely. When she wakes up, Hotaru refuses to see a doctor, saying her family forbids exams, and hitches a ride home with Haruka. Midway, duty calls. Mihmet has released a daemon on a local celebrity, and Haruka leaves to fight. Chibiusa tries to help, but mostly just gets in Uranus's way. Cornered, the monster flees and heads straight for the car where Hotaru is suffering. The daemon attacks, and that's when things get macabre. Hotaru's eyes begin to glow, and a dark energy surges out of nowhere, completely paralyzing the monster. Haruka arrives just in time to witness this terrifying display of power and freezes in fear. Sailor Moon appears to disintegrate the monster, but the mood is heavy. Terrified of the power she cannot control, Hotaru flees. Haruka is categorical, keep Chibiusa away from that scary girl. But the inner guardians choose to follow their hearts over logic, and Chibiusa decides that Hotaru's friendship is worth the risk. Ignoring the universe's red flags and Haruka's warnings, Chibiusa persists in staying close to Hotaru. Mamoru buys the girl a bunny backpack, and Usagi decides they need a picnic. After another unpleasant encounter with Kaolinite, Professor Tomoe miraculously authorizes Hotaru to go. The scene of Usagi and Mamoru struggling outside the house to shove a giant picnic basket into the car trunk is the kind of weekend drama everyone has experienced. When Hotaru finally appears wearing the bunny backpack, Chibiusa's joy is complete. The group arrives at the botanical gardens to meet Mamoru's friend, Yoshiki, and strolling casually through the area is Mihmet. She went there to hunt for the botanist's pure heart, but she spots Mamoru, and for 5 seconds completely forgets her job, nearly changing targets. However, her loyalty to Dr. Tomoe wins out, and she focuses on Yoshiki. The fight begins, and the daemon manages to immobilize Sailor Moon, Tuxedo Mask, and Chibi Moon using its roots. Far from the usual heroic rescue, salvation comes in the most uncomfortable way possible. Hotaru, who had fainted during the attack, wakes up and sees the trio in trouble. That blank stare takes over her face. Her eyes turn red again, and she grabs one of the roots. Instantly, a heavy energy flows from her, withering and rotting the entire plant, freeing the heroes. With the path clear, Super Sailor Moon uses Rainbow Moon Heartache and turns the monster to dust before anyone else has to witness Hotaru's botanical shock therapy. While Mamoru briefs the girls on the fact that the Outer Guardians were created with much greater powers to defend the solar system from outside intruders, and that they don't intend to play well with others. The vibe among the villains is less tense. Down in the lab, Mihmet is losing badly at a game of Twister when Professor Tomoe casually appears with the monster of the week ready to go. The target is a high jump athlete named Shun Hayase. It turns out that Hotaru, in her room, is mortified while writing a fan letter to this very athlete. Hayase spent his childhood sick and weak just like her, so the connection is genuine. To ruin the moment, Kaolinite spies on the letter and mocks the girl, knowing she wouldn't have the courage to send it. Soon after, Usagi and Chibiusa show up and decide to apply the basic protagonist strategy. Do whatever they feel like. They drag Hotaru to the stadium to deliver the letter in person. The logistics involve invading the field, outrunning 3 furious security guards, and causing enough chaos for Hayase himself to come see what's happening.
What's the big deal? Don't you have anything better to do than to chase after...
Hotaru freezes in front of her idol just as Mihmet releases the daemon. The monster burns the precious letter in front of everyone and rips out the athlete's crystal. The shock of the disappointment causes Hotaru to black out mentally. When the monster makes the mistake of suggesting the girl go to the infirmary, something snaps. Hotaru's eyes take on that terrifying glow, and she fires a brutal blast that sends the daemon flying. The Outer Guardians watch from the stands, coldly calculating the danger level of that child. Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon destroy the creature shortly after. Hayase wakes up confused, but realizes how fragile Hotaru is. In a rare moment of peace for the girl, the two talk openly about the trauma of having a weak body. Later, Hotaru watches on TV as her new friend breaks another record, proving that neither monsters nor magic can stop proper training. Hotaru and Chibiusa are in the middle of a quiet card game, totally oblivious to the chaos about to explode beneath their feet. In the basement lab, Professor Tomoe is in the middle of creating a new daemon, but pauses the project for the most important reason of all. It's his turn to buy the afternoon snacks. As soon as he leaves, Mihmet decides to criticize her boss's methods and overloads the monster's fusion chamber. Predictably, she loses control of the situation and flees as a massive explosion rocks the entire house. Upstairs, the girls realize that the space-time of the room has gone haywire. They flee through a door and end up trapped in a labyrinth of distortions, going from a night desert straight to a frozen wasteland. Outside, the situation is comical. The Sailor Guardians arrive for the rescue, but they can't use the front door without rupturing the house's stability. They end up teleporting inside. Meanwhile, Professor Tomoe returns from the market, finds his house sealed by a cosmic anomaly, and decides to do the only logical thing: sit on the ground and eat the snacks he bought while waiting for the heroes to save his daughter.
I completely forgot about the food I bought. I'll just have a little snack while I wait.
Inside, desperation kicks in. Hotaru and Chibiusa fall into an abyss, but are saved at the last second by Sailor Venus's chain. Hotaru, with her classic guilt complex, begs to be left behind, but Sailor Moon shuts that down instantly. No one gets left behind. In the center of the distortion, they face Uika-saman, a daemon addicted to gambling. She challenges the Guardians and traps them one by one inside giant cards through rigged games. It's down to Hotaru and Chibiusa, who challenge her to the same card game they were playing before the blast. Hotaru chooses the right card under immense mental pressure and collapses immediately after. The daemon tries to cheat the deal, but Chibi Moon and Super Sailor Moon combine forces, pulverize the creature, and put the house back on its normal axis. The sense of victory is short-lived. Rei's nightmares of the apocalypse are becoming clearer, and now a female figure wielding a lethal scythe appears in her visions. She brings death, and a heavy sense of urgency hangs in the air. Unaware of this, Chibiusa invites Hotaru to see a show at the new planetarium narrated by a famous DJ, but the Outer Guardians are already connecting the dots. Michiru has the same dreams as Rei, and they realize the scythe is the Silence Glaive. The Guardian of Ruin is about to awaken, and Haruka, cold as ever, is ready to attack Hotaru before that happens. At the planetarium, fate brings everyone together. Professor Tomoe sent Mimet there with a single objective, but the villain decides to focus on trying to get the DJ's autograph. When he refuses, she does what any frustrated villain would do: clears out the auditorium and sicks her daemon on him. In the middle of the chaos, Hotaru has one of her physical crises. Haruka, who was watching everything, literally crosses her arms and stops Chibiusa from helping, wanting to see Hotaru's true nature manifest. The morbid strategy works. When the daemon attacks the girl, the symbol of Saturn glows on Hotaru's forehead. A pink aura explodes, paralyzing the monster completely. Super Sailor Moon takes the opening and finishes the creature, but the true conflict is just beginning. With her identity revealed, Sailor Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto move toward Hotaru with lethal intent. Chibiusa throws herself in front as a human shield, and Sailor Moon pushes them both away from the attack. The ideological clash is brutal. The Outer Guardians want to kill the girl to save the world, while the Inner Guardians refuse to accept that murder is the only way out. Amidst the heated argument, Hotaru mysteriously vanishes into thin air. The girl wakes up in her own bed, still unconscious.
What happened to her? Damn it.
In the basement, Professor Tomoe celebrates with his dark entity. The Guardian of Destruction is the perfect host for their plans. Rain lashes the city as Chibiusa breaks into Hotaru's house, finding it empty, as if it had never been inhabited. Setsuna emerges from the shadows and admits she arrived earlier, but denies involvement in the disappearance. Heartbroken, Chibiusa tells Setsuna she hates her. At Momoru's apartment, the investigation reveals Professor Tomoe is the owner and founder of Mugen Academy. Setsuna reveals that Haruka and Michiru are already investigating the school as a front for the Deathbusters. An old record reveals the tragedy. 4 years ago, Tomoe's lab caught fire. Only he and his daughter survived. In a dream, Hotaru relives the nightmare, her lifeless body among the rubble, and her father accepting a pact with an alien entity that saves the girl but possesses Tomoe.
Time has finally arrived. Our true objective now awaits.
Disguised as visitors, the girls enter Mugen while behind the scenes. Mimet discovers she has been replaced by Telu and invades a lecture to prove her worth. The Sailor Guardians intervene, and Mimet attempts a final move with a dimensional machine, entering a screen to boost her powers. Telu appears, explains that turning off the machine traps the person in limbo, and pulls the plug. Mimet's desperate plea fades with the screen. The Guardian's silence says it all. If the Deathbusters Monsters do this to their own, saving Hotaru will be harder than they imagined. Tomoe changes tactics. No more grotesque demons, now it's botany. Tellu opens a flower shop selling Telans, perfect plants that need neither water nor sun. Setsuna senses the danger. Hotaru, under the entity's control, wanders the city, receives a Telun, and offers it to Chibiusa before being kidnapped by Kaolinite. Upon scanning the plant, Setsuna is nearly swallowed by it and needs the garnet rod to survive.
The garnet rod.
She finds Usagi and Chibiusa and vaporizes the Telun before it can do damage. The three rush to the flower shop just as Tellu locks the customers inside and makes the plants drain pure heart crystals, storing them in a brooch. In the confrontation, Tellu traps and electrocutes Pluto with vines, but Tuxedo Mask saves the day, allowing Super Sailor Moon to sweep the plants away. One flower remains, which Tellu transforms into a Hyper Telun. Tuxedo Mask destroys the control brooch, releasing the hearts, and the giant creature attacks its own creator. Tellu tries to break free with electricity and destroys herself in the process. Among the ashes, her student ID appears. Mugen Academy is indeed the nest of the Deathbusters. With the enemy's badge in hand, the infiltration has the perfect excuse. Ami enters a national mock exam, tying for first place with Yuibito, a genius from Mugen. Under the snow, a crowd gathers at the school entrance. In the hallways, Kaolinite tries to seduce Tomoe, but the newcomer Vilui humiliates her, making the cruel hierarchy clear. Yui takes Ami to the labs, where child prodigies operate as professors. Ami argues that teaching requires empathy. Yui laughs and decrees that science ignores feelings. Soon after, the mask falls. Yui is Vilui.
Identity. As Vilui.
She activates a program and begins stealing pure hearts in bulk through the computers. In the basement, Haruka and Michiru find a sleeping Hotaru and prepare to eliminate her. Ami stops them, and Vilui arrives, launching nanobots that paralyze Uranus and Neptune. Mercury fights back, but the robots bite and tear at her. The other Guardians arrive in time, allowing Uranus and Neptune to break free and retaliate. Super Sailor Moon focuses on Vilui's bracelet. Without control, her own nanobots devour her in a bitter death that Ami watches with regret. Tomoe opens a portal and snatches Hotaru away. She gives a sinister smile before vanishing. Outside, Ami's idealistic sacrifice finally unites the inners and outers. They will fight together, at least until they find Hotaru. The truce comes at the right time. Cyprien is stealing hearts in the night, and the team moves in. The witch reveals her twin, Pitilo. Brute force is useless. Every hit only strengthens their staffs. Mercury covers the area in fog. Jupiter and Mars separate the twins, and in a coordinated counterattack, they trick the two into hitting each other. The Deathbusters field department falls to friendly fire, but the worst happens in the shadows. Kaolinite tricks Chibiusa, kidnaps her from the Tomoe house, and defeats Pluto and Tuxedo Mask. Deep within Mugen, a macabre ritual pulses behind an impenetrable barrier. Inside, the Messiah of Silence devours Chibiusa's pure heart crystal. Usagi begs the professor to stop, appealing to the father he once was. He is void of compassion. Hope dies. Hotaru does not awaken as Sailor Saturn, but as Mistress 9. Expecting a promotion, Kaolinite receives her reward. Mistress 9 hurls her against the energy wall and electrocutes her to death. The building collapses. The Guardians flee, carrying Chibiusa's body. Without a heart, she survives only because Mamoru fuses his life force with hers. Setsuna returns with a sentence. She will help Uranus and Neptune kill Mistress 9. To save Chibiusa, they may have to execute Hotaru. They march back to the ruins knowing this. In the heart of the lab, Tomoe and Mistress 9 prepare to use the Holy Grail to bring Pharaoh 90 from the Tau star system. While Mamoru serves as life support for Chibiusa at home, Usagi and her friends reach the ruins. Mistress 9 raises a colossal force field and unleashes an infinite swarm of daemon, blocking all teleportation. A portal opens and the enemy's hand drags Sailor Moon inside by the neck. Outside, the horde becomes a second wall. Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto arrive by helicopter, which explodes under attack. Pluto freezes time, saves her partners, speaks of finding the true Messiah, and disappears, a forbidden and absolute sacrifice.
And have faith in the power of the true Messiah. The true Messiah?
Inside, Uranus and Neptune face Germatoid, the daemon, using Tomoe's body. After an intense battle with his puppets, the talismans shatter the monster, and the real professor collapses. In another room, Usagi wakes up, finds Hotaru, and embraces her. The girl gives a sorrowful speech and laughs. She is still Mistress 9. When Uranus and Neptune arrive to eliminate her, Usagi stands in front and protects the villain, even with the apocalypse looming. Taking advantage of Usagi's compassion, Mistress 9 pretends to be Hotaru and seizes the Holy Grail. The portal opens, and Pharaoh 90 begins to invade Earth. In the abyss of her own mind, the real Hotaru remembers her love for her father and her friendship with Chibiusa and snaps. She destroys Mistress 9 from the inside out, returns the Pure Heart Crystal to Chibiusa, and awakens as Sailor Saturn. Uranus confronts Usagi, saying her mistake might cost the planet. Saturn takes the lead, thanks Sailor Moon for protecting her, raises the Silence Glaive, and seals her path. She will enter Pharaoh 90's core to die with him. Desperate, Usagi draws the strength of all the Sailor Guardians and reaches her Super Sailor Moon form one last time. Without hesitation, she dives after Saturn into the heart of the cataclysm. When the darkness dissipates, the light of day wins. Super Sailor Moon reappears exhausted and wounded, but with something impossible in her arms, a baby. Hotaru has been saved. Super Sailor Moon collapses into her friend's arms. Her mission finally complete. Haruka and Michiru take the infant Hotaru and do what they believe is right. They deliver her to Professor Tomoe, now healed and amnesiac, granting him a fresh start with his daughter. Chibiusa faces her grief and is visited by the spirit of Sailor Pluto. She finally understands the sacrifice and the duality within Hotaru, saying her goodbyes by gently touching the baby's hand. Peace seems to return, until Usagi and the Inner Guardians find Haruka and Michiru playing the violin among the ruins. The recital turns into a confrontation. In their eyes, risking the Earth for a single life makes Usagi unworthy of becoming Neo Queen Serenity. The Inner Guardians flare up, but Usagi intervenes, admitting she was irresponsible. Haruka demands proof of her worth. They transform and clash, with Uranus and Neptune holding nothing back. When the others try to step in, Tuxedo Mask stops them. This is a battle of ideals that Sailor Moon must win alone. At the climax, Usagi does not retaliate with violence. She releases the power of the Silver Crystal, a monumental aura of compassion that pushes them back. Faced with this truth, Uranus and Neptune kneel, apologize, and recognize Usagi as the legitimate ruler, ending their search for the Messiah. The world is in the right hands. Chibiusa receives a letter from her mother via a swirling pink cloud saying she can't wait to see her. Deciding to return to the future, a farewell party is held at Mamoru's apartment, but she misinterprets everything, thinking they want to get rid of her. Mamoru calms the emotional whirlwind. In the ruins of Mugen Academy, a surviving daemon fuses with a heart-snatching oven and transforms into Rangi, beginning its hunt. The party ends, Chibiusa departs, but Luna soon alerts Usagi of the new monster. The Guardians face Rangi, but their attacks fail as he snatches hearts. Then, Chibiusa makes a cinematic return. She's back as Sailor Chibi Moon and stuns the enemy with her pink sugar heart attack. Sailor Moon seizes the opening and finishes him with a precise spiral heart attack. The oven collapses and explodes, burying the daemon threat once and for all. Chibiusa bluntly announces, this time, she's here to stay. Within a crystal forest, a golden horned Pegasus laments the forest's plight and calls for help. Chibiusa answers the dream, and upon touching him, she is transformed into a princess in a golden flash. His request is simple: keep their meeting a total secret. The next day, everyone gathers to watch the eclipse. Unazuki spots Chibiusa gazing at the clouds and teases her about boyfriends. But when the shadow covers the sun, only Usagi sees a circus tent floating in the sky. The entire city acts as if nothing is there. Inside the tent, creatures mock the collective blindness until Zirconia restores order. The Amazon trio must hunt for beautiful dreams, as their target is hiding within one. Scrolling through photos like a dating app, Tiger's Eye chooses Unazuki. At the cafe, she confesses she likes a boy who has never declared himself. Chibiusa tells her that sometimes the princess needs to ride the white horse to find the prince. On the bus, Tiger's Eye steals her wallet to strike up a conversation, sets an ambush, and extracts her dream mirror. Sailor Moon and Sailor Chibi Moon intervene, but the Lemures Karakuriko runs them over, and Tuxedo Mask is paralyzed by a trick. Seeing no target in the mirror, the villain orders the execution, until Chibi Moon's prayer summons Pegasus. He grants them new powers, evolving them into their super forms and delivering a new scepter. With a single strike, Sailor Moon pulverizes the monster.
What now?
Tiger's Eye flees, Unazuki's mirror is healed, and Pegasus vanishes. Usagi realizes Chibi Moon knows more than she's letting on, but the girl feigns ignorance about the golden light. The Amazon trio sets their sights on Reika. Usagi tries to pry the secret of Pegasus out of Chibiusa, but her lips are sealed. The gang finds Reika in shambles. She received a job offer to teach in Europe, but Motoki has started ignoring her calls. Usagi and Minako go to confront him, but he remains evasive. Chibiusa asks about winged horses with horns, and Reika admits they only exist in dreams. Trying to ride a horse with a heavy heart, Reika stumbles at every jump. The perfect moment for Tiger's Eye to appear, bind her, and extract her dream mirror. Chibiusa transforms into Sailor Chibi Moon. The villain commands the monster Danko to hold her while he peeks into the victim's dreams. Finding no Pegasus, he orders the execution. The others arrive and take a brutal beating from Danko's whip. Salvation returns in a flash. Pegasus answers and elevates Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon to their super forms. With her new power, Sailor Moon destroys the Lemures. Motoki finally confesses he pulled away so Reika wouldn't throw away her chance in Europe for his sake. His misguided intentions are understood, and the two reconcile. At home, Chibiusa and Shingo devour Ikuko's lemon pie as a reward for their perfect grades. Usagi arrives with a disastrous report card, gets scolded, and storms off. Feeling guilty for eating her sister's slice, Chibiusa finds Ikuko browsing old photos. Feeling nostalgic, at the Dead Moon Circus Bar, the trio chooses their next victim, Ikuko.
One hawk's eye? Well, you did always have a thing for older women.
Usagi vents to her friends and realizes she overreacted, but it's too late. At the market, Hawk's-Eye fakes a collapse. Ikuko sends Chibiusa for help and is left vulnerable. When Chibiusa returns with Usagi, the villain has already extracted her dream mirror. They transform, but the summoned SA withstands everything, even reflecting Sailor Moon's special attack. Not even the arrival of Tuxedo Mask and the others changes the tide. Failing to find Pegasus, Hawk's-Eye decides to finish them all. Chibiusa's desperation turns into a prayer, and Pegasus answers. He upgrades their brooches, unlocking their superforms and new weapons. The moon, gorgeous meditation annihilates the monster, and the villain flees. At home, a new pie seals the peace. For a few minutes, Usagi and Chibiusa resume their war over the last slices, dragging everyone into the mess until Ikuko demands something sacred. Compliments. Everyone obeys, and the bickering turns into laughter. Zirconia loses her patience with the Amazon trio. Hawk's-Eye promises victory through teamwork, but the mood sours when they pick their target. Tiger's Eye points to Naru. Hawk's-Eye doubts an ordinary girl would harbor Pegasus. Tiger puts on the charm and tries his luck at the ice cream parlor, only to be ignored as Naru embraces Umino. He becomes a laughingstock at the bar.
Sounds to me like the lady killer's lost his touch. Shut up!
About to give up, he hears Plan B, a dimensional cage to capture Pegasus, provided the bait is in extreme danger. Tiger chooses Naru. He goes all out, faking a terminal illness to trick her into a relationship out of pity. Umino tearfully accepts the breakup and drowns his sorrows in 15 milkshakes. During their date at the park, when Naru tries to clear things up, Tiger forces a kiss. She slaps him, and he reveals his true face, capturing her and extracting her dream mirror. Luna witnesses the scene and calls Usagi and Chibiusa, who arrive in their super forms. A bomb-themed Lemures rains explosions. Chibiusa calls Pegasus, and Tiger activates the super cage. It's a humiliation. Pegasus walks through the bars effortlessly. Tuxedo Mask holds the monster back to clear a path for the moon gorgeous meditation. Naru visits Umino the next day, still bedridden from indigestion, bringing him another milkshake, because love sometimes is stubborn. Saori and Kobayashi, old friends of Mamoru, reappear. Saori makes her romantic interest clear, and the scandalous arrival of Usagi and Chibiusa only encourages her further. The trio selects Saori as their prey. Tiger's Eye tries his smooth talk, but Mamoru appears and leaves him talking to himself. Another embarrassment. While Usagi freezes, unable to decide which doll to buy, Chibiusa freaks out over a potential Back to the Future timeline erasure and goes to spy on the couple. She discovers Kobayashi loves Saori and drags Usagi along to fix things. In the park, just as Saori is about to confess, Tiger's Eye paralyzes her and extracts her dream mirror. Seeing no Pegasus, he decides to kill her. The two sailors arrive, but the villain leaves the job to Puko, a balloon monster who falls in love at first sight with Mamoru's impeccable style. Usagi intervenes and is nearly suffocated. In desperation, Mamoru shouts, "Usako!" and Saori realizes who is behind the mask. With a strike, strike, he pops the balloon. Sailor Moon finishes the job. Seeing their unbreakable bond, Saori accepts defeat and gives the tie she bought for Mamoru to Kobayashi instead. Balance is restored until Usagi and Chibiusa restart their eternal dispute for attention. Luna is certain Artemis is stepping out on her. She tells Usagi, Chibiusa, and Mamoru that he's been ogling a nun, but the real bombshell drops when a small kitten with a crescent moon on her forehead appears, calling Artemis daddy. Luna pounces on the unfaithful cat.
How do you explain that little coincidence? It's obviously yours!
But, Luna...
As the feline drama escalates, Zirconia berates the trio and Tiger's Eye chooses the nun as his target. Usagi rushes to tell Minako the gossip, and the attack happens. The villain extracts the woman's dream mirror. Artemis tries to defend her. Minako transforms, and Tiger summons Kigurumiko. Finding no Pegasus, he orders the nun's death. Artemis leaps again and ends up inside the kangaroo's pouch. Any damage to the monster will hurt the cat too. With Venus taking a beating and the others powerless upon arrival, the tide turns only when Artemis bites his way out from the inside. Tuxedo Mask appears with the mysterious kitten, Diana. Chibi Moon calls Pegasus, and Sailor Moon takes down the kangaroo. The mystery is solved. Diana is the daughter of Artemis and Luna from the future, and Artemis confesses. He wasn't in love with the nun, he just dreamed of marrying Luna in that chapel. A misunderstood romantic, the city is entranced by the moonlit Pegasus, a book by Tomoko, an old classmate of Makoto's. Zirconia snaps and sends Tiger's Eye to hunt the author. He punches his way through the crowds. Makoto reunites with her friend, who is stuck with writer's block. After seeing the boy who inspired her stories with someone else, she stopped writing. Makoto insists, if even one person loves your stories, it's worth continuing. Tiger invades, binds Tomoko, and extracts her dream mirror. Makoto, Usagi, and Chibiusa transform. Tenko arrives with heavy chains and immobilizes them. With no Pegasus in the mirror, Tiger leaves a 2-minute time bomb with the monster. At the last second, Tuxedo Mask breaks the chains. Sailor Jupiter snatches the bomb and gives it back to Tenko, who is blown up by her own trick. Chibi Moon summons Pegasus, and Sailor Moon ends the fight. In the shock of battle, Tomoko catches a glimpse of the real Pegasus, and her inspiration returns like a whirlwind. The writer's block is gone. In a dream, Chibiusa confronts Pegasus. She wants his friendship and his story. He apologizes. He cannot reveal anything yet. During a class trip to sketch the lakeside landscape, she includes a Pegasus in her drawing. Teacher Marino corrects her. The task was to portray only what they saw. Kyusuke makes a cruel remark saying this rigidity is why she's still single. Shaken, Marino doubts her own talent. The trio senses her insecurity and targets the teacher. Disguised as a fortune teller, Tiger's Eye listens to her vent, loses his patience, and strikes, revealing his true form. Usagi and Chibiusa, hitching a ride with Mamoru, hear the scream and arrive just as he, frustrated at not finding Pegasus, decides to kill. They transform. Tuxedo Mask immobilizes the villain, and Chibiusa rings her bell. A trap is sprung. Hebi Hanabiko dives into Pegasus's body, petrifying him, and drags Chibiusa into a trance, offering her the power to control him.
Take hold of his reins and Pegasus will be all yours. Yours to command.
She refuses. She wants a loyal companion, not a magic pet. Through pure willpower, she expels the intruder, heals Pegasus, and clears the way for Super Sailor Moon to pulverize the Lemures. Upon waking, Marino admits she loved Chibiusa's fanciful painting and regains her motivation. That night, Pegasus leaves her the stallion Rev so they can talk when they are alone. His name remains a secret, and that's okay. They have time. A study session at Mamoru's apartment goes south when Diana smells smoke, and Rei, in a panic, fills the place with fire extinguisher powder. Mamoru is furious, and the girls shift the blame to Usagi, who leaves hurt. Rei offers the shrine as a shelter for Mamoru. Consumed by jealousy, Usagi dons a red ninja costume to spy on them. Zirconia maintains the mystery surrounding Pegasus, and the trio picks Rei. At the shrine, Yuichiro discovers her past with Mamoru and plots a petty revenge by boiling her bathwater. Tiger's Eye arrives with sweet talk, corners Rei, and extracts her dream mirror. Usagi and Chibiusa witness the scene and join the fray. Without Pegasus, he summons Mizugeko. Mercury arrives with Shine Aqua illusion and holds the line. With the full team hitting hard, Chibi Moon rings the bell, Pegasus answers, and the Moon Gorgeous meditation ends the nightmare. Chibiusa is enchanted by a book about fairies, and on her way, bumps into the author, Mr. Kitakata. He explains that the flower in the book comes from a recurring dream. Pegasus confirms it only exists in his world. Fisheye, who prefers male targets, chooses the writer and appears disguised as a fairy in the forest. Chibiusa and and Diana spy on them, but when the kitten approaches, the villain, who is deathly afraid of cats, flees. Artemis and Minako are suspicious, and the whole group heads to the forest. It's too late. Fisheye reveals his identity, extracts his dream mirror, and finding no Pegasus, decides to kill. Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon arrive. Sunawataro, the Lemurez, forces Sailor Moon across a high-altitude tightrope. Tuxedo Mask saves her from the fall, and she lands in his arms. Pegasus is summoned, and the monster falls. Kitakata wakes up believing the fairy was Sailor Moon herself, while Ami, Rei, Makoto, and Minako finally realize they spent the night in the wrong forest. Ami catches Mamoru with Natsumi, and immediately imagines a romance that isn't there. They are just friends, and she was only fixing his car. Usagi and the others go into detective mode, but the truth only comes out after a humiliating tumble into a pile of tires. Natsumi reveals her dream of restoring a classic car, a passion she shared with her late husband. Zircon spies, takes photos, and delivers the target to the trio. Hawk's Eye takes the lead, sporting a hairstyle identical to the ex-husband's and a sob story about being a widower, the perfect con. He takes Natsumi away, reveals himself, and extracts her dream mirror. When Usagi, Ami, and Chibiusa catch up, he already knows Pegasus isn't there. He summons Buranko, a Lemurez with giant scissors, and traps the girls on trapezes, cutting the ropes one by one. They plummet. Mercury catches Moon, and Chibi Moon catches her, forming a human chain about to fall.
You're heavy! Chibi Moon! Whatever you do, don't let go!
The final snip is thwarted by Tuxedo Mask's rose in split-second timing. Chibi Moon calls Pegasus, and the Moon Gorgeous meditation finishes the monster. Later, Natsumi hears the engine sputter to life and smiles. She's closer than ever. Usagi and Chibiusa meet Miharu, a prodigy swordswoman with 10 straight wins and 0 money, living in a tent under a bridge for 3 days. Pitying her, Chibiusa takes her to Usagi's house. The Amazon trio selects their new prey. Before them, a mysterious fighter appears, humbles Miharu with a wooden sword, and leaves laughing. It's the girl's own mother. Miharu is certain her mother hates her dream. Usagi quickly senses the tough love. Tiger's Eye challenges Miharu, wins, and sells her a fantasy of legendary samurai schools. She asks to be trained, and he takes her to a graveyard, the perfect setting to reveal himself and extract her dream mirror. With no sign of Pegasus, he moves in for the kill, but the whole squad arrives. Ayatoriko, a spider Lemurez, weaves webs and immobilizes everyone except Miharu. When the creature tries to snatch her sword, the girl does the unthinkable. She lets go of the weapon. The blade flies and hits the monster, creating an opening. Chibi Moon summons Pegasus, and Sailor Moon ends the fight. The next day, Miharu faces her mother again, and wins using a trap. Finally understanding the lesson, she was taking everything way too seriously. Yoshiki, a designer lacking inspiration, sees Fisheye and believes he has found his muse. He invites her to model, but the lightning-fast passion evaporates when, during a casual chat with Usagi on the street, his creativity returns in full force, to the point where he promises to design her future wedding dress. Overjoyed, he kicks Fisheye out of the studio. Humiliated, the villain reveals himself, binds Yoshiki, and extracts his dream mirror. No sign of Pegasus. When he decides to eliminate him, Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon arrive. Fisheye summons Sea Lion, a giant beach ball bounced by an ordinary sea lion claiming revenge for Puko. The chaos is so great that the animal itself bites Fisheye, who gives up and bails. Tuxedo Mask appears, throws a rose that pops and deflates the monster, which tries to re-inflate until Chibi Moon calls Pegasus, and Sailor Moon finishes it. Saved from the chaos, Yoshiki launches his new collection, outfits blatantly inspired by the Sailor Guardian's uniforms. Usagi growls with jealousy over a cake Mamoru bought, but the tension vanishes when the group catches Minako walking arm in arm with a guy with short pink hair. At the cafe, Rei and Makoto are envious. Artemis wants to know who the lucky guy is, and Diana describes a long-haired blonde biker. The roar of an engine solves the mystery. Minako is dating 2 guys. Shamelessly, she admits the scheme unaware they are actually Tiger's Eye and Hawk's Eye in disguise, betting on who can extract her dream mirror first, with the loser being kicked out of the trio. Minako schedules both dates at the same time and races across the city in a comedic marathon until she nearly faints. Tired of the games, the villains stage a fight in the park to force her to choose. She can't decide. They lose their patience, reveal themselves, tie the girl up, and extract her mirror, no Pegasus. The sailors arrive, and the two summon Gitanko and Bakonko, seesaw monsters that launch the team into the air. But they've made Minako angry. She breaks her shackles through pure rage, transforms into Sailor Venus, and unleashes a barrage of light, opening a gap for Super Sailor Moon to finish the duo of Les Mourez. The duo retreats, accepting a draw, and later, Minako apologizes to Artemis, echoing Pegasus's advice. True love needs time, experience, and a lot less chaos. At the market, an old woman makes a scene over an expired discount and comes back for more. Meanwhile, Mamo Ru, trying to be kind in the rain, offers her his umbrella and nearly becomes a traffic statistic when the woman, paranoid, accuses him of having an ulterior motive. Diana, offended, follows the old lady, trips, and ends up adopted for an afternoon. A bath, stew, and a large house kept tidy for two, despite the owner's loneliness. At the arcade, Usagi makes a drama out of Mamo Ru risking his life for another woman, and Rei explains the lady's local reputation. She thinks everyone wants to steal her house. Suspicious, Chibiusa visits the mansion and crosses paths with a melancholy man staring at the gate. He says he's a heartbroken traveler, and Chibiusa gives him advice that earns her a little mademoiselle. At night, Hawkeye intervenes when thugs try to force a sale of the property, tries to play the hero, and gets rejected. Out of patience, he turns villain, invades, and extracts the old lady's dream mirror. Usagi and Chibiusa, who were snooping in the garden, transform. The Les Mourez Auto Baiko, a motorcycle acrobat, trashes the living room and takes the fight to the backyard until Tuxedo Mask arrives and alongside the two, takes down the monster. The sad man returns, revealed as Ichiro Ono, a famous chef and ex-boyfriend who abandoned her 20 years ago for the best recipe in France, only to discover her stew was always the best. Reconciled, they turn the mansion into a restaurant. A fake Pegasus causes a massive accident and makes headlines. At school, the highly sought-after Robert asks Chibiusa out, but Fisheye chooses that very boy as his target. In the field, he extracts Robert's mirror. Wrong again. Usagi and Chibiusa arrive in time. Fisheye summons Mawa Shitaro, a Pegasus clone and the real cause of the city's chaos. Chibiusa tries to call the real Pegasus, but the imposter raises a barrier that separates the Guardians from their winged ally. The villain throws knives and misses every shot, while the other sailors arrive, suspicious of Pegasus, thinking he was the one who attacked the city. The horse explains he needs to turn them into super sailors. After a moment of hesitation, they trust him. With the upgrade, the barrier turns to dust, and Sailor Moon disintegrates the imposter. Back to normal life, Chibiusa rejects Robert. She's in love with a magical telepathic horse. He, shocked, swallows his pride. It's the first time anyone has ever rejected him. A beach day for the girls with Luna, Artemis, and Shingo acting as security against creeps. A mission that evaporates as soon as Ami and Chibiusa arrive, because the boy has a massive crush on Ami. Zirconia decides Ami is the target and sends Tiger's Eye. On the sand, he crosses paths with Ami, recognizes her, and sees her walk right past him. Focused, he tries to invite Ami to his private beach and gets a cold no. Later, in the water, he simply tosses Shingo aside to drown him. Ami dives in, rescues the boy, and performs CPR, but the villain seizes the vulnerability, reveals himself, captures her, and extracts her dream mirror.
Very nice, but no Pegasus. How disappointing.
The others rush to help, and Tiger's Eye calls Ponko, a comedic Les Mourez that rains bombs across the beach. While he fails to find Pegasus in Ami's dream, Tuxedo Mask stuffs the monster's mouth with his own hat. Chibiusa rings the bell to call Pegasus, and Sailor Moon ends the explosive party. The day closes with fireworks, and Ami and Shingo side by side, finally at peace. A poster promises free lessons for the ballet. Giselle and Usagi and Chibiusa already see themselves as prima donnas. Usagi plays the tragic protagonist to such an extreme that she puts a thumbtack in her own shoe to suffer for her craft. At the studio, Fisheye steals the show in a leotard, dancing with such perfection that he captures the attention of the director, Yamagishi. This breaks the heart of Kiriko, the real Giselle, who flees feeling betrayed. An attempt to seduce the director goes south when Usagi and Chibiusa fall through the door they were spying from. The next day, Yamagishi confesses he only used Fisheye to refine Kiriko's choreography, as he prefers heart over cold technique. They reconcile. Humiliated, Fisheye sheds his disguise, attacks Kiriko, and rips out Yamagishi's dream mirror. No Pegasus inside. He summons Kuruma Wario, a sadistic tutor who forces Sailor Moon into a tutu, calls her fat, and spins her until she nearly faints.
You, the tall one! You're too big! You're bursting out of it! And running around!
Tuxedo Mask arrives with perfect timing, Chibi Moon summons Pegasus, and Sailor Moon obliterates the Lemurez. At the premiere, Usagi's big break is revealed. She's hanging in the background, playing the moon in the scenery. Princess Rubina falls ill on TV, but Diana reveals the truth. It's her standard excuse to escape her royal schedule. Dressed as a common teenager, Rubina bumps into Usagi and Chibiusa and joins them at the summer festival. The Dead Moon Circus targets the princess, and Hawkeye finds her just as she's having her Roman holiday moment. Seeing a boy crying over a balloon, she suppresses her own lack of freedom by giving not one, but all of the vendor's balloons to the children. The vendor starts a fight, and Hawkeye immobilizes him but makes the mistake of calling Rubina by her real name.
You want Princess Rubina.
Terrified of being taken back, she bolts, leaving the villain with the bill. Later, separated from the group during the fireworks, Rubina is ambushed. Hawkeye checks her mirror, is frustrated by the absence of Pegasus, and the girls arrive for their transformation. He summons Elefanko, a chatterbox who barely wants to fight. Chaos ensues until the villain gives up, pulling the elephant's tail back through the portal and vanishing. With a standard save from Tuxedo Mask and Pegasus's support, the Lemurez turns to dust. Rubina thanks them with a bow and returns to her world of protocols. Zirconia gives the Amazon trio a piece of her mind, telling them to think bigger. Tiger's Eye decides to go large, crashing a university ball to target multiple girls at once, even knocking over a photo of Makoto. At the event, Makoto looks stunning but feels invisible. Ami pulls her onto the dance floor, and the two shine. The villain cuts the music, kills the lights, and asks Makoto for a waltz in the center of the hall. When the song ends, he is swarmed by other girls and rejects Makoto on the spot. She doesn't give up though. She waits by the gym door all day in the rain, ignoring her friends, clinging to her romantic dream. The next day, Tiger's Eye returns, picks up the lost photo, and pours on the cheap charm, claiming she is the one. Makoto's sincerity makes him blush, but Fisheye, losing patience, jumps from the bushes and forcibly rips out her mirror. The villain reveals the ruse, blaming Makoto for falling in love too fast, and disappears. The Lemurez shuffle Furuo attacks the sailors, but the goddess of thunder awakens in a fury. She transforms and strikes the creature down with a lightning bolt before Sailor Moon can even seal the deal. In the aftermath, Makoto admits she was in love with the fantasy of the dance, not the guy. When news of another ball breaks, she's already volunteering, ready to, perhaps, find her true prince. Zirconia selects Mamoru as the next target, and Fisheye takes the lead. At a fish market, Fisheye cuts his hand. Mamoru bandages it, and a strange light emanates from his hand just as Usagi appears, boiling with jealousy, giving Fisheye the perfect opening to declare himself her rival in love. Diana gives them a scare by popping out of a bag, and the villain flees. Backstage, four mysterious figures mock the trio, and Queen Nehelenia, through Zirconia, decrees that her patience has run out. The cruel truth is revealed through the mirror. The trio are actually a fish, a tiger, and a hawk, human only through magic. Without Pegasus's golden horn, they will return to their cages. A crisis hits when Fisheye discovers they don't even have dream mirrors. Feeling lonely, he tries to kiss Mamoru and asks what he sees in Usagi. Mamoru replies, life and dreams.
What kind of dream is that to have?
Hurting, Fisheye attacks, rips out Mamoru's mirror, and once again, no Pegasus. The sailors arrive. The Lemurez transforms the stage into a trampoline arena, but Fisheye has already lost the will to fight. He ignores the battle, steals a consoling kiss from Mamoru, and lets Sailor Moon destroy the creature. Later, in the rain, Usagi finds her rival soaked and forgives him. Usagi takes Fisheye home while dark shadows lurk in the street. She serves tea and offers a towel to dry her hair. Amid questions about life goals, Fisheye begins to suspect her identity. The urgency peaks when he overhears Chibiusa trying to contact Pegasus in secret and notices scales growing on his own hand. The spell is fading. At the circus, Zirconia decrees that without dreams, they will never be truly human, and a tracking spell reveals Usagi as the target. Hawkeye corners her in the park, but Fisheye intercepts and reveals the girl's alter ego to his friend. Zirconia cuts the act and sends the final executioner. Mr. Magic Piero, a demonic clown who reads Usagi's mirror, confirms Pegasus isn't there and begins executing the three failures. He shatters the heroine's mirror, sucking away her consciousness. Hawkeye tries to fight back, even managing to to burn the clown, but takes a fatal hit. Dying, he hands the magic orb to Fisheye. When their knives turn into harmless butterflies, Fisheye and Tiger's Eye realize the end is here. In a true sacrifice, Tiger gives up his share of their essence, and both renounce their humanity to use the orb and restore Usagi's soul. Usagi and Chibiusa awaken and transform, and the full Sailor team reduces the clown to dust. The victory is bittersweet. The trio returns to their forms as a fish, a tiger, and a hawk. Then, the sky opens. Pegasus resurrects them and grants each their own dream mirror. Redeemed, they rise as orbs of light and depart for Elysian, finally free to dream. With the Amazon trio gone, Nehelenia, trapped in her mirror wall, pressures Zirconia to find the legendary Golden Dream Mirror of Elysian. The Dead Moon Circus begins a heavy leafleting campaign in the neighborhood. At the arcade where Usagi, Mamoru, and the group hang out, 4 strange girls appear, dropping riddles about abandoning fantasies and becoming adults. When they return to the villain's tent, the masks fall. They are Vesves, Sere Sere, Junjun, and Palapala, the Amazonas Quartet,
We're the Amazonas Quartet!
who had been poisoning the leadership's ears against the old trio. Insolent, they mock Zirconia, try to take control, and get put in their place. Their new mission falls into their laps. Momo, Chibiusa's school friend and owner of the circus, invites. In the empty ring, Sere Sere knocks the girl unconscious with a spell from the trapeze, and Vesves, with surgical precision, breaks the target's mirror with a pool cue. It's not the golden mirror. The sailors invade, and the tamer summons Garagara, a hungry canvas snake that swallows the mirror whole. Chibi Moon calls Pegasus. Sailor Moon shatters the invocation, and the reflection returns to the victim's chest. From the wings, Zirconia senses rebellion, but still needs the quartet to please her sovereign. Ami is intensely focused on her laptop with headphones on, when Chibiusa leaps from behind, nearly knocking her out of her chair. Artemis grumbles that she's lowered her guard in the middle of a war, and in a stroke of irony, Usagi snatches Ami's notebook and reads it out loud. Between the privacy breach, the truth comes out. Ami has written lyrics for an instrumental track by someone named NT she found online. At the circus, the Amazonas Quartet turns Zircon into a dodgeball until Zirconia makes the floor explode to get them in line. The crone hands over a blurry photo of the target. Palapala uses magic, the same melody plays, and they reveal he's a musician. Vesves takes the mission. At a cafe, the girls meet the pianist Toshiyuki, the man behind NT, who is thrilled to learn Ami likes his compositions and takes everyone to his studio. Upon meeting Kyoko, his partner, Ami falls into imposter syndrome, hides her lyrics, and leaves. Vesves invades, pins Kyoko down with knives, and rips out Toshiyuki's dream mirror. The Sailor Guardians arrive for their speech on justice, and Vesves gets real. Aren't they ashamed of this little act at their age? They end up trapped in a computer illusion while a monster devours the pianist's mirror. Ami faces her inner Sailor Mercury. Realizing her strength comes from a pure heart, she unlocks the Mercury Aqua Rhapsody and destroys the trap. With the monster pulverized, Vesves flees, and Toshiyuki reads Ami's lyrics. He loves them. Rei faces the price of early fame, a magazine cover, and as a bonus, Nanako, an obsessed fan who becomes a shrine assistant, wearing an identical wig and mimicking her every move. In the girl's mind, the pinnacle of Rei's life is selling charms forever. When Usagi and Chibiusa comment on it, Rei opens up. She wants to travel the world and get married, even mentioning that Nanako is a terrible saleswoman. Of course, the girl hears everything from behind the door.
To keep their hopes alive, but without dreams of her own, she's no shrine maiden!
Runs away heartbroken, and falls right into Vesves's sights. Her mirror is ripped out, another common one. The Guardians arrive, and the villain releases Mane Mane, a monkey that copies any magic attack. The playing field is leveled until Rei boils with indignation seeing her fan on the ground. The Mars Flame Sniper is born, a new arrow the monkey cannot mimic. Sailor Moon finishes the job. Nanako wakes up, and with pragmatic speed, trades the spiritual life for a job at a fast food joint. Palapala plays dentist with dolls, ripping their heads off until Zirconia applauds the chaos and transforms the dollhouse into a bizarre dental clinic, spreading cursed sugar throughout the city. Usagi and Chibiusa, who live on sweets and neglect their toothbrushes, are the first to feel magic cavities. Sent to the dreaded clinic downtown, they bump into Palapala's inviting disguise and fall for the trap. Inside, the villain is extracting dream mirrors in bulk. When it's their turn, Tuxedo Mask interrupts, but Pala Pala summons Gari Gari, a monster with a giant drill tail. Pinched against the wall, Usagi and Chibiusa scream so loud in terror that the fake clinic shatters. Losing her home field advantage, the monster falls to the final blow. The sugar curse breaks, and Pala Pala flees. Too bad the duo's toothache was real. Now only a real dentist can help. At a kindergarten bazaar, Makoto and Minako lay eyes on the director, Mr. Hanjo, and fall in love instantly. Zircon takes his photo to Zirconia. He's the next target. Ves, Junjun, and Pala Pala fight over the job until Sere Sere shoots a hypnotic flower, knocking the three out and taking over. Minako loses her cool chasing a brat named Kotaro and destroys a room, starting a nasty fight with Makoto. The feud pauses when Sere Sere covers the school in vines, fires her yellow orb at Mr. Hanjo, and rips out a mirror, a common one. Sailor Moon, Mercury, Mars, and Chibi Moon arrive, but Jara Jara, a plant-type Leimu Res, swallows the mirror and traps the four. Makoto and Minako try to help, fall into the vines, and lose their transformation pens. The remaining quartet appears just to get revenge on Sere Sere. In the confusion, Artemis returns the pens. Jupiter and Venus transform, destroying the plant. Chibi Moon calls Pegasus, Sailor Moon finishes it, and everything returns to normal. The cold shower comes later. The brat is Mr. Hanjo's son, and their crush is married. Sports day is approaching, and Chibiusa is devastated. She can't clear the vaulting horse. Kyusuke teases her, saying it's easy, but at night he trains in secret and freezes due to an old trauma.
I can't. I just can't. Damn it!
Watching from afar, Jinjin decides to become his coach, but nothing unlocks the jump. Chibiusa's training at home is chaos. Usagi pretends to be the vaulting horse. Minako tells her to run into the arms of her great love, and when Usagi stands up, Chibiusa slams into her. At night, the girl practices by hugging a photo of Mamoru until Pegasus appears and she hides her embarrassment. In the morning, tired of gentle methods, Junjun traps Kyusuke in a magic cage and releases a bear to chase him. Out of pure survival instinct, he clears the obstacle. Lesson learned, the villain meets her quota and rips out his mirror, another common one. The Sailor Guardians arrive and Junjun summons Tobikiri Dude, who reflects Mars's fire. Chibi Moon then transforms the villain into a vaulting horse, runs, jumps over his back, and knocks him down for Sailor Moon to finish. In the end, Chibiusa wins her race, and Kyusuke clears the vault in front of everyone. We meet Kamui, an honest artist to the extreme who paints reality without fluff, and starves for it. Usagi and Chibiusa see a client flipping out over her truthful portrait, and the artist fainting on the sidewalk. The quartet receives Kamui as a target, and Sere Sere volunteers, certain that only a great artist could capture her beauty. Usagi buys a snack for the painter, and he portrays her so well that the girls line up. That's when Sere Sere pulls up in a limousine in a glaring disguise. A giant yellow dress, a red blazer, and a colossal rose on her chest, cuts the line, and demands her portrait. Kamui delivers a faithful version. She hates it, and forces a glamorous canvas that betrays everything he believes in. Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon catch her tossing the disguise, but Sere Sere rips out Kamui's mirror first. Not only is it not golden, but it comes out darkened, corrupted by self-abandonment. Toge Toge looks at the mirror with disgust, and refuses to eat. The villain tries to force-feed him, and this pathetic circus gives Chibi Moon time to call Pegasus and Sailor Moon to end the monster. Back on track, Kamui resumes his honesty. He paints Rei, who hates it, and receives a crooked drawing of Usagi from Chibiusa titled, "The Person I Admire Most." Chibiusa, Momo, and Kyusuke are watching swans when Hiroki tumbles down the hill on his St. Louis wing bike, flies for 2 seconds, and crashes into the lake. He wants to cross the skies but refuses help. At night, Pegasus suggests to Chibiusa that he just needs friends to share the dream. At the circus, Nehelenia pressures Zirconia, who sets Hiroki as the quartet's target. Ves claims the mission by scribbling, "I saw him first" on the photo. In the next test, with the gang watching, he fails again. Around the campfire, Ami offers praise and technical tips. Kyusuke reminds him of the Wright brothers and teamwork. Finally, Hiroki accepts help. Ironically, while he learns to trust, Chibiusa enters a crisis with Pegasus. He asks for blind trust, she explodes, and the connection breaks. Ves attacks during the tandem flight, takes Hiroki's mirror, and sends a monster to devour his soul. Chibiusa tries to ring her bell, but nothing happens. Without trust, there is no answer. With firm encouragement from Usagi, she finds her focus, calls Pegasus, and the purification happens. And yes, Hiroki finally flies. Tired of the limitations of her age, Chibiusa Chibiusa wishes to grow up quickly. Pala Pala, meanwhile, terrorizes an audience with a dull story and rips out mirrors in bulk. When Sailor Moon and Chibi Moon arrive, they vent. The former wants to be a child again for the easy homework. The latter wants to be an adult. Pala Pala embraces the chaos, swaps their ages, and vanishes. In the dream realm, Pegasus pulls Chibiusa to Elysian, now a frozen desert of darkness, devastated by the dead moon in search of the golden crystal to free Nehelenia and sink the earth. He reveals he was a prisoner in human form and only escaped by turning into a horse because the light of Chibiusa's dream reached him. He can't hear her now because the wish to grow up was fueled by dark magic. Helios breaks the spell, corrupting the wish, and reveals his human self, the protector of dreams. Back in reality, Usagi also returns to her normal age. Pala Pala reappears with a Lemures that ignores Jupiter, Venus, and Mars's blasts. Mercury's cold strategy weakens the creature. Tuxedo Mask stalls the villain, and the Pegasus plus Sailor Moon combo ends the fight. In Chibiusa's room, revelations continue. She promises to help Pegasus save Elysian, takes her princess form, and flies with him through the skies. She confesses she's in love and asks about destiny. He promises to reveal everything soon. Usagi overhears everything from behind the door and the next day spreads it to the girls. Theories take off: a veteran athlete, a steady boyfriend, and the consensus is to investigate the boy. Nehelenia loses patience with Zirconia, who out of spite wakes the quartet with a scream. The Sailor Guardian's plan turns into a comedy. Makoto and Rei try to get information with Ice Cream and end up debating the concept of senpai. Minako and Ami ask about his looks, and Chibiusa describes him as white as snow with a long face, short-circuiting the two. At a 5-star dinner with Mamoru acting as the voice of reason, the girls spy from behind vases until Chibiusa catches them and leaves fuming, with Ami running after her holding only her apple juice. At the lake, the embarrassment leads to the discovery of a pale young man with a long face feeding fish, the perfect target. But Junjun gets there first, knocks the poor guy out, and rips out his mirror. It's just another common one. The Sailor Guardians lecture Chibiusa's first love while she watches, completely confused. The monster falls, the guy goes back to his fish, and the girls keep thinking they saved their friend's boyfriend. Exhausted, she gives up trying to explain. At the coming-of-age ceremony, Usagi, Ami, Rei, Makoto, Minako, and Chibiusa volunteer. The Amazonas quartet, in disguise, joins in and even has fun, until they realize that growing up implies a work routine and dreams left behind. The charm dies there. At the event, they drop the masks. Junjun summons Biribiri, who puts the entire audience to sleep, while Pala Pala calls literal nutcrackers to rip out mirrors. Since the golden mirror doesn't appear, Biribiri decides to devour the common ones and short circuits out of greed, giving the super sailors an opening. The confrontation turns into duels. Mercury versus Pala Pala, Mars versus Vesves, Jupiter versus Junjun, Venus versus Sarasere. The quartet has the upper hand at first, but Tuxedo Mask breaks their defense with a surprise attack. Chibi Moon rings the crystal twinkle bell, Pegasus responds, and Sailor Moon finishes with Moon Gorgeous meditation. Mirrors returned. The villains retreat. The quartet's string of failures exhausts Nehelenia. She tries to cross the mirror, but the sun burns her hand. Her reaction is to cover Tokyo in a dark web, repeating the tragedy of Elysian. Mamoru, upon touching the web, feels a searing pain, a reflection of his link to the earth. The next morning, the city wakes up in an apocalypse. Pegasus tries to say goodbye to protect Chibiusa, but she won't accept it. Ami tracks the source to the dead moon tent. There, the quartet is forcibly ripping out mirrors. Identities revealed and the fight is on. Pala Pala uses a voodoo doll that paralyzes the sailors, until Tuxedo Mask, in agony, breaks the spell. Zirconia cuts the fight short and retreats with the quartet. The dead moon eclipse begins to swallow the sun, Tuxedo Mask collapses, and Pegasus warns they are not yet ready to face the leader. Under the eclipse, Pegasus reveals his name, Helios, and his origin, Guardian of Elysian. The dead moon returned because humanity abandoned its dreams, feeding Nehelenia. The solution lies in the golden crystal on his head, capable of saving or destroying everything. But Chibiusa's dreams, though they awakened him, lack the essence to unlock the final power. He asks them to find the chosen maiden and departs. At Usagi's house, Mamoru agonizes over the poisoned earth and the Sailor Guardians. Out of time, head to the circus tent. On the way, Lemures open a walkway to the quartet's ambush, now powered up by Nehelenia channeling hate into their orbs. In moments, only Super Sailor Moon and Super Sailor Chibi Moon are left standing. A desperate call brings Pegasus to free their comrades, and just as Sailor Moon counters to vaporize the girls, Zirconia Zirconia appears on stage. Without ceremony, she launches Zircon as a projectile at Chibi Moon and rips out her dream mirror, which glows gold. Pegasus attaches himself ethereally from inside the mirror, but Zirconia seals Chibi Moon as a hostage in a magic cage. The impact reverberates through Mamoru, and Zirconia savors the victory. The prisoner, the vault, and the key now belong to the dead moon. Imprisoned, Chibiusa faces Nehelenia, who pours out her history. She hated the peace of the Silver Millennium, tried to steal the Golden Crystal, was rejected, kidnapped Helios, and for that, Queen Serenity locked her in the mirror. The recent eclipse freed her to spread her army. Meanwhile, Zirconia throws the Sailor Guardians into a mirror maze that uses their reflections against them. Super Sailor Moon almost gives up, but memories of Mamoru and Chibiusa pull her back. The Moon Tiara magic breaks the illusion and clears the path for the others to destroy their mirrors. Elsewhere, the quartet, bored, swaps Chibiusa for a doll and tries to ride Pegasus, who was just an illusion. When they force the Golden Crystal, a ring of fire appears. Chibiusa awakens, walks through the flames, cuts the reins, and the fire goes out. Her words move the villains. Zirconia reacts by locking the quartet in a dimensional prison, returns Chibiusa to Nehelenia, and seals Pegasus in the mirror again. But their loyalty has already crumbled. With the quartet incarcerated, Nehelenia orders Zirconia to finish off the girls and the Sailor Guardians. The Queen threatens to shatter Chibiusa's golden mirror if Pegasus doesn't come out. He surrenders, returns to his Helios form, and is tortured alongside Chibiusa in search of the crystal. In battle, Zirconia multiplies, but thanks to Zircon, Mercury detects the original and bursts the illusion with Mercury Aqua Rhapsody. From the dimensional prison, the quartet watches, rooting for the Sailor Guardians. Pretending to yield, Zirconia releases them only to suck away their energy. The girls hear the Sailor Guardians screaming for them to break the orbs that sustain their powers and eternal youth. It's a hard choice. Give up being children forever, balanced by the promise that growing up allows for new dreams. Trusting them, they break the orbs, free themselves, and force Zirconia to retreat. But Nehelenia finally takes the Golden Crystal. When Zirconia returns to report the failure, the Queen tries to step out of the mirror, and the servant simply vanishes. She was just a reflection of Nehelenia. With the Queen free, the dead moon completely blots out the sun, and circus tents descend upon the city like an invasion.
Now for the world.
Mamoru succumbs and is called to Elysian by Helios, resuming his form as Prince Endymion. There, he sees the joy that once reigned and hears Helios's apology for losing the crystal. Endymion reaffirms his faith in people and their dreams, and asks if Helios still believes in his own. He promises he does. On the surface, Nehelenia seems untouchable. The quartet, watching helplessly, pulls one last trick. They steal the golden crystal and leave a pineapple in its place. Noticing the fruit, the Queen explodes in fury and punishes the four, but the crystal is already in Super Sailor Moon's hands. Hope evaporates when nothing happens. Nehelenia mocks them, saying only she can endure that power. Super Sailor Chibi Moon refuses defeat, holds the crystal alongside Sailor Moon, and begs the citizens of Tokyo for their strength and dreams. Moon Cosmic Dream action echoes through the city, forming a chain of hope that reactivates the golden crystal. Before the terrified villain, mother and daughter fire a monumental power that subdues her. With the golden crystal saving Tokyo and destroying the Dead Moon Circus, Sailor Moon awakens in the rubble. Nehelenia is still alive and holding an unconscious Chibi Moon, ascending with the debris toward the new moon. Sailor Moon chases after them up a colossal staircase. At the top, the villain screams as she sees she has turned into an old woman, revealing her decadence. A beloved ruler who, obsessed with beauty, heard a voice in the mirror, sucked the dream mirrors from her own people, turned them all into monsters, and created Zirconia. Now, the ceiling that will trap her again also promises to return her youth. Seeing the compassion in Sailor Moon's eyes, Nehelenia snaps and before vanishing, throws Chibi Moon from the heights. Sailor Moon dives without hesitation, turns into Princess Serenity, and catches her. The two nearly crash when Helios awakens, turns into Pegasus, and saves them both. The next day, it's time for goodbyes. Helios kisses Chibiusa's hand, sparking jealousy from the Guardians. The quartet points out distractions to ensure one last hug, and the winged horse departs. The peace is short-lived. Young Hotaru is enjoying a day with Professor Tomo Wei when she has a vision of Neo Queen Serenity, adorned with angel wings, undergoing a transformation. Setsuna appears to take her away. Meanwhile, Usagi and the girls celebrate being transferred to the same high school. Just as Chibiusa opens the space-time door to return to the future, the sudden flash of light awakens Nehelenia, drifting inert in the void of space until a mysterious new voice releases her, revealing that Sailor Moon is alive and fueling her desire for revenge. The Queen's hatred manifests as a gargantuan black mirror. She shatters it, sending the shards raining down over Tokyo. The girls mistake them for shooting stars. The space-time door slams shut, and Chibiusa is trapped. One of the shards lodges itself in Mamoru's right eye, though he pretends to be fine. At the aquarium, Haruka and Michiru sense a heavy energy. A shard transforms into a glass woman bearing Nehelenia's face, followed by an army of clones. Sailor Pluto arrives with baby Hotaru. Uranus and Neptune join the fray, but the clones multiply relentlessly. Just as one is about to strike the infant, the symbol of Saturn glows on her forehead, vaporizing the enemy. The three outer guardians receive a massive power upgrade from Hotaru herself, becoming super sailors and clearing the field. Hotaru instantly ages into a young child and delivers a chilling warning: the princess is in grave danger. Usagi's meeting with Mamoru goes south as he becomes distant, responding only with robotic, automatic yeses. When the light from her silver balloon reflects off his injured eye, Mamoru suffers a vision of Nehelenia and a sharp pang of pain. He strikes Usagi's hand to escape the glare, makes a hollow excuse, and flees. Elsewhere, the Outer Guardians live together with Hotaru, who has now grown to about 5 years old and creates holograms of the solar system. In a trance, she prophesies the blonde heiress falling into darkness and wakes up in tears. At night, Nehelenia haunts mirrors across Tokyo. A shadow attempts to enter Hotaru's room, but the spirit of Saturn awakens, expelling the presence and restoring the girl's past memories. Hotaru grows further and warns the others: the true darkness has arrived.
Yes, darkness is approaching.
At Hikawa Shrine, the girls discuss the citizens' strange obsession with their own reflections, just as a swarm of glass monsters emerges. The battle intensifies. Tuxedo Mask appears but collapses from the pain in his eye, leaving everyone vulnerable. They are saved by the arrival of Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, and Super Sailor Saturn, who declares it is time to focus all their power on Usagi. The 9 Guardians channel their energy, transforming her into Eternal Sailor Moon. With the new Eternal Tiare, she disintegrates the clones in a single strike but collapses from exhaustion. Back at his apartment, Mamoru stares at his reflection. Nehelenia appears behind him, vowing to destroy everything Usagi loves, and pulls him into a deep trance. An epidemic sweeps the city. Girls wake up drained, hypnotized by their own mirrors. Michiru realizes this is no coincidence given the glass monsters. Schools switch to independent study due to mass absences. In the hallway, a hypnotized classmate stares into a hand mirror. When Usagi tries to intervene, a dark beam hits her face. Makoto shatters the mirror with a slap, leaving the owner weeping as if she had lost her very soul. Usagi connects the dots. Mamoru is acting the same way. She rushes to his apartment with a spare key and finds the place overrun with mirrors and Mamoru mesmerized. When she steps on a shard, Mamoru snaps, protectively clutching the piece of glass. At the sanctuary, Hotaru and Setsuna reveal the dark power within the mirrors and warn that the prince, much like the princess, is a target. The team rushes to his side. Outside, the Outer Guardians hold back regenerating monsters. Inside, Nehelenia reveals herself within a mirror, dragging Mamoru into it and vanishing. Usagi activates her eternal form and destroys several enemies, but she cannot maintain the transformation. The queen issues a cruel ultimatum. By dawn, Mamoru will be destroyed by his own nightmares. Mamoru is dragged into the mirror world, and as a direct side effect, Chibiusa begins to fade from existence before losing consciousness. A tearful but determined Usagi vows to save them both. She transforms into Eternal Sailor Moon and blasts off into the sky alone, forcing the others to follow without a plan. Nehelenia watches from her throne, shatters a goblet, and sends a storm of shards to intercept the Sailor Guardians' teleportation, scattering the team. Uranus and Mercury fall into a world of looping ruins. They face a Nehelenia, who reflects all physical attacks, realizing that brute force isn't the answer. Mercury analyzes the illusion on her supercomputer while Uranus acts as a human shield. Identifying a fake moon as the source of the trick, Uranus destroys the target and the glass monster shatters. There is no time to celebrate. Giant hands emerge from mirrors and pull them both inside. Elsewhere in the nightmare, Mars and Neptune find themselves trapped in a forest being devoured by a shrinking ring of purple fire. The fire corners Neptune and singes Mars's uniform, but a water attack from Neptune serves as a distraction, causing the flames to vanish. Nehelenia changes the scenery to a red void and uses her own hair as a whip, grabbing Neptune by the ankle to use her as a shield. Mars hesitates to fire her flame arrow, but after taking a direct hit, composes herself and lands a surgical shot that pierces the villain, revealing another glass minion. Exhausted, they fall into a shallow pool and are swallowed by mirrors at their backs. Next, Venus and Pluto are trapped on a rope bridge over an abyss that can barely hold one person. Pluto tries to hold off a horde of monsters so Venus can escape, but Venus returns to help. The bridge snaps. Venus's chain catches the far ledge, but the one holding it is a monster, who promptly lets go. They fall, are captured by mirrors, and only one warrior remains free. Far away, Usagi leaves a blizzard behind for a sunny meadow filled with talking flowers that hypnotize her into forgetting Mamoru. Just as Nehelenia prepares to finish her, Jupiter intercepts. She defends her friend, throwing Usagi's selflessness in the queen's face, but is overwhelmed by the power gap. She faints and is sent into a mirror, but not before dropping a rose earring that awakens Usagi's memories of Tuxedo Mask. The spell breaks, the garden vanishes, and a thorny stone staircase is revealed. Usagi climbs, her hands bleeding, while Nehelenia retreats to the throne room, where suddenly Chibi Moon and Saturn appear. The silence glaive cold against the queen's neck. Chibi Moon begs for Mamoru, who is completely hypnotized, while Nehelenia takes pleasure in torturing Saturn until the girl raises her silence glaive, prepared to sacrifice herself to take the villain down. Nehelenia's laughter turns to panic when she realizes the girl isn't bluffing. Bleeding from the thorns, Usagi advances. Nehelenia's magic forces Mamoru to violently shove Chibi Moon away. Saturn attacks, Usagi stumbles, and Chibi Moon uses her last strength to stop the sacrifice, only to see Saturn banished into a mirror. To maximize the cruelty, Nehelenia summons the other 7 guardians, imprisoned in mirrors, to act as an audience. In Usagi's arms, Chibi Moon begins to vanish from existence.
Feels nice.
Chibiusa! Don't leave me!
The villain then pours out her bitterness, a miserable childhood, finding solace only in a mirror that promised eternal youth, and choosing isolation so she would never be abandoned again. Instead of hatred, Usagi offers friendship. This compassion breaks the spell. Mamoru weeps, the black shard in his eye dissolves, everyone is freed, and Chibi Moon returns. Endymion and Eternal Sailor Moon stand side by side. With her new power, Usagi purifies Nehelenia, who cries as she remembers her true dream, having friends. The mirror shatters, the queen returns to her childhood self among her subjects, and peace returns, until a feminine laugh echoes through space, warning that this calm is only temporary. Back on Earth, the Three Lights boy band is the talk of the town. Even Ami blushes admitting her crush on Taiki, while Usagi tries to hide her loneliness. Chibiusa has left, and Mamoru is headed to the US to study. At the airport, he gives her a promise ring and they kiss, but the idyllic moment is swallowed by the frenzied crowd welcoming the Three Lights. Seiya crosses paths with Usagi and senses a powerful radiance within her. In space, a woman in golden armor targets Mamoru's plane and fires. The explosion is devastating. On the ground, one of the singers looks at the sky and whispers that a star has lost its light. Unaware, Usagi tries to watch the band's filming at the park, wanders into a restricted area, and bumps into Seiya, who calls her bunhead and laughs. True danger emerges when Sailor Iron Mouse rips the starseed out of an actress. Usagi transforms and faces the invader, who discards the dull crystal, leaves the woman to turn into a phage, and escapes through a magical phone booth. The mysterious Sailor Starlights appear, ready to execute the monster. Usagi steps in front of them, refusing to hurt the actress, and awakens a new power to purify the creature. The Starlights vanish into the woods, leaving Usagi with questions she doesn't dare share with her friends. Trying to fill the silence left by Mamoru, Usagi writes a letter about her loneliness. Her friends are busy, Makoto with track and field, Minako focused on volleyball, and Ami the star of the computer lab. On the street, Usagi bumps into Seiya, the usual teasing, immediate irritation, and the band leaves. The next day, the girls discover the Three Lights have enrolled at their school. Even Ami joins the official fan club, member number 25.
It's pretty accurate when they say it's always the quiet ones.
I'm so sorry.
Seiya tries out different clubs, excelling at basketball before moving to American football after being blocked by Yuji Kayama, a nice guy whose kindness puts him in Iron Mouse's crosshairs. She rips out his starseed, but it's not the one she's looking for, and he transforms into the phage Sailor Guts, who attacks with acid sweat bombs. The Guardians struggle not to hurt the boy until the Starlights arrive, mocking their passivity and immobilizing the monster with precision. Before the final blow, Usagi heals Yuji. Later at a cafe, Usagi tries to regain her confidence by showing a drawing of Luna from the manga club. The artwork is so bizarre that no one recognizes the bald creature on the paper. Minako stages a fake romance with Seiya in the bushes while Usagi tries to take secret photos and fails miserably, getting caught by him. At the cafe, the blurry photos are a bust, but Minako already has a new plan: become the boy band's assistant and win someone over through sheer persistence. Elsewhere, Sailor Iron Mouse chooses her next victim from a magazine: Saki, a workaholic photographer who invades the Three Lights studio and doesn't even stop to eat, worrying Minako. Upon leaving, Saki has her starseed stolen and becomes a giant camera monster that shoots flashes that batter Sailor Venus. Sailor Star Healer appears out of nowhere, paralyzing the creature, and Sailor Moon finishes the job with her healing power. Minako admits the assistant life isn't for her. Her new goal is faster, becoming a pop idol herself. Seiya is struggling with a musical. The director hates everything, and at school, he and Usagi are on the verge of failing math. Rei suggests studying at the shrine, but the boys refuse because of rehearsals. The girls follow them and discover the director is Sister Angela, a nun from Rei's old Catholic school. That night, Seiya goes to confront her. She tells him that on the band's stage, he sings with his soul trying to reach someone invisible, but in the theater, he is empty. She wants him to give his all. On the way back, Seiya asks if Usagi has a boyfriend. She says yes, but he's abroad. He smiles. Then there's still a chance.
Well, seems like I still have a chance then.
He returns to the studio and practices late. The director, satisfied, goes out for a drink and is attacked by Iron Mouse, who steals her starseed and turns her into Sailor Director. With no other choice, Seiya shouts his transformation, his body shifting from male to female. He is Sailor Star Fighter. About to annihilate the monster, he is cornered by Mars and Moon. Mars threatens Fighter's life if she touches the director. Usagi heals the nun. Fighter warns them she hopes they aren't enemies and leaves. The next day, Seiya nearly aces his makeup exam and, looking at the sky, promises to send his musical message to the mysterious woman whose silhouette looks just like Sailor Moon. The impossible happens. Ami places second in the exams, behind Taiki. Between Usagi and Minako's antics destroying his notebook, Ami runs into Professor Amanogawa, who is obsessed with the comet Francois, a tribute to an old flame, Ami deduces. Taiki throws cold water on the sentiment, claiming romance has no place in science. On a children's show, the professor comforts a child by saying souls become stars. Taiki interrupts, calling it a lie. Despite a forecast for rain, Amanogawa invites everyone to view the comet. Taiki challenges Ami. If her dreams can stop the rain 100%, he'll show up. A downpour hits, but Ami goes anyway, and runs into Iron Mouse, who turns the professor into Sailor Teacher, attacking with chalk blasts. Ami refuses to strike back. Taiki arrives, transforms into Sailor Star Maker, and prepares to vaporize the monster. In the rain, Ami begs him to stop, saying dreams and romance are the fuel that moves people. Maker relents, fires a measured strike, and Sailor Moon heals the professor. The rain stops, the comet appears, and Taiki admits to Ami that, for the first time, he sees the romance in the stars. Luna disappears for a week and resurfaces on TV, sitting in Yaten's lap. Usagi tries to deliver a love letter, but Yaten throws it in the trash. Luna explains, they needed a pet for TV after their chameleon escaped. He smiled at her and she melted. Cold as ice, Yaten rejects Noriko, an idol who invites him out, admitting he only cares about one person, which confuses Luna. At the pet shop, Usagi spies on them. Noriko apologizes and mentions she thought he might be gay.
Asked you out the other day, I should have realized. You're afraid of girls, aren't you?
Luna takes offense and scratches the woman. Iron Mouse reveals herself and attacks Noriko. Yaten crosses his arms, focused only on his princess, until he sees Luna injured. He hands her to Artemis, transforms into Sailor Star Healer, and goes all out. Once the phage is knocked out, Sailor Moon heals Noriko. The next day, an avalanche of letters falls from Yaten's locker. This time, he doesn't throw them away, and even invites Luna to visit whenever she likes, leaving Usagi baffled by the change of heart. Usagi writes to Mamoru and lies to Haruka Haruka and Michiru about receiving replies, which never came. At the studio, Seiya compares Sailor Moon's power to that of their princess, irritating Taiki. At school, Makoto needs strawberries for a cake, but Usagi eats the entire stash. Nearby, Taiki holds a rose and recites William Blake. Usagi mishears Blake as cake and suggests coffee and sweets, drawing a laugh and an invitation for Makoto to join him on a cooking show. While Galaxia humiliates Iron Mouse before two new shadowy figures, disaster strikes on live TV. Makoto loses the eggs. Usagi crashes the set, mistakes baking soda for flour, and the oven explodes, covering everyone in batter and making Taiki burst into laughter. Backstage, Iron Mouse attacks the chef, who becomes Sailor Chef, throwing magic frying pans and cakes. Maker disarms him, and Sailor Moon heals him. That night, Haruka and Michiru stare at the sea, sensing the greatest threat of their lives approaching. The girls crowd the phones trying to get tickets for the International Music Festival and fail, until Haruka and Michiru appear with 5 tickets, as Michiru will be performing with the 3 lights. Iron Mouse receives a final warning from Galaxia and decides to hunt for a starseed at the show. On stage, the chemistry is electric. Seiya recognizes Michiru's radiance, and she senses both love and sadness in their song. Usagi arrives late and cries because she missed it, but Haruka takes her backstage. There, Seiya trades compliments with Michiru and asks for help with a zipper. A jealous Haruka grabs Seiya's hand and kicks him out.
Nice to meet you, too.
Usagi follows him, nearly falls down the stairs, and is caught by conductor Garyon, who, while stepping out for fresh air, becomes the target. His starseed darkens, and he transforms into Sailor Conductor. Eternal Sailor Moon is surrounded by a storm of batons until the starlights enter, disarm the phage, and open a window for the healing. Relieved, Usagi suggests an alliance. They almost shake hands, but Uranus and Neptune arrive with an attack, decreeing that interlopers are enemies. The starlights leave in irritation. Outside, Seiya assures Usagi that despite their different worlds, the two of them are friends. Minako tries to scalp a movie ticket to Taiki, who prefers to compose alone. A stuttering Usagi accepts a date with Seiya, while Ami pretends she didn't hear a thing. At the enemy base, phones appear everywhere. Galaxia calls with an ultimatum. Iron Mouse panics, hangs up, and bets everything on the 3 lights. The date is pure chaos. Haruka and Michiru warn Usagi that Seiya is trouble. Usagi falls and scrapes her knee and becomes the butt of the joke. They visit the zoo, ride the roller coaster, and play the claw machine. Seiya wins and keeps the teddy bear. On the Ferris wheel, Usagi confesses she hasn't heard from Mamoru, and Seiya remembers his own lost princess. That night at his club, Usagi freezes, thinking he's going to kiss her, but he's just reaching past her to order drinks. Real tension arrives with a blackout caused by Iron Mouse. Seiya protects Usagi and tells her to run. He becomes Starfighter. Outside, she transforms and thinks the monster is Seiya. Iron Mouse is about to reveal their identities when she is blasted. The phone rings and Galaxia appears in person, rips the bracelets off her employee, and erases her from existence right there. The next day, Usagi returns the bear to Seiya, unaware that he now knows exactly who she is. With no news from Mamoru, all of Usagi's letters end up in the trash. And worse, thinking of him reminds her of Seiya. From the sky, a little girl descends with a parasol and white feathers. Chibi Chibi. Galaxia shifts the pressure to Sailor Aluminum Siren, with 0 tolerance for failure. The child appears at Usagi's house, and her mother welcomes her as if she had always been part of the family. Usagi tries to look after her, but Chibi Chibi vanishes and reappears in the arms of the day's honorary police chief, Seiya. He teases Usagi, asking if the girl is hers, sparking a panic just as the villains target the chief and rip out his starseed. It's a dud, and he becomes Sailor Cop.
Your weapon and get down on the ground.
The Starlights arrive to daze him and Usagi heals him, while Chibi Chibi watches from hiding. That night, another of Usagi's letters is trashed. At least she has a constant companion now that Chibi Chibi wets her own bed and moves into Usagi's. Kengo, a perfectionist potter who smashes everything that isn't flawless, is attacked by Aluminum Siren and loses his starseed. Unaware, the girls go camping, dreaming of summer flings. Rei remembers an ugly bird pendant she saved from her cousin's tantrum years ago. Rumors spread of a vandal destroying campsites. The three lights are also at the lake, filming a tokusatsu show. Seiya steals a monster costume to prank the girls, not noticing a real vandal is crushing tents with a mallet. During the attack, Rei trips and drops the pendant. The monster immediately stops and picks it up. It's Kengo, now sailor artist. Mars dazes him with her flame sniper and Sailor Moon heals him. High above, the starlights watch in silence, acknowledging that Usagi's team can handle themselves. In the restored cabin, Kengo smiles, using his loss as a chance for a new beginning. Outside, Usagi teases Seiya for not defending the camp, and karma strikes instantly. Chibi Chibi bursts through the door, knocking Seiya directly on top of Usagi. She screams pervert, as per the teen anime handbook. With a string of burglaries in the area and Usagi home alone, Seiya offers to be her bodyguard. Luna thinks it's a terrible idea, and she's right. As soon as he arrives, Seiya turns Mamoru's photo face down and tries to confess his secret, but Chibi Chibi smashes a cake in his face. He goes to wash up. When he comes out in only a towel, Usagi's friends have already arrived to watch over them, and Chibi Chibi tries to pull the towel off him. The kitchen turns into chaos over a single flying cockroach. Suddenly, Taiki and Yaten walk in, followed by Haruka and Michiru, whose car broke down. The house is packed, and the tension between the outers and the three lights is palpable. A TV crew knocks. To avoid a scandal, the three lights hide. Usagi and Seiya end up in a closet. He tries to confess again, but is interrupted by screams. Sailor-led Crow and Aluminum Siren have attacked the reporter. The Star Seed is a dud. Siren is more shocked by Haruka and Michiru stepping on the table with shoes than by the fight itself. Usagi wanders the crowded house until she finds the attic to transform. In the aftermath, the living room is a traffic jam of warriors. Eternal Sailor Moon tosses a pizza at Sailor Sommelier, and her wings knock over the fine china. After the healing, everyone disperses, but the domestic terror remains. Chibi Chibi leaving more of a mess for Usagi to clean. The three lights face a crisis. Taiki feels their message isn't reaching the princess and that the public only cares about their faces. Misa, a sick little girl in the hospital, is terrified of surgery with an American specialist. Usagi flips into fairy godmother mode and drags the band to Misa's room. A bitter Taiki refuses to play the idol role. Misa hides an unfinished sketchbook. He tells her to finish it after the operation, giving her a reason to keep going. Her condition worsens. Taiki wants to cancel the show, but Usagi drags him back to the hospital. Misa is weak. Taiki opens the sketchbook and finds a sketch of the princess they seek, an image their music brought to the girl's heart. It's the shock he needed. The message is getting through. He encourages her to face the surgery and rushes to the stage. Meanwhile, the American doctor falls into the hands of Aluminum Siren, who turns him into Sailor Doctor, a giant syringe-wielding nightmare chasing Sailor Moon. Mercury freezes him, Usagi heals him, and the surgery is a success. Days later, Misa shows her finished drawing to Taiki, proof that sometimes music is what holds onto hope. Hunger leads Usagi to an empty fridge, but Chibi Chibi is stocked with gourmet sweets and is holding a strange antique doll. Usagi concludes the girl visits a candy world a la Willy Wonka and decides to follow her with Luna. Her friends join in and watch the toddler navigate dangers as if by magic. She floats off a wall with a parasol, crosses traffic unscathed, and befriends a giant dog, which chases the group up a pole while the three lights watch with amusement. The mystery is solved when Chibi Chibi enters a mansion. It's the home of Jotaro Kiriyama, a billionaire sponsoring the band. They find the girl having tea surrounded by priceless relics, while Jotaro, who doesn't even know who the three lights are, comments on how much Chibi Chibi looks like Usagi and gives the girls boxes of sweets. The fun ends when Lead Crow and Aluminum Siren attack. Jotaro's starseed fails and he becomes Sailor Antique, throwing museum pieces. Sailor Moon turns acrobat to save the artwork. Chibi Chibi throws her rare doll as a distraction, and a stray attack from Healer pulverizes a crystal chandelier. Usagi heals the billionaire with the mantra that people are worth more than things, and a second later, Chibi Chibi lets the doll slip and smash onto the carpet, a poetically expensive end. The school tournament approaches, and Seiya drags Usagi into the softball team, even though she can barely hit the ball. Sonoko, the president of the Three Lights fan club, issues an ultimatum. If her team wins, Seiya can no longer go near Usagi. He confidently accepts. Her friends, already smitten with the star, tell Usagi to stay quiet. Practice goes late into the night, and when she thinks of quitting, Seiya reminds her that everyone has a star inside them, and he won't give up on her light. At the game, the score is tied at 0, and Usagi misses everything until heavy rain stops the match. Shortly after, Sonoko is attacked by Lead Crow and Aluminum Siren and becomes a phage. In the chaos, Usagi drops her weapon, and Chibi Chibi rushes to grab it, releasing a colossal pink light that reverberates through the universe. universe. The weapon receives an instant upgrade. Sailor Moon heals Sonoko. With the sun back out, the game resumes. Seiya hits the ball deep, and in the final play, Sonoko hits it straight to Usagi, who against all odds catches it and secures the victory. Usagi discovers her friends have been hiding VIP tickets for the Three Lights movie premiere aboard a private jet, and since she's not a fan club member, she's been left out. To her surprise, Chibi Chibi delivers an invitation from Sailor Aluminum Siren, inviting Sailor Moon to a reserved seat. Despite sensing a trap, Usagi boards and is escorted to the upper deck alongside Seiya and the other guests. Below, Siren releases a gas that knocks out the passengers, transforming them into phages as chaos erupts. Cornered, Usagi's friends are forced to reveal their secret identities. Siren demands the heroine's starseed. In the corridor, Seiya shatters his mask and transforms into Sailor Starfighter, followed by Taiki and Yaten. The plane becomes a hallway of exposed secrets. The battle takes a slapstick turn when Siren attacks with food and drinks before escaping in her flying phone booth. Back at the base, Sailor Galaxia strips Siren of her bracelets, erasing her from existence as a horrified Sailor Led Crow watches. At the airport, the Starlights and the Guardians face off in a heavy, pregnant silence that says everything. The revelation on the plane shatters all trust. Usagi isolates herself, deeply hurt that Seiya kept such a massive secret. Taiki and Yaten consider using the Solar System Guardians as bait against Galaxia, a plan that sickens Seiya. Seeking answers, he enters a fortune-telling tent, only to find Rei behind the veil. She cuts through the drama. No letter or card will fix this. He needs to man up and apologize. Shortly after, Usagi seeks advice at the same tent. Rei drops her disguise, gives Usagi a stern reality check, and hands her a ticket to the Three Lights radio show. At the studio, Seiya spots Usagi in the audience, goes off script, and performs a song of apology, promising mutual trust. Taiki and Yaten intercept their reconciliation afterward, but they are interrupted by the screams of a DJ being attacked by Sailor Lead Crow. Sailor Moon arrives with Mars support, but in the shadows, Sailor Tin Nyanko aims her weapon and fires at Usagi. In an instinctive move, Seiya throws himself in front of her, taking the hit. Sailor Star Healer and Maker drive the villains away and rush to their partner's aid, coldly pushing Usagi aside. Carrying Seiya, they deliver an ultimatum. From this day forward, she is never to go near them again. Atop a skyscraper, the Outer Guardians and the Starlights face off as enemies. The masks are off. The Starlights admit they intend to use Earth's heroes as a distraction against Galaxia. Before a fight breaks out, a staggering Seiya arrives and severs the most painful tie, stating he will no longer seek out Usagi. The next day, the Three Lights seats are empty, and Usagi spirals. When she calls the studio, Taiki and Yaten blame her for Seiya's condition while he listens in silence. The Outer Guardians reinforce the divide, claiming it was Seiya's own choice to pull away, leaving Usagi in tears. At Galaxy TV, Lead Crow ignores Nyanko and picks her next victim by casually flipping through a park brochure as if ordering lunch. That night, Seiya breaks his promise and invites Usagi to their concert. Without a ticket, she watches from a nearby Ferris wheel. In the crowded arena, Seiya sees the glow of her brooch, stops the show, and sings from the bottom of his soul. He reveals that Galaxia destroyed their homeworld while hunting for starseeds, and that their princess fled to the stars. He collapses on stage. Outside, Led Crow fails to steal a dull starseed from the park owner Takeo, creating the phage Sailor Amuse. Awakening in a panic, Seiya runs to protect Usagi. She transforms into Sailor Moon, and the two are nearly taken out by exploding balloons until Uranus and the Outers intervene, making it clear they only helped for Usagi's sake. Sailor Moon heals the monster, but the peace is short-lived. Haruka pulls Usagi back by the waist, forcing her to watch in silence as Seiya walks away without looking back. As emotions crumble, Chibi Chibi chases a glowing butterfly through Tokyo, discovering an ornate censer. In a burst of sweet-scented petals, she awakens as Sailor Chibi Chibi Moon. Across the city, the Three Lights tremble as they sense their princess's pulse. Usagi, locked in her room, listens to Seiya's song on repeat. Her friends organize a rescue mission at a massive gaming convention hosted by Taiki. Minako, Makoto, and Rei even force themselves into cosplay, but it's Ami who steals the show. She enters the tournament, defeating opponents with surgical precision to win a chance to speak with Taiki, pleading with him to show empathy for the guilt-consuming Usagi. Stubbornly, he refuses, until the real world crashes in. Lead Crow misses an attack, Taiki's co-host is turned to dust, and the phage Sailor Sailor Gamer takes over. Mercury fights alone and is tossed aside. Taiki scoffs that Earth isn't his problem and tries to leave. At home, the scent of the censer snaps Usagi out of her stupor, and she rushes to the streets where Mercury is being relentlessly beaten. Seiya crosses paths with Taiki, throwing their princess's lessons on honor back in his face. The three lights join the fray to protect the guardians who never give up. Eternal Sailor Moon arrives, purifies the monster, and ends the fight. In the tense truce, Taiki begins to yield, until he notices something impossible. The royal perfume surrounding Usagi and the mysterious child with the pom-poms vibrates exactly like their lost princess. With questions about the lunar leadership lingering, Minako receives a letter from Galaxy TV. She's past the next stage of a major idol audition. Her dream is within reach, but she shelves the letter out of a sense of duty. At the Crown Fruit Parlor, a strange Minako appears, claiming that studying is everything and disappearing with excuses about homework. Artemis explains to the girls that she's burying her stardom for the sake of being a guardian. Usagi, Ami, and Makoto stage an intervention on the roof. They fight to protect dreams, not to abandon them. On the day of the audition, Yaten pulls Minako aside and scolds her, questioning her seriousness as a warrior. She holds her ground, takes the stage, and delivers a stunning performance, explaining her true motive. She wants to inspire real dreams in people.
I was hoping to inspire as many people as possible with my—
Sailor Tin Nyanko crashes the event to steal a famous candidate's starseed, but it's a dud, and he becomes the Phage Sailor musician. Lead Crow appears, and the two villains bicker before leaving the chaos behind. Star Healer blasts the enemy, Venus weakens it, and Usagi finishes the job with a Silver Moon crystal power kiss. When peace returns, Chibi Chibi wanders past the cats, and Yaten senses the princess's unmistakable aura within her. Days later, the results arrive. Minako passed. Satisfied knowing she has what it takes, she puts the envelope back in the drawer. The stage can wait. Being with her friends is the real prize. The Juban High School Festival is in full swing, and Usagi's class is running a maid cafe while the three lights play on the radio. Far away, Galaxia snarls from her throne, knowing she cannot rule the galaxy as long as that person exists. Sifting through the late Siren's belongings, Sailor Lead Crow finds a diary revealing the holder of the true starseed and rushes to inform Galaxia, unaware of Tin Nyanko's jealous gaze. Tired of searching in vain, Seiya follows a swarm of red butterflies to Usagi's house. The air is thick with unspoken feelings, but Chibi Chibi interrupts the moment, though Seiya senses the princess's aura nearby. On the day of the festival, Chibi Chibi follows a butterfly and sits by the censer. Yaten and Taiki try to take it, but Makoto and Rei block their path. Lead Crow invades the school with a pocket black hole, threatening to consume the building unless Usagi surrenders her starseed. A heroine to the end, Usagi sacrifices herself, revealing the silver crystal. Nyanko betrays Crow, striking her from behind to steal the credit. The blow causes the black hole to drop and swallow Crow, who apologizes to Siren before vanishing. Nyanko tries to seize the crystal, but the vortex spirals out of control, sucking in Usagi and Chibi Chibi, until a burst of energy shatters the void from the inside out. Chibi Chibi emerges floating with the censer, Nyanko flees, and the crystal returns to Usagi. Finally, Princess Kakyu appears before them all. On bended knee, the Starlights hail Princess Kakyu as the truth comes to light. Galaxia is chaos reborn, and only the light of hope can save the galaxy. The Starlights consider returning to their home planet, but Kakyu insists their mission is on Earth, just as Uranus and Neptune appear to brand the newcomer as selfish. Crushed by the weight of it all, Usagi spends the night calling Mamoru's answering machine just to hear his voice.
This is Mamoru.
The next day, her friends become full-time bodyguards, complete with whistles and escorts to the restroom. Feeling suffocated, Usagi flees to the roof in the rain, tormented by Mamoru's silence. Sailor Tin Nyanko attacks at her weakest moment. Usagi tries to fight alone and barely dodges. A red rose cuts through the air. She hopes it's Tuxedo Mask, but it's Seiya. He transforms, giving Usagi the opening to counter, but her strike only cures half of Nyanko's brainwashing before the villain flees. As the rain pours down, Usagi falls to her knees, broken, confessing she can't take it anymore and just wants to see Mamoru. Seiya, unable to hide his heart any longer, leans in and asks, "Am I not good enough?" Seiya's question haunts Usagi as she tries to compose herself. Rei arrives and demands she decide what to do about him, and the dam finally breaks. Mamoru hasn't replied to a single letter. Ami investigates and discovers something worse. He never arrived at his university in the States. Then, the radio drops the final bombshell. The 3 lights are disbanding after their next show. Before the performance, Usagi goes to the dressing room to say goodbye. With Haruka and Michiru standing guard, Seiya accepts defeat with dignity, acknowledging her heart belongs to another, and gives her a goodbye kiss on the cheek. On stage, the roof opens to the starry night, and Chibi Chibi begins to radiate a pink glow. Tin Nyanko invades, locked in an internal war with her own corrupted half. While the Starlights and Guardians argue until Kakyu commands them to work together, the sky turns blood red as Galaxia herself appears. In seconds, she rips the final bracelet from Nyanko, erasing her. She aims for Kakyu. The princess shields the Starlights to let them escape, but it's futile. Galaxia steals her star seed before their eyes. Usagi's powers don't even scratch her. In her final moments, Kakyu holds Chibi Chibi's hand, whispers, "The light of hope," and vanishes. Black lightning tears through Tokyo as Galaxia hijacks every screen to announce her dominion over the galaxy. For the Starlights, who saw this end on their own world, this is the breaking point. They launch a direct assault on Galaxy TV. The villain was waiting. The trap snaps shut the moment they enter. Outside, the inner Guardians hit a lethal barrier and watch on the big screen as the Starlights are cornered. Usagi has to be restrained from throwing herself into the force field, until Chibi Chibi glows and teleports the group inside. The relief is short-lived. Galaxia launches a killing blow at the Starlights, and Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus leap forward to take the hit. Their light fades, their star seeds are stolen, and before they vanish, they beg the Starlights to protect Usagi.
Take our place and protect Usagi and our world.
Desperate, Usagi demands Galaxia return her friends. The villain tosses her aside and flaunts her macabre collection of star seeds. Among them, a golden one stands out, Mamoru's. The truth crashes down, and Usagi's screams fill the throne room. Galaxia rubs salt in the wound, showing how she obtained that golden seed. On the flight to the US, a light dragged Mamoru into her dimension. He appeared on the wing of the plane as Tuxedo Mask to face her, promising the Earth's Guardians would defeat her, only to lose his star seed and his life in a single strike. In the throne room, Usagi is catatonic as Galaxia fires. Starfighter takes the hit, and Chibi Chibi teleports the group to a control room. Outside, Uranus and Neptune block the weakened Starlights and face Galaxia on their own. Saturn and Pluto arrive to reinforce them, but the villain scoffs, snapping the Silence Glaive and the Garnet Rod like toys. She offers a pact. Surrender your star seeds and serve me. Saturn and Pluto refuse. Uranus and Neptune accept. With golden bracelets on their wrists, they receive their first mission, take the star seeds of their former allies. Usagi and the Starlights arrive just in time to see Pluto and Saturn fall at their hands. Now, only Usagi's starseed remains. Usagi refuses to believe the betrayal, insisting she still trusts them. Uranus responds with a world shaking that knocks her unconscious, plunging her into a delusion where all her friends are still alive, until a slap from Uranus shatters the bubble, dragging her back to the ruined reality. The skirmish turns into all-out war. The Starlights protect Usagi, but Uranus and Neptune fight like primal forces of nature, blasting everyone through the walls and out of the building. Watching from above, Galaxia orders them to finish the job. At the last second, Uranus and Neptune spin and fire at point-blank range into Galaxia's back. It was a desperate ploy to reach her starseed. The plan fails because Galaxia has no starseed. Laughing, she rips the bracelets from the duo. In a heartbreaking farewell, Uranus asks Starfighter to protect Usagi, and the two vanish, reaching out for each other's hands.
I want you to protect her from now on.
Hidden in the rubble, Usagi nearly gives up, but Fighter reminds her that everyone sacrificed themselves for a reason. They rise to face the final evil. The Starlights wonder if Usagi is the light of hope, only for Galaxia to cut them off with a laugh, revealing herself as the legendary warrior from the ancient tales. The truth is a shock. Chaos has always existed, until the legendary sailor Galaxia sealed it inside her own body. Trusting no one, she decided to reshape the universe by force, stealing starseeds to bolster her power. The Starlights are horrified to realize that the enemy who destroyed their homes is the very light of hope they were seeking. Sailor Moon tries to reach out, believing some goodness remains. Galaxia responds with pure violence. The Starlights counterattack and manage to wound her arm, but the villain explodes in fury, knocking everyone down and crushing Fighter's bracelet under her heel. Seeing blood, Usagi tries to heal her with her scepter. Galaxia shatters the weapon and vows to tear her starseed apart. The Starlights make one last stand to protect her. Usagi summons the legendary silver crystal, which Galaxia shatters like glass, breaking her transformation and leaving her shrouded only in pink ribbons. As the question, "Why can't we win?" hangs in the air, a memory reveals that before being consumed by chaos, Galaxia cast her pure essence to the furthest reaches of space. In the present, a tear falls from Chibi Chibi and explodes into radiance. The true light of hope awakens. Chibi Chibi's pink light dominates the battlefield. The light of hope transforms into a butterfly and clothes Usagi as Princess Serenity, complete with luminous wings. A voice commands,
Use the sealing sword on Galaxia. But
Usagi hesitates. Destruction is not her way. Chaos takes full control, turning Galaxia's armor and hair pitch black as demonic wings unfurl. From within, the real Galaxia begs Serenity to use the blade. Usagi only grazes the enemy and pays the price. The magical sword shatters, revealing that the sword was Chibi Chibi herself, who vanishes in the princess's arms. Mocked for her compassion, Usagi makes a radical choice. She rejects the cycle of violence, drops her combat stance, and floats naked, sustained only by her wings. Enraged, Galaxia launches a wave of darkness. Serenity responds not with brute force, but by releasing the full brilliance of her heart. Empathy carves a path, and the pure image of Galaxia reappears to take Serenity's hand. The black mantle shatters, chaos is expelled, and a freed Galaxia departs to return every stolen soul to the stars. Peace returns, her friends are restored, and the time for goodbyes arrives. On the rooftop, the starlights prepare to leave. Seiya looks at Usagi with melancholy, promises never to forget her, and gracefully accepts her friendship, asking Mamoru to take care of her. They streak across the sky like falling stars. Under the full moon, Usagi and Mamoru share a kiss. The universe is finally at peace.
Just being with you makes my life complete.
I am Sailor Moon.